How?
Is a fascinating question.
There are more things in this universe than can be understood using the tools and techniques of a single discipline. Things are truly interdisciplinary.
We're living in a time of transition. Obviously, this country is remaking itself. And if there's anything that's going to help that progress, it is a certain radical change with education at the college level.
This place gives a student the space to learn unrestricted by the boundary of the curriculum. Learning here is interdisciplinary and you are learning through different experiences in the program.
Liberal education for me means that students explore different possibilities, where you begin to meander through the different courses.
So whether it's the humanities, whether it's the social sciences, whether it's the fine and performing arts, or even the physical and natural sciences, the objective is to enable students to explore different disciplines.
V hai Sunzi, Ish hai Sakshi. It is the freedom to choose whatever you like at your own leisure and to make mistakes.
I can choose some history and biology and I can do accounts with that.
Currently I'm studying international relations and filmmaking, but I've also taken subjects like visual art and history of rock.
You are expected to juggle disparate ideas in your mind and look for intersections between them. You want them to look for commonality in these different disciplines that are superficially different.
Let's say cultural anthropology. Anthropology. I do have an anthropological background. And that's the idea, right? To explore something which you've never done.
The only way to do it is through offering people choices and asking them to sort of combine in some sense their interests and letting them do it independently.
So I think what they learn is that one issue is not as simple as it looks. There are multiple interpretations and multiple perspectives to it. That is what we really call critical thinking.
It's not so much about solving problems, it's more about understanding what does the problem represent. What is a certain concept? Why are we doing it at all?
The idea is to create something original, that your efforts contribute to the field overall, with your original thought, change the way in which the field thinks.
I'd be very happy if my students end up questioning everything around them. I'd be very happy if they're alive and they're inquisitive.
The curiosity which a younger person has is much greater. So when you start allowing them
Good morning. Welcome to the day 2 of Flame Purpose Summit. We have a power-packed day today, and starting this session is with Mr. Vallabh Bansali. Welcome, Mr. Vallabh Bansali, to Flame Purpose Summit 2021. We are privileged to have you here. I'll share a short bio of Vallabh sir, though I'm sure everyone on this link currently knows everything about him. He's one of the well-known thought leader of India, leading banking and investor venture capitalist. He's someone who's kind of up there when we're thinking about investment banking. He's a co-founder of ENAM, a well-known organization which has been a part of the growth of companies like Infosys, Z, Reliance, Sterlite, Marico, Inox, Thermax, Pantaloons, NTPC, etc. He was a trustee of the Bombay Stock Exchange and served on various committees of the stock exchange, SEBI, and other bodies. He has also served on the board of directors of many reputed companies. He's a governing body member of Flame University and has been one of the founding members of Flame itself. He's also currently the president of Federation of Jain Educational Institutes that has many educational institutes, schools, and colleges. Mr. Vallabh Bansali has deep interest in several other subjects outside his core activity, such as behavioral science, spirituality, economics, and national development. He's someone who is also keen meditator, a Vipassana meditator, and the former chairman of Global Vipassana Foundation. He has a degree in law and is a chartered accountant. He has received many awards and honors, including the citation of Veteran Economist of Capital Markets from the Indian Council of Business. He is also the founder of Desh Apnaye Sahyog Foundation and Satya Vigyan Foundation. Welcome, Vallabh sir, to this morning keynote address. We are all eagerly waiting to listen to you and your ideas on the theme that we are discussing in this conference across the 2 days. To start with, can you take us through your journey in life and share with our participants your keys to success?
Good morning, and thank you very much, Professor Sajid. It's a great pleasure to be a part of the Purpose Summit being hosted by our university and this opportunity to speak to you. I was born in a very principled family, lost my mother when I was rather young, supported my elder siblings, very loving, very intelligent, very wise, had curiosity and a deep desire that I should not be left behind. I should be able to match step for step for all those people who I came in contact and liked. And that's been my journey. You mentioned a few of the details. The important ones are never covered. Then I made a bold decision to change my career. Actually, when I was around 17, an incident made me aware of the problems of ego. And I turned to philosophy and then spirituality. And that had a deep influence on my life. It grew my confidence and conviction about what I was doing. And that's how I was able to, give up my chartered accountancy and legal training, etc., to become interested in behavioral sciences, communication, and fields like that. And then I was able to enter into some very important partnerships. One with the Nimesh Bhai Shah was the principal one, and discovered a profession that I loved and pursued with a lot of passion, investment and investment banking, until bigger things called out, which was serving the country, serving the community, and spiritual advancement. And that's what I have been at for the last 8-10 years. As to success, well, I'm a continuing failure, but never ready to give up. So that's a short view of my life.
So when you say you are a continuous failure, and I think the world looks at you as a success, how do you define success and what is failure when you're kind of looking at it and measuring and mapping it from your own life?
See, one of the most abused and unfortunate expressions in our life is failure. So, when we are at school or at an exam, all that it does is it tells you that that little performance does not allow you to advance in a structured manner. You cannot go from 6th standard to 7th standard. You can't enter some degree or some course because you failed to pass at a norm. That does not tell you much. It is a very, very narrow context in which the word failure should be used. Very, very narrow. A person is never a failure until one thinks that, I just can never do that. True. It always teaches you so many things. And what is called failure is built into nature's design. A child must fall 100 times, 1,000 times before it learns to walk. So much before we can, we learn to walk, we learn to run, we learn to, sprint, we learn to leap, we learn to fly, we must fall. A fall is not a failure. We don't make the distinction between a fall and a stumble and a failure. And therefore there's huge sensitivity. And success is understanding that, a fall is not a failure. Therefore, continuing to make that effort to fulfill your curiosity, to test your capabilities. So one road stops because of whatever narrow norms, you look at something else. So that, I think, that attitude is success. Because, what is success today in narrow terms, like, you made some money, you achieve some degree, it becomes irrelevant very soon. Or, sooner or later it becomes irrelevant. Therefore, success, when you define by certain achievement, certain narrow parameters, is not a good definition. But the attitude to make that effort continuously, be happy, be more fulfilled, is success to me.
Interesting. So when you say, as in, I'm sure that there would have been a lot of stumbles and falls, and you took a lot of different paths too. And while you did, you went through these, what was the driving purpose for you? What led you, or what kept you going? What was that one purpose, if there is one, that kind of, we would like to know about that part.
So, these falls, they teach you. If you take the fall very seriously, you lose confidence. If you don't fall, you become overconfident. So this continuous effort to do something new does something very interesting. It creates a combination of what I call humility and confidence. Not overconfidence, not weakness. And once that happens, you understand the design of nature. That someone who has got everything, they want to go and ski, they want to go and deep dive into the sea, they want to go to the space. So a challenge is always calling us out. As you recognize this whole pattern, something else happens, that it is this combination of your humility and this challenge which always calls you out, that you see a design in nature. And the journey from your outward journey starts turning inward. I think those who turn inward to understand where this capability comes from, what does this humility do to them, they start seeing an alignment with nature. So every species and every member of a species is endowed differently by a challenge and by a capability. That's easy to see, right? The birds or the animals or the plants, they have their defense system and they have their growth system. When you understand this uniqueness, you start automatically, this inward journey gives you clarity. And you start saying, oh, this is what I'm very good at. So when you find something that doesn't tire you, you think you're closer to your purpose. And that purpose will align you. I can madly pursue somebody. I can madly pursue riches. It is not aligned because it is all about myself. When you see an alignment, that this, we have this interesting story of a man who lost his wife because he could not take her to the hospital in due time because there was no road. He bore through a hill all by himself so that there could be a shorter path and people could reach medical facilities quickly. This is a story from Bihar. This gives you a sense of purpose. So you make that huge effort, but it benefits the rest also. So this combination of being useful to the community, yet having a great sense of fulfillment and achievement, I think that is purpose. So you can have an objective, which is selfish objective, that I'll achieve so much glory or I'll be so rich, etc. That's not purpose, that's an objective. Purpose is this great alignment and that tireless effort without worrying too much about how far you will go. It adds the last element of a purposeful person. It is to excel. So even if I made one painting which is acclaimed by the world, I want to make something better. And only those who do not get tired will pursue excellence. Otherwise, they say, I tried, it is very hard, or this is good enough, I give up. So I think this is the combination, the inward journey, understanding the pattern of nature, finding something which which aligns you with others, and it's a beautiful life after that.
Interesting. So I think you made it quite easy, though you said that it took some time for you to kind of reach to this particular alignment. One of the things that we did, one of the student groups did was, they created a small game around the Flame Purpose Summit. And one of the questions that they asked students was that, do you know your purpose or do you not know your purpose? And one of the, the most chosen answer was, we don't know the purpose. Can you help us, how this alignment can be made, especially to the young students and the youngsters watching this? How do we reach this space and get that true calling, be in synergy, and take all these small aspects of success as, excellence, but can we really find the purpose? Give us a few of your thoughts on that and some tips for us.
So I want to say two sets of things. One is, what causes the difficulty in finding purpose. Firstly, the boons of nature, air, water, free, parents, community, love, supporting institutions, they all come free by and large. All the beautiful things in life come free. And they also come easily. Free is the easiest way of doing it. And that's why the whole controversy. If WhatsApp is such a easy, and I'm sorry I mentioned the name, but social media messaging, etc., are so such wonderful platforms, why are they free? Because free makes you soft in the mind and we get tempted by it. So free is very easy. Now, easy is different from effort. So that's the first reason. Second, we grow up learning how to copy. We learn to walk, talk, do so many things only by copying others. And therefore, the world is full of mediocrity. It's easy to copy mediocre people, to unionize in that sense. Oh, no one is trying. No, you can't try harder than this. Look, there's so many problems. And it goes on at all levels. Successful, so-called successful businessmen, academics, that we get tempted by the crowd of this, mediocre behavior. The third thing is a sense of entitlement. Because, we have got this love expression and the consumerism. Consumerism, that means, oh, I will give it to you instantly. I will give it the way you want, with this sauce and that sauce and purple sauce and green sauce, whatever you want. I start feeling entitled. And therefore, I can't take failure because, this must happen my way. And this is the path that takes people away from purpose. Oh, I tried very hard and it is not happening. And then I join the crowd. When you have this combination through stumbles and falls, about that, look, I got challenges. There is no life where there will not be any challenges. But I also got this capability. It does something remarkable. So the first is there's observation that nature has given you, capability and challenge. Second is gratitude. Oh, I've got so many capabilities. I've got so many blessings. I've got so much support. And this starts an inward journey. I think this inward journey, there is no purpose that one can talk about for everybody. But this inward journey is the main path to discovering one's purpose. And it will happen. When the time is right, it will just pop up. You say, well, this is what I want to do. So this humility, confidence, effort, and inward journey, gratitude, these are the things that have, and I'll give you one of the most inspiring stories. What happens with purpose? This is a story of Martin Luther, the man who changed the history of the world. Martin Luther was executed by the church almost 500 years ago to the date in April 1521. He stood before what was called the Diet of Worms. He was being tried for, standing up against the church and selling indulgences and other practices. So his last two lines of that famous speech, he said, so I must listen to my conscience because it would be dishonest and unsafe not to do so. You will reach a point where you must listen to your conscience. Then he goes on to say, I stand here as I must because there is no otherwise path. God help me. All those three elements will happen. You will stand firmly for the purpose. You will feel so strongly about something. It will become so clear that there is no otherwise. And you will feel you are helped by God. So Martin Luther, even had he lived on, that was not important. His death created a great achievement and he died happily. So that's what purpose does. So I think this inward journey, that conviction is, I must listen to my conscience. and more is risky to do so. Most people achieve success, but they're unhappy inside because they have not taken the risk which their heart and conscience is calling out to, as with Martin Luther or Subhash Bose are all, I mean, the students are fantastic at it. They know more people than I do. So I think that's the journey, Professor.
From this, I think it comes to a couple of questions for me. Let me take the first one. So you mentioned about the ingredients and the path through inward journey to identify that one calling where you're getting your purpose. But while you had this journey for yourself, or, you know, as a guide, have seen these journeys for others, has it been this one purpose, or is it that the calling changes maybe based on age, time, life situation? Or is it that there is that, you know, that one light towards which you're walking? So when you did find this purpose, how did it happen, and can that be different? Is it simple one, or it's many different purposes at different points of time?
Very good question. It's a direction. You say, oh, not this, towards this. Nobody, it's not that, you know, like a question paper in exam, there's a standard answer. There is no standard purpose. It will not come couched in 12 words. You will get a sense of direction. And life is ever changing. So it's shape and form of the challenge before you that entices you, that inspires you, that will keep changing in a certain manner. Say, for example, someone who gets onto the path of service. One day he's serving his neighborhood. Then he's serving his whole village, or, you know, a larger area. Then he's serving the whole nation. He's serving. The attitude to serve becomes important. Then, you know, I'm serving 1 today, 10 tomorrow, 20 tomorrow, and back to serving 1. It doesn't matter. That's how the purpose will work. It'll give you a direction, and you will get that sense that not otherwise. Nothing else, you know, attracts you anymore. So that kind of focus is not a forced focus on one subject, etc. It becomes a natural focus. And, you know, I mean, from time to time, you keep doing other things. If there are more important duties, you'll discharge those duties, but your mind has no struggle. Mind has no confusion. That's how purpose works. So, for example, if we started Flame with liberal education, and liberal education was to serve a cause, because in India, we didn't have that many liberal arts institutions. As we understood the students better, the students in 2021 are not the same students as in when we started 12, 13 years ago. So it's a dynamic process, but we continue to focus on, you know, producing, you know, the best leaders for the community, and that best leaders, what goes into that leadership keeps changing, if, you know, that example clarifies.
Interesting. This, you know, when we looked at taking the example of maybe, you know, serving as, and like you said, it's kind of the direction or the path to walk. Have there been instances where, you know, you were struck with a challenge which, you know, which required you to not walk that path? So you found a purpose, but there is a life situation which might be in your professional life or in any other part where this alignment was not there. How do you tackle it? And I am assuming that those kind of situations do come to us, though we know the longer or the larger one, but these shorter ones are the ones when we find it very difficult to take those calls. How to do that?
So you remain human. That you say, well, this is not what I like to do. And your conscience calls out, don't do it, you don't do it. We have had many situations of that kind in our life, in our career. And there are times when you made a compromise, you're very unhappy about it, and you come out of it as soon as possible. And there are times when you are able to take a stand and say no, and you don't fear that much. You say, whatever be the consequences, things will be all right. But that's when, you know, Professor, that last word of Martin Luther should, God help me. 9 out of 10 times, 99 out of 100 times, the moment you choose a path, the vista starts becoming clearer. You see many things that you do not when your mind is clouded. So once you decide on a course, you have this internal reconciliation, your ability to deal with the, you know, unpleasant results that you feared, that ability comes up. And sometimes magically, it's not magic because, you know, until you walk on the spiritual path, you won't realize this, that how when you change, the world changes. Someone was insisting on something. The moment you take a stand and explain your stand, the other person also starts seeing it. It happens all the time. So it's much easier than people think.
So when I, earlier held on to, I said that there are two questions, and the second question
Say,
was,
for
something which
example,
came along.
we had this.
Okay, please go ahead.
Rather, I mean, I don't think it was extraordinary for us to do it, but we were in underwriting business. We were in an investment bank, and people trusted us that, look, if we went to NAM Securities and Vallabh Bansali and Nimisha and all, they will see us through. Now, if the climate changes, you don't expect your pilot to crash if the climate changes, if the weather changes, isn't it? So, we said that, look, it is our duty, howsoever, to fulfill the expectation, aspiration of our clients. And whether it was a small company or it was somebody like Infosys. So you stand by that. And people, not everyone stood like that, because it is easy to give excuses. This has happened, that has happened, this is unforeseen. When I made the contract, therefore you go. Some people say, no, unforeseen, dealing with unforeseen is my capability. And then you build an institution like Infosys in the process. So these are the challenges that you overcome. Not every company will become Infosys, but you don't choose. So I think once you make it a habit, it becomes pretty easy. Those struggles are not as until you start walking the path with clarity.
With Infosys, I heard one of your talks where you mentioned, that Narayana Murthy said or defined goal in a very interesting way, or success, that, when that respect is there. Respect was the term that you had used. And I wanted to know, when you're working with maybe a Narayana Murthy and your values align, it's fine. But what happens maybe when you're working with a player where your values don't align? But you did mention that one of the value that you're looking for is also the duty to the client. So is it that we kind of, move out because there is that synergy is not there? Or we hold on to the other value and say that we'll do the best for the client?
So when you have a contract, whether written or unwritten, when you had created a trust, you got to fulfill your trust. You can't change halfway. No, you are not a good person, that I will walk away, etc. But if it is a relationship, you have the choice, and you must walk away from people who you think, do not agree, do not align with your value system. Can you do that immediately? Just pull the plug? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. And then you take it as nature's design that, well, look, it's like a train journey. I cannot get down until the next station comes. You wait for the next station, and that's fine. You remain equanimous, you remain stoic about it, and you go through it. Life is too complex. Just simply because somebody's values don't agree with you, it doesn't mean he cannot change or she cannot change. Something else may not change. So this equanimity and peace within you enable you to deal with these incongruous kind of situations. And we have had many of them. Sometimes you suffer. So you are happy with that price, yes.
Yeah. I was wondering that, can you share, one of the questions that came along from the audience was also that, that you had a very different view and unpopular opinion maybe. And how did it, can you share a few examples of how did it kind of turn around? And maybe that worked out for you, or it didn't work out for you, but something that we could kind of make it more real and relate, we can relate with that, as I think most of us go through it as well on a daily basis.
Sure, in the context of the markets, when the markets are bullish, you may be very bearish. And since I was the face of the company, I had to take that stand that I don't agree with it. We declined offerings, that were very popular, and they came to us with a lot of pressure that, look, you must help us or join this effort. And we would say we would not join that effort. Doesn't matter how big people are. And I wanted to share a story with you, and I can't mention the names.
Sure.
But so we were very passionate about working for the country. So, I remember having talked to at least 2 finance ministers that when it'll come to doing something for a government company, we are ready to do it free also, because this is what will create so much value for the whole country. And then as PSUs, started coming to market more regularly, there were a lot of other people trying to do that, and doing that work was not pleasant anymore. So we stopped working on that.
Okay.
The chairman of one of the most powerful and successful PSUs one day landed up in my office without notice, 5 minutes notice. Somebody called that, no, XYZ is coming to your office. I was most surprised. So I remember I was very reluctant. I made him sit in a small conference room, irrespective of how big he was, because I was very reluctant. He came without. He said, "आप ऐसे कैसे बोल सकते हैं हमारा IQ handle नहीं करेंगे?" So you have that kind of pressure also come right onto you, but you stick to your guns. And you're pleasant, you're respectful, you explain your stand. It happens. Nothing happens. If you are respectful, the question is, because someone doesn't agree with you, you should not become disrespectful, because people change. If you are always respectful of others, even while you disagree with their path, you will be fine. If you become arrogant, "Oh, you idiot, you have no values, etc., that's a bad approach. You must always discount this, that look, somebody may change. Somebody may have some circumstances why the person is like that. So having that compassion, that empathy, and that humility makes things a lot easier.
Interesting. You would want to kind of build on, you had mentioned about the willingness and the want to work for the nation. I want you to take us through the journeys with Detachment Sahyog Foundation and with Satya Vigyan Foundation. How do these participate in the nation development? We'll be keen to look into that now.
Detachment recognized one historical development. That democracy, particularly of the kind that we practice, we had ancient democracy in this country, which was dharma democracy. That, dharma decided the rules. The rules were that which were nature's law, and they were kind of elaborated on by our scriptures, by saints, giving you easy ways of dealing with it. Instead of that, today we have lawmakers made constitution, etc. Sure. So a very eloquent, but not necessarily accurate definition of democracy came to be: of the people, by the people, for the people. But we know democracies all over the world, or in most places, are not for all the people. It's not by all the people. There are so many difficulties. But we have created power channels. Those who understand that, well, this is not a properly functioning mechanism, they will take this, advantage of it, an undue advantage of it. And it creates an incongruity. Detachment works on making our democracy more functional and spreading this awareness and encouraging people that, citizens will remain sitting ducks, or they have to depend on good luck, that there will be somebody, some good leader who will be inclusive, who will support you, who will be honest, and so on, hardworking. Otherwise, it will not work the way it is. So the citizens must learn to become actizens, and we define actizen as alert, informed, and active citizens. They are actizens. So Detachment works primarily to spread this message. We work with schools primarily and encouraging students. So we conduct various involvement engagement programs with them. Satya Vigyan Foundation, again, recognizes that Satya is just not a moral value. It's much more than a moral value. It is the tool, which is like a gravity. You must return to the gravity, it doesn't matter what you do. So either you crash into the gravity after all your misdemeanors, or you align with the gravity and you build a fantastic fortress on it, because it will be supported. So it gives you peace, it gives you clarity, it gives you the drive to excellence. So how to look at truth in a more practical manner is the objective of Satya Vigyan Foundation. And also those who are on the spiritual path, unless your spirituality is based on reality of nature, you will walk away from it. So we have developed some very, very good programs on what we call Samyak Darshan, or looking at the reality as it is, not in my scripture or some sectarian view, but to discover the reality as it is. As Newton discovered, oh, there is gravity, apple falls. It's not a Christian apple, it's not a Jain apple, it's not a Buddhist apple. So how did the apple really fall in nature? Once your spiritual path is based on that, that's truth. And so we do spiritual programs and we do practical programs. And so the Truth Talks is one of the initiatives. where we bring in people from all walks of life and we inspire people that how you can meet the challenges because of a soft-headedness of, falsehood. Instead of that, how you start getting convinced and how they lived a life of integrity, facing these challenges and come out successfully, be happy and be respected, most importantly. Being respected is very different from being successful. So they were successful and respected. So those are some of the initiatives that we do under both. Of course, we continue to do other support programs. We have a big involvement in Corona and other causes as they come, but that's okay. That's, I think, many people doing. But this citizenship focus, not many people are doing.
Interesting. In this, the question with Satya, and you said that it's a powerful tool which allows us to be in peace with what we are doing. Is Satya again, maybe relative? Is there that one universal truth, or is it just, the context gives different truth to people? So what is this tool trying to do? Is it to reach that Satya, or maybe there is one Satya? I would want your view on that.
See, truth, Sat, that means what exists. Truth is what does not change. I slapped you with a certain objective, which is different from the fact of I slapped you. So if I say I didn't slap you, I try to teach you a lesson, then I start altering the reality. So you say I slapped you for a purpose. Maybe I slapped you harder than I intended, etc. is a different version. So I say he slapped me very hard. And so I think what we call, there is an objective truth and there is an aspect of truth or subjective truth. Subjective truth will always change. So, a martyr for one group is a criminal for another group. But the fact that somebody sacrificed one's life is truth. So we say truth is that which cannot change. There's only one truth. And then, how it is to be. So when I try and impose my truth on you, all these other struggles start. So we say truth is primarily to do with yourself and not with others. It's not about preaching others that you be truthful. We're saying, experiment with truth. You be truthful to yourself. And that's how, the three elements very beautifully defined by Mr. Murthy, Narayan Murthy, that honesty in what you express, transparency is in what you do, and integrity is how you live. All the three aspects of truth will start happening. And when we'll come to integrity, then the question of, what you're saying in absolute truth or a relative truth, etc. will arise. And in that, a path of integrity, then you make room for others. That maybe what I see is not what others see. So how do I deal with it? So you develop this system of empathy, of transparency, of making empathy, and then you make, you're ready to make a sacrifice. That look, I say this is how it should happen. The other person does not agree with it. So I will get out of the partnership. It's okay. I will be less rich. I'll be less famous, but that's okay. So you don't try and impose your truth, but you remain honest to your truth. Like Martin Luther, he says, I'll die. That's okay. You don't accept my truth. That's fine. I expressed it, but that's fine. So that's what the path of truth is.
So I want to kind of, just take it further on the objective truths. Maybe certain things are objective truths too, but relative. Like an example which we had, in one of the earlier conversations, that maybe someone is on a train. For the truth for that person is that the person is stationary because the person is standing on the train, not moving at all. Maybe someone is outside the train. The truth for that person is that this person is moving because he sees the person from the window or the door of the train and the train is actually moving. Now, this is objective truth too, which varies. So at times, the yearning for the one or the universal truth, makes me wonder that does that even exist?
So Satya Vigyan Foundation tries to keep away from these kind of controversies. We say if you're in the station and you think that the train is moving, this is what you exactly think, say that. Don't say something else.
Okay.
But to feel one way and then to say something because all others are saying that, that's walking away from truth. So which is a self-discovery path. Truth is a self-discovery path. So remaining truthful to oneself is the path that we talk about. in which I make a mistake. I thought it was like that, but I honestly admit I was wrong. And then it doesn't matter whether it is what I say now is popular or not popular. That doesn't matter. You want to remain truthful to yourself. So often when we talk about this truthfulness, etc., people point out, but the guy that you brought, he told a lie that time. They're obsessed with what others are doing, not obsessed with what they are doing. And we are all talking that if you want to experience peace, you want to enjoy people's trust, you want premium pricing, you have to be, unless you are trustworthy, you'll never get a premium price. It's a matter of time that people will discover and they'll junk you, forget premium pricing. If you want that respect, when I say premium pricing is everything. It is not only pricing, but that spatial relationship. You have to be trustworthy. You have to be trustworthy. You have to be honest to what you're saying. People understand all the differences, etc. It is not imposing your view, imposing your truth on others at all. What I say, I do. So this Guruji Goenkaji has this beautiful line. He says, Kathani karani ekasi, bahar bhitar ekaras, saral sach vyavahar, Kathani karani ekasi, yahi dharam ko sar. What I say, I do. What I do is what I say. That's truthful.
Interesting. So I think there's another part of the conversation that, maybe I would kind of take further from the idea of premium pricing. When and if I kind of look at it from the perspective of brands, many a time you're right that the brand is about the trust, but the brand is also about many a times selling things or selling values. I'm not really talking about the value as life values, but from the consumer, the value that the person is finding in the product, where the value does not exist. So we are many times charging premium for actually selling success or confidence or beauty. And that's what people are buying, let's say a particular brand for. So how does it kind of fit in this idea of truth?
So these are all what we call gray paths. That, if I know that my product will look good on a particular actress or a heroine or a model and not look good on everybody, but I'll promote my product with my model and I will not claim that it will look good on you. Then I let the other person misjudge that, oh, it has to look good on me also. So that is clever. But there are products who will not do that too. They'll say, this is how my product works. So when I deal with beauty, when I deal with all this perception business, it is inevitable that I will, if I promote very hard, I will sell misperceptions. So I say, I never told you, but you believed on your own, but I took you right. I will keep pushing you until you believe in that manner. That's the success for them. So there are people who follow very high standards. There are people who will not follow very high standards. And that's the challenge of the Purpose Summit or, Satya Vigyan Foundation. So we say, all right, the world will be what it will be, but let's do what we can. Can we be the example? First for ourselves and our happiness, and if it spreads some light around us, good. That's it. We have no pretenses that, oh, we will be able to spread the light all around and make everyone truthful. No, we have no such ambition. We have no such delusion.
And is it more that, more of the life is on the gray part then? Because what you said as the gray part, is that kind of more on a daily basis that we are existing with, or that's less and the alignment is more? How does it kind of work out? And along with this, I would want you to lead us with Vipassana meditation and also help us, how I think, I have heard in one of your other conversations earlier that has helped you. So, I would like you to kind of help us, and give your views on these two.
Sure. So, I think the whole journey with philosophy and spirituality has had a deep influence on whatever I did, and Vipassana is no exception. Vipassana, what simply means to see the reality as it is. V means a spatial, Passana is to understand or to see in an understanding manner. So in Indian scriptures, it's called Jnana Chakshu, that Vimudhananu Pashyanti, Pashyanti Jnana Chakshu, etc. That when you learn to see with insight, that's when you really see. And so Vipassana is about that. So you constantly, Vipassana begins not by seeing the world, but seeing yourself constantly. Oh, anger is arising in me and this is reality. Now to make my anger a result of what is happening outside is not right, because sometimes I don't get angry, sometimes I get angry. Once I recognize that, I start becoming wiser. Oh, anger is in me and it is triggered very easily. Once I come to know that, oh, my anger is triggered, I learn to relax. I learn to see otherwise, then I don't emphasize the cause. So some people smile even, and while some person will get very angry. So that's how Vipassana helps. And that's how you see that, look, oh, the whole world is like that. That when winter comes, right? If I ask your participants or our participants, tell me which is the right season in a year. Is it winter? Is it summer? It is autumn, or it is rain? Is there a right season? No, seasons change. If I don't like a particular season, it becomes wrong. So I start recognizing that, oh, nothing is wrong in the world. The world keeps changing, situations keep changing like a kaleidoscope. I learn to remain steadfast, to see what is changing outside, what is changing inside. And that applies in all situations, whether I'm discharging so-called duty, whether I'm being myself, whether I'm just thinking. In all situations, you understand what is not changing, what is changing. And that's the path of Vipassana. That's the path of purposeful life also.
Interesting. I'll just move on to some of the questions that we are getting from the participants, and I would want to share with the participants that they can ask us questions in the chat board, as well as hashtag Flame Purpose Summit to be on any of the platforms, and we would be able to take your questions and share it with our speakers of the day. So one of the questions that has come along is, can you share with us if there were days when you did not feel connected with yourself, your purpose, and how did you tackle it?
Hundreds of them. You understand, you admit that today, I'm off my rocker, that I'm not able to find my peace because something has taken hold of my mind, right? So either fear or expectation or anxiety, anger, and then your peace is disturbed. So acceptance, that humility to accept, oh, things are not as I would like, that acceptance opens all doors. So that's the humility confidence part. The moment you are humble, you're grateful, nature loves it. Nature will start showing you a path. So it happens all the time, all the time. But your recovery time is faster and faster. That's what changes as you move forward.
Right. So you go down, but you know that you go down, and then you can recover or pull back faster via these. I think, go ahead, please. Okay. So let me kind of take the next question from the audience here. I think there are quite a few. Before that, can I, go to one question which I've been wanting to ask, but a couple of times it, went off. Or a few times. What is God, and what is your relationship with God? It'll be interesting for us to kind of, and I completely understand, like you've been saying, but you've been so open, so I'm asking you as well, to understand this personal relationships, and everyone has a different, many of our participants in different age groups and so on. So can you just, spend a few minutes on that part?
So God to me is nature.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Nature is God.
Okay. Interesting.
And so Kabir had this beautiful sense, Jab jaisa tab vaisa re. So since nature is changing all the time, it comes in different forms. So we know that do unto others as you would want them to do unto you is not a precept in the books. You discover it yourself. That when I smile, the world smiles. Generally, isn't it? When I'm being nice to people, people be nice to me. This is what nature is. This is what God is. So I think it's just that when I become angry, I become miserable. Now I don't need to read a book to find this out. That when I want to help others, once you help, okay, everybody has this experience, that do you have a feeling better than the one that you get when you help others lovingly? Ask yourself.
Interesting.
So that's how God speaks. And that's God for me.
Interesting.
So while, there are people who we address as God, in India we have had many extraordinary people, but Bhagavan in that sense is someone who achieved a great status of, having overcome so many difficulties in India, particularly of Buddha and Mahavir and in that tradition, that they were born as humans, but who achieved that great status. Even in Hindu tradition, we have a God who is as vulnerable, who is as, the laws of karma apply to that person as much as they apply to anyone else. There is no divine power. If Krishna must also suffer, Shankar must also suffer if they do something which is not in keeping with the law of nature. It's so wonderful. So law of nature is gone.
Interesting. So in our audience questions, we have a couple of, market related questions, but I'll kind of pull them all together and try and understand your view on what's really happening. Is there this inconsistency of something which the market is showing us, the index is showing us, to what the reality of the market is that we see around us? So I'm just trying to connect both the audience questions. It's not exactly, what do you think, where will it hit next? But can we kind of have a view on this?
It's a very difficult question. I'll try. Because the evolution of market and our own evolution in understanding it is not according to the laid down path. So people don't understand. Somebody says, I made so much money, and that's very intoxicating, and that's the interest in market. Or somebody gives up some phony number of so much wealth created and destroyed. That's not how it works. So, which is, what we call popular legend, and we can't do anything about it. But let's understand what a market is supposed to be. If you understand two aspects of market, maybe things will be easier. Market is a discounting mechanism. It sees ahead. Life is all about ahead. Life is not about the day that went away. It's all about the future. Market is all about the future. So maybe based on the past performance, it makes a future projection, but it is always about the future. Since it's about the future, it looks at the future in advance and tries to deal with it today.
Okay.
So whatever you see in newspaper, quarterly results will come 3 months later. The market has discounted it and moved on. That's one part of the market. And therefore, when you're seeing market is 50,000 ground reality, that means the market is saying, we think in time to come, this will be very good in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, etc., etc. The second part is that the market is a very liquid phenomenon. I can buy and sell very quickly, which means fear and greed set in a big way. I buy more, or I sell all. So the fear and greed of people, backed by the power that they have. I'm a big institution, I sell, I move the market. I buy it, I move the market. I'm a small guy, nothing happens. And therefore, this combination of fear and greed backed by the power that are behind it, and the discounting mechanism change the market every day. So when you look at reality, reality will generally be far behind. Sometimes because it is market is not a perfect, it's not an alternate, it's not what we call a perfect machine, it's an imperfect machine. The overdose of fear or greed will make it look very different. And that's what creates the opportunity. That due to somebody's fear, the market is looking differently, prices are different, it's an opportunity, and vice versa. So in market, one's rule is very useful. It's never as bad as you think, and it's never as good as it is made out. So today people make out it's very, very good. 6 months back, people made out it's very, very bad. It was neither that bad. It may not be as good as it, people or the newspapers and media start making it.
Interesting. As the time comes to a close, I'll just take a couple more questions from the audience and we'll move along. The first question is, while we talk about selling and products on one hand, Vipassana talks about detachment. And as a practitioner of Vipassana meditation, how do we balance both wanting things and wanting to be free of wanting itself? I think it's an interesting question.
You see, Vipassana is an experiential path. It's not an intellectual path. So typically we say, 10% intellectual, 90% experience. And they don't tell you what to experience. They only give you a path that, okay, do this, focus, try and go within. This is a tool. And then the tool becomes useless. That journey within becomes experience. You experience the reality as it manifests in you every minute, and then you see your alignment with the universe, right? So they look at this alignment is a beautiful thing. So
okay,
would you be able to breathe unless there was an arrangement that there was a supply of oxygen somewhere. Right?
True.
How much soever I want to breathe oxygen, unless there's a supply, there's some arrangement for you. So Vipassana is to see what is around, what's happening in an objective manner. So that detachment is actually objectivity. Then you are in a situation, you have to make a living. To make a living, you have to do something. So when it is said be detached, it means that you make your plans, you have goals, but you are not attached to the outcome. If something goes wrong, you don't go off your rocker, you don't lose your balance. You say, well, things have not worked out the way it is. Things work out, then also you don't go crazy. Things don't work out, then also you don't get too depressed. So that detachment has to be understood as objectivity and seeing the fatality or the futility of getting too attached to anything. So it's not like running away from anything. It is being there and yet be happy. You do not control the outcomes, not that you don't attempt to make those outcomes.
Now we'll come to the last question, sir, which is a bit off, but it is interesting. What is the purpose of organization? And giving us examples from the organizations that you have built and organizations that you are investing in. What is the purpose? Is it profit, growth, consumers, shareholder, or is it beyond? Or does the organization only exist for certain stakeholders?
No organization can work for only one set of stakeholders. It's not possible. So just as nature will let tree take roots, absorb a lot of moisture, but it must also give out moisture from leaves and so on and so forth. In a desert, it will create a mechanism where the roots will go very deep and it will not give out that moisture that easily. So it is a mechanism. And so a company that just becomes self-obsessed, sooner or later comes to be hated by the consumers, by the regulators. So I will always have a primary stakeholder and I will have secondary stakeholders, and I'll keep that in the interest of all of them always balanced. So paying taxes is, looking at people I don't have direct connection with. Keeping my relationship with the government that provides me security and so many other things. So when I become self-serving, I don't see the stakeholders, I don't see the contributors. Good organizations, they look at all the aspects and they're happy to work for all. You have to work for all sooner or later. If any organization or any individual forgets others, you will be in trouble. So whether when we invest in organizations, we look for the same values. Are you just trying to do everything for yourself or for your shareholders? It won't work. And if it did work for your shareholders and you work for everyone else, when you've forgotten your primary shareholder, nobody will invest in you. So it's rather, that prudence comes to you if you don't, you learn that experiential path. And there are many, many fine examples in the world to learn from. So I think use the libraries, go and read about the great people and do nothing else in life, that's okay. Don't take any degree course. Just read about all the great people in the world. Mahajano yena gata sa panta, as the Mahabharata, every page says, find out who the great people were and try and walk on their path. Everything will come to you.
I think on that note, we will take this particular session, and we have next session guests waiting. This has been a wonderful journey of discussion for the last 1 hour with you, sir. And I think there are a lot of takeaways, including the alignment and not just where we are looking at it from the personal perspective and how we work, also with our relationships, and finally for organizations. And it was interesting to kind of see that I think the same thing coming again and again, which gives most of us a route for us to be able to walk on some of these paths and take and focus on those experiences as we have them on a daily basis. I really thank you for taking a lot of time for us and interacting on a very different topic, but I know a topic which is close to you and a topic which we wanted to hear from you as well. Thank you so much, Vallabh sir. With this,
thank you very much. Being with you, and you were very kind. So it's been a wonderful morning for me. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our participants, stay tuned for the next session with Mr. Montek Singh Aluwalia and Professor Jasleen Bawa. We'll be back soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am with Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia. Such a well-known and senior person needs no introduction, but I will still take this opportunity to introduce him formally. Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia was the Deputy Chairman of India's Planning Commission during 2004 to 2014. He also played a pivotal role in a small team of economists under the then Finance Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh Ji. This team was in charge of drafting India's far-reaching economic liberalization program between 1991 to 1996. He's an Oxford-trained economist and started his career as the youngest division chief at World Bank when he was just 28 years old. Dr. Montek Singh went on to become the architect of India's 11th and 12th five-year plans and could also witness the economy's deep issues during the tumultuous years of 2009 to 2014. When global economic crisis derailed the Indian economy and caused the NPA crisis, which continues to this day. Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia is a recipient of Padma Vibhushan. He is also the author of Backstage, the story behind India's high growth years. Good afternoon, sir. It's an honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Flame Purpose Summit. Since the theme of this summit is purpose and your journey has been very inspiring, I would like to start this conversation with how did you find the purpose of your life and how students from this generation can find their purpose or calling? Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jasleen Ji, for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to join you in this session at Flame. You've asked a very difficult first question, and that is the purpose of one's life. You know, even at my age, and I'm now 77, you should keep asking that question: what is the purpose? And I think the purpose changes over time. But let me rephrase it in a way that might be more relevant, perhaps, to the younger audience, which is really, how do you decide what to do? Because in one sense, the purpose of your life is what you should be following. And I want to make 3 or 4 points. One, I was very lucky because I really wanted to be an economist and to have some impact on policy. And I think on the whole, I've been very lucky. I was given lots of opportunities, and I don't think I'd want to do it any differently. But your world is actually going to be a very exciting world. I mean, remember, when I started working, the Indian economy was growing at a very, very slow pace. And a slow pace means a very slow rate of structural change. For example, if the economy is going at 3.5% or something like that, and the population is growing at about 2%, then the per capita income of the country is only growing at 1.5% or something like that. And at 1.5%, it takes approximately 35 years to double per capita income. And structural change in a society comes when per capita income doubles, not total income. I mean, for example, you could have double the population and double the income and exactly the same per capita income. The second society would not be structurally different from the first. It's when per capita income goes up that structural change takes place. And when I entered the labor market, you might say, we were a very slow growing economy, and the doubling was something that at best would have taken place in 35 years. You're currently going through a very sharp contraction, but I don't think that is the future of India. Taking a longer time horizon, we have grown at 7.5% over 10 years, little more than that, during the UPA regime. And hopefully, when we get over this COVID crisis, we should get back to something like 7.5% growth rate. Now, population growth has also slowed down. So population is now growing little over 1% at most, or about 1%. So essentially, 6.5% really means per capita growth really means that per capita income will double in something of the order of 9 or 10 years. So, you are going to face structural change, which is roughly 3.5 times faster than my generation. And this has a lot of implications for how you conduct your life, because the economy that you go through will be subjected to faster change. And I think your own options are going to be wider, and therefore you'll have much more flexibility. Whereas my generation sort of assumed that we would think of what we want to do and go into one job and stay there forever and so on. Your generation is not going to do that, because first of all, many of the jobs that exist today are just not going to exist 20 years later. You're going to find a faster changing economy with many, many more opportunities. So I think you need to be mentally ready for that, and define your purpose in broader terms than just one particular job. Because in all probability, every 4 or 5 years, you'll probably change your job. And I think one consequence of this also, by the way, is that, unlike in my generation where experience was greatly valued, I think in your generation, innovation and inventiveness rather than experience is going to be valued. The reason for that is quite simple. If technology is not changing, experience is everything. But if technology is changing rapidly, experience is actually a disadvantage. So I frequently tell younger people who come to me asking for advice. I mean, they think I've been sort of successful in what I wanted to do, and they think maybe I can give them good advice. And the first advice I give is, don't take advice from people of my age, because quite honestly, we don't know very much about the kind of world you face. And of course, that also implies that unless your parents are giving you similar access to flexible options, I fear that they're doing the best for you and they care more for you than probably anyone else does. But I'm not necessarily sure that the advice they give, unless it's advice on values, is going to be all that relevant in terms of what you decide to do. So it's a very confusing answer, but I think the bottom line is you do need a purpose. You cannot just have a mechanical approach. This is what I want to do. But please keep in mind that as far as possible, the purpose should be at a higher level of values and not so much, this is the job I want to do. That part is also essential, but once you're clear about the values, that will come. Don't know if this helps, but that's I think what I would like to say on this subject.
Sure, sir. It's really wonderful and inspiring words for the students. And I would like to now shift gear. You just mentioned about contraction in the economy. So one question that is looming on everybody's mind, do you expect a V-shaped recovery in the economy?
Well, I think all the guys who make predictions have many different alphabets to choose from. There's the V-shaped, sharp decline, sharp increase. There's W-shaped, sharp decline, bit of an increase, decline again, then up. L-shaped, which is a big decline and completely flat. Then a kind of a very wide U-shaped. I think I would choose the alphabet K, because the alphabet K kind of has two arms, one going up and one sort of going down. And I think we're in a mixed position right now. I mean, I've said this on many different occasions, so let me be very precise. Number one, the economy is certainly recovering. I have no doubt about that. We had jumped off a cliff in the first quarter of March, the first quarter of this financial year, because of the lockdown, which was necessitated by the pandemic. the economy tanked. The economy is now climbing back. So if you say, is there a recovery? Yes, there is a recovery. We haven't stayed down and flattened. We are recovering. Is this a V-shaped recovery? That means, is it quickly going back to normal? Now, that depends on what you think is quick. I think it's a gradual recovery, but it's certainly a recovery. However, different sectors have been hit differently. So if you look at one concept of sectors, which is production sectors, it's quite clear that manufacturing is kind of recovering. It hasn't got back to where it was in the year 2019-20, but it's coming back to it very close, with one or two maybe showing a little bit higher growth. Many of what are called the contact industries, where you meet people and you interact with them, they are in deep trouble. Now, I have in mind, for example, hotels, restaurants, air travel, even train travel, bus travel, tourism, retail shopping in malls, etc. That is really going to take some time before it gets back, because, particularly since digitalization is giving people the option of doing things offline. Now, I realize this is only for the top 10% or so, but still, they were the ones that were driving a lot of the business on malls and so on. I think these sectors are badly hit and will continue to be badly hit. The other, for a while, small scale industries have been badly hit and they will take some time to recover. I think the employment situation is bad in the sense that the data that we have from the CMIE shows that there was a huge increase in unemployment in March, April. That declined again, and somewhere around September, the unemployment rate as measured by this index came back to pre-COVID levels, but the difference was that the participation rate had dropped. So unemployment is usually a percentage of those seeking work. But if the participation rate has dropped, so some people are just not seeking work, then you might say the employment rate as a percent of the working age population has gone down, even though the unemployment rate amongst those seeking jobs may have come back to normal. And the other side of that picture is that in December, even that rate has gone up. So things don't look good on the employment front. Behind the aggregate numbers is again a sectoral difference. Rural employment seems to have increased and urban employment has gone down. Most of the decline in urban employment is not formal employment, but informal employment. This could be people employed in the small scale sector who have not actually, the sector hasn't recovered. It could also be the contract labor in the formal sector, because the formal sector employs almost half the labor in formal sector is actually contract labor. They're not formally on the books of the company. And companies facing problems have basically shrunk their costs. So you find there's a big improvement in revenues compared to the low point. There's an improvement in revenues, but the improvement in profits is much more than the improvement in revenues, which can only mean that costs have been cut, which is what a sensible firm would do. Because if it was used to thinking of 6-7% growth, and suddenly it finds that it's gone into a contraction, it gets rid of such costs that it can eliminate, and labor contractual costs is amongst the first to go. So that hits employment. So it's a mixed picture, and that's why I say K-shaped recovery. I mean, those in the formal sector who were wondering, does this mean that life is going to be miserable forever? They see lots of signs of hope. But I think there are other sectors where life is still quite miserable and we have to do something about it. Now, obviously, this will improve as and when the economy actually gets back to normal. But at the moment, it's not back to normal. It will do that maybe in the course of the next year.
So continuing on the similar thought, can infrastructure spending help? Because what we have been observing is public sector banks are barely capitalized. They're being infused with 20,000 crores of capital, recapitalization bonds. And with banks kind of remaining out of the equation, will the onus entirely lie on the government to bear the cost for the next set of infrastructure projects to probably boost employment, probably help through enable demand? Because the worry also remains is when the capex cycle is going to start, and by when do we expect to see some kind of traction in this?
That's a very good question. Let me say that, there's no doubt whatsoever for the medium term that the revival of investment in infrastructure is absolutely crucial. Our infrastructure is not up to the mark. In the 12th plan, we had emphasized that we need a big increase in infrastructure investment as a percent of GDP. But because of the problems that arose in the last couple of years of the UPA with growth slowing down and lots of projects getting stuck, we were not able to achieve that. And I don't think that after the change of government in the last 6 years, we've actually achieved very much in terms of infrastructure investment. The desire to increase infrastructure investment is there, but I have not seen the most recent data. And most of our data do not give separate information on infrastructure investment. We had started doing that in the Planning Commission, but I don't think it's been updated. However, while there is a complete agreement across political parties and certainly in the government even, that we need to increase infrastructure investment, and there have been some progress in things like roads, where I think there's been a definite pickup in the rate of implementation. Across the stream, it's actually still rather low. Now, I mean, it's tempting to say that, when the government, the private sector isn't able to do it, the banks are in lousy condition, let the government do infrastructure. I would be very careful on that, because our experience historically with the ability of the government to launch good, efficient, timely infrastructure projects is not very good. So frankly, I think all the arguments that we had raised earlier, that let's get the private sector into it, remain valid. And I think the present government endorses that approach. I mean, they will no doubt say that they will do it better, and that's good luck to them. But there is no resistance to the idea that we must have public-private partnership. Having said that, probably for the next year, that is the year 21-22, it's unlikely that you will get the private sector really willing to move in a big way, partly because the banking system is in as difficult a position as it is. And so therefore next year, maybe there should be a thrust of expenditure on infrastructure from the government. And I would say that areas like roads and railways are the areas where this investment should take place. But it should always be done in an environment where the private sector is also invited. I mean, for example, there are news reports that the government intends to privatize Concor, which is currently a dominantly government-owned organization. That's a very good idea, because I think container traffic needs to respond to market conditions, and I think they should do that, and that will enable Concor to bring in a whole lot of other investors and other capital. But in order to do that, you have to create an environment in which private investors will feel confident that the treatment that Concor will get from the railways in terms of access to track, etc., is reliable. So that's the big challenge. And also, I think when it comes to private sector investment, one of the big problems we have is that in any public-private partnership, the private sector has to be regulated, because this is not like selling mangoes or lemons or something where you can just say, well, go ahead and do what you like. I mean, this is, after all, a public service. You are getting the private sector in. There has to be a regulatory environment so we know what they're going to do. The quality of that regulation has to be, I would say, not pro-business, but it should be efficiency promoting. And I think many private sector people feel that in public-private partnership, once the deal is entered into, there's really no partnership. The government or the public side looks at the private side with extreme suspicion. And I think there's some merit in what they're saying, because, the way we work, if you're both doing something and there are changes which require you to do something differently, and maybe even change the terms on which you entered into the agreement, you need a more supportive approach to modifying these terms. But the trouble is, in our system, anything that looks like being modified in order to help the private guy is essentially viewed as something which you must have had some corruption involved, and it simply doesn't pay the civil service person to actually agree to such a thing. So we need to get out of that. I mean, unless we can get out of that, it's very difficult to get the private sector into the picture. But we have experience that the private sector can work infrastructure. I mean, look, Delhi Airport and Mumbai Airport, there may have been all sorts of disputes, and there were on individual things. But all said and done, they're modern airports, they're working very well, and they're being done by the private sector. And the airport authority for many, many years as a monopoly never did this. So I think there is scope. I believe the government is thinking of privatizing several other airports. It's a good idea. We should do that. Certainly in roads, we should do a lot more. For example, there are existing roads that are tolled. And the tolls could be, so to speak, the right to toll those roads could be sold to bring in capital. And that capital can be used in order to support other infrastructure. So all those things, I think, should be pursued very actively.
Absolutely right, sir, because from what we read also that a lot of suspicion is placed the moment a private player comes in, and there's a triple P that takes in. Moving on to something which we have all witnessed during the COVID-19 pandemic was, you had also mentioned about small industries being hit. MSMEs have been hit very hard. Although they are called the backbone of the Indian economy, the Indian government came up with a lot of measures to resuscitate them and also introduced the emergency credit line guarantee scheme, which has worked fine for a kickstart. But what additional measures should be taken to bring them back to a normal track and ultimately help them become self-reliant?
Well, that's again a very good and difficult question. Let me say that the credit assistance that was given to small-scale industries was a good measure. And I think the RBI deserves to be congratulated for taking an initiative. Because, if the RBI had not taken the initiative, I don't think banks would have recognized the need to be relaxed on credit. But please remember that credit has to be repaid. So while we've given them more credit, the ability of these businesses to repay the credit is going to depend on whether they can become productive when this credit line needs to get repaid. And that is going to depend on two things. One is what happens to the growth rate. For many years, we had a growth rate of 7.6% or so. Certainly, that was the average during the UPA period. In the first 3 years or so of the NDA government under Prime Minister Modi, we had a similar sort of growth rate. It picked up from the low growth at the end of the UPA, and it looked as if we were moving ahead. But then after 2016, that growth rate has dipped again. And before the pandemic, the growth rate of the economy was only 4.2%. So the question is, you have a lot of small-scale industries that have historically got used to growth, let's say at 7% or something like that. What is the growth we're going to have after we recover? Now, there's a lot of debate always going on what do you expect next year? I mean, this year we had a contraction of 7.7%. So I would assume that by next year, we will get back to 2019-20. Okay, and if that's the case, then we'll have a growth rate of 8%. But remember, that 8% will only take us back to what the demand was in 2019-20. So maybe some of this credit stuff helps businesses to survive. But really, the question is, at the end of next year, are we just going to go back to 4.2%? Or are we going to be able to go back to something higher, 6-7% or so? Whether MSMEs do well or not is going to depend crucially on that. Because if that acceleration doesn't happen, many of these will just not be able to repay the credit they've taken. I think there's also another factor which is kind of difficult. You know, everybody says that MSMEs are the backbone of the Indian economy. And you know, when I was in government, some things become slogans. I mean, it's just like, you know, we always pay tribute to the Kisan, you always pay tribute to the Jawan, you always pay tribute to the MSMEs. If you were to ask yourself, does India have a strong MSME sector which is driving the growth of the economy? The answer is no. It's not the fault of the MSMEs. We have not created an environment where these could become strong. Actually, we have a very large number of very small units providing a very low quality of employment. So really what we need in the MSME sector, in order to make it the backbone, is that we need it to become the larger or the more efficient. They don't have to be the larger. The more efficient units among them have to grow much larger than they are. I mean, it's ridiculous to have very large numbers of units employing 10 people. We ought to be having many more units employing between 100 and 500 people. Now, if we were to succeed in that, we would create a strong MSME sector. But the consequence of that would be that the expansion of these units would actually displace a very large number of small units which just would not be able to compete. Now, there are institutional changes taking place which encourage this process. I mean, one of them is obviously digitalization. The other is things like the GST, the use of digital comparison, so you can't escape taxes very easily. These are all good things. But the net result of these good things is that a lot of very small MSMEs will just disappear. That doesn't mean that employment will disappear. The MSMEs that expand will generate employment. But a lot of people who thought they were owning small enterprises will just have to go and become employees of other enterprises. So this is going to be a painful process. And I don't blame politicians for not emphasizing it, because, you know, one of the problems with politics is that when you stand before 1,000 people, you cannot stand before 1,000 people and say that, by the way, the way of life that you've been used to is due to change. Now, we know that India cannot rise from the bottom of the middle income range to the middle of the middle income range without these structural changes. But the problem is that we don't actually know which are the enterprises that are going to benefit. People do not know which are the enterprises that will provide jobs, but they're certainly not happy with the picture that the enterprises that provided them jobs may not survive. So quite frankly, I don't know how you can put this across. If you're a politician, I don't know how you can put this across. This is really where politics has to somehow communicate with people. You know, the simplest example I would give you is that suppose you have a person working in an existing low technology, small scale unit, and you tell him that, you know, I'm afraid you can either skill yourself in order to get used to working in a different unit, or I'm afraid what you're doing is going to get phased out. He would obviously be quite miserable. But, you know, on the other hand, if you also told the same person that the changes in the economy are going to make it possible for your child, who, I mean, in an earlier generation would just follow what you're doing, maybe to become a software engineer. And that would be a huge improvement in economic prospects for the family. You can have a situation where a family's prospects improve hugely because the children do so much better. Although the prospects of the wage earner himself do not improve. I mean, look, Siraj Siraj, our cricketer, who is now a national hero. I mean, his life has been transformed by new opportunities, but his father remains doing the relatively humble things he was doing. So I think we need to think of economic transformation as providing many such opportunities to young people. And their parents, rather than looking at what's going to be done for them, have to look at what is the set of opportunities that are opening up for the family. So, going back to your middle and small scale enterprises, I personally think, we need to recognize that we have too many very small, very inefficient enterprises. We should certainly not do anything negative to them. It's wonderful that they're there providing employment, but we should recognize that if the rest of our policies succeed, then the better small-scale enterprises have to grow to much larger size, and we have to have far fewer of the small enterprises. And I think policy, in order to achieve that, there are many supportive things we have to do. One of them is better infrastructure. Another one is better credit. A third one, through both banks and non-bank financial institutions. Yet another one is much better education and skill provision for the labor force. And I think giving access to these enterprises to connect with the broader economy, both nationally and even internationally. And I think that is really what we need. We need a measure of whether the small scale industry is transforming structurally to become the real backbone of the Indian economy. I don't think at the moment it is the real backbone of the Indian economy, but it's a very important provider of essentially low quality employment. Since nobody else is providing employment, this is very valuable.
So true, sir. Because employment is required, and secondly, transformation is also the need of the hour. Now, moving on to another concern that has been pressing for a lot of people is when we talk about the export-oriented sector, what we've been seeing is that we have lost our dominant position, especially steadily to countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam over the past few decades, specific to certain segments. And although the government has tried to introduce numerous initiatives to revive them, set them up, and probably also attract private equity investment into the sector, what set of policy changes and implementation mechanisms are required, not only in this export sector per se, but also other allied sectors, such that it helps them revive and also stand on its own 2 feet?
I'm afraid I've lost the screen at the moment. Maybe I'll need to do something to get it back. Can you hold on a second?
Sure.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir. We can see you.
Well, I mean, I can't see myself or see you, which is a bit of a problem. Okay, let me just see if I can fiddle around with this a bit. It says launch meeting. Okay.
So if you could probably just see the icon of the Zoom link, if you click on that, it's a blue icon. Just click on that.
I got back. I think I'm back, right? I need to, can I be heard? No.
Yes, sir. I can hear you clearly.
Sorry. Can you just summarize what you just said on exports, that we're not doing well?
So what I was asking you was the export-oriented sector. We have lost our dominant position steadily to Bangladesh, Vietnam, and other countries over the past few decades. Although the government has introduced a slew of measures and tried to encourage private equity investment as well. What set of policy changes and implementation mechanisms are required, not only for the export sector per se, but also allied sectors, so that we can revive it as well as make it stand on its own 2 feet?
Well, the short answer to that is that there are many things that we have to do on exports. But, it's absolutely true that we had at one stage hoped that as the comparative advantage in producing simpler manufacturers shifts away from China, mainly because China has become a much richer country and expecting a higher wage. So they're no longer interested in producing low quality manufacturers, cheap manufacturers. We had thought that this would naturally come to India. I mean, remember, I don't think we should feel ashamed at saying that we will step into China's shoes, because frankly, China is about 4.5 times our per capita income. And so we are way behind China in the income race. So it's quite logical that wherever China steps out, we should be stepping in. Instead of us stepping in, what has happened is that both Vietnam and Bangladesh have been able to step in more effectively. Now, I think one of the reasons for that is that I don't think Bangladesh's infrastructure is any better than India's. But many people say that the flexibility they allow on their labor laws is much greater than India does, and that the same is also true of Vietnam. I think it's also true that both those countries are much more concerned about integrating with global supply chains. And I fear that in India, there's a wrong impression that since we are a large market, we don't have to bother about exports. Let me mention in this context that, I think it's very unfortunate that in the last 3 years or so, we have reversed what was a long-standing policy of lowering import duties. Now, those of you who are doing economics know that this is a classic tension point in policy. People who are competing with imports feel that if you raise import duties, the price of the import goes up. This makes the import less competitive. You can charge a higher price than you were doing earlier. The consumer bears the cost, and you manage to increase production. But that is apart from the consumer cost, which is indisputable. The fact is that this is a very anti-export measure, because the raising of duties effectively raises the cost structure across the board. If you consider a situation where the domestic producers say they can't compete because of A, B, C, D, E, F, infrastructure, etc., etc. All those constraints are also applicable for exporters. So when you raise import duties, you take care of the problem of those fellows who are competing against imports. You do nothing to help your exports. So this was why in 1991 we had decided that we are going to reduce our import duties, because high import duties are anti-exports. And frankly, I think that was one of the great successes of that particular set of reforms, because the Narasimha Rao government, which started it with Dr. Manmohan Singh as the finance minister, was succeeded by the United Front government, which had two different prime ministers, Devagowda and Inder Gujral. And that government included the Communist Party of India as one of the coalition partners. But nevertheless, that government continued the policy of lowering import duties, recognizing that this is the right thing to do. They were succeeded by the Vajpayee NDA, and that government endorsed those policies. I mean, Yashwant Sinha said in Parliament that I am going to bring the import duties should be brought in line with East Asia, and that's what we should do. The UPA government also continued this, though I personally feel in retrospect we should have done more. But we did it. I mean, the average duty rates did go down, but I think they didn't go down as fast as they should have. Because certainly by the end of the UPA, we should have been able to achieve the objective of bringing duties to East Asian levels. in a way, the reason why that went off the radar was that growth was so good. I mean, during the 2000 period, at one point until the global financial crisis, the growth rate in India was 8.3%. So, when growth is doing well, I mean, all the fellows who are pushing for certain policy changes are also told, look, cool it, what's the problem, we're doing so well, etc. I think what has happened is that after the end of the UPA regime, the new government came in, and somewhere beginning in 2016, no, let me step back. When the new government, the NDA government under Prime Minister Narendra Modi came in, among the first things that was done in the Niti Aayog, which replaced the Planning Commission, under the vice chairmanship of Arvind Panagriya, a very distinguished trade economist, said that we should reduce. He absolutely endorsed the strategy that had been followed. He said we must reduce import duties, we must lower them to an average of no more than 7%, which really meant that where duties are very low, you can raise them, but all high duties should be brought down. Now, unfortunately, that advice does not appear to have been accepted. And for the last 3 years, we've been raising duties. And already you are seeing a lot of lobbying, because the moment you leave yourself open to consider raising of duties, any producer who feels that he needs some support will argue higher duties. So we'll have to wait and see what the finance minister does in the budget, but I sincerely hope that she doesn't raise any duties. And personally, I think she should give a signal that we're going to go back to the lowering of duties. Now, a related issue, which is connected with why other countries are doing well, is that we didn't join RCEP. That is the Regional Cooperation and Economic Partnership Agreement, which is based on the ASEAN 10, plus China, Korea, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and India. They were negotiating joining RCEP, which would have become, a trade deal covering almost 40% of world exports. Prime Minister himself had given a signal, which I thought was quite a good signal, that we must act east. Prime Minister Narasimha Rao had said, look east. Prime Minister Modi said we must act east. That gave me the feeling that maybe we're going to do more in this area. And I would have welcomed India joining RCEP. Unfortunately, a certain protectionist thinking, which has always been there in India and is there in every country, appears to have carried the day. And the government has simply decided not to join RCEP. Now, fortunately, the issue is still open because the other countries desperately want India in. Remember, they are as nervous about China as anyone else. China is going to become the world's largest economy in about another 3 or 4 years. So in one sense, having the Chinese market in RCEP is a source of strength. On the other hand, China does create worries because it seemed to be authoritarian, non-transparent, too strong, and maybe willing to use its both economic and military muscle a little too much. So other countries are wary of it, and they would be very happy to have India in, because then, we would carry some weight in the RCEP decision-making for the future. Now, it's very difficult to convey an image to external investors and people building global supply chains that India is interested in participating in this. Although I might say the Prime Minister very rightly has said he wants India to become part of global supply chains. It's very difficult to persuade people that we are serious if we are raising import duties and refusing to join RCEP. You cannot be a member of a global supply chain unless you run a regime with low duties. The whole idea of a global supply chain is that you import what is more efficiently produced elsewhere, perform the functions that you are better at performing than others, and re-export the product with value added. Now, unfortunately, too many people are giving the signal that what we want is to reduce imports at all costs. That is completely incorrect. And I hope that the government will recognize that these policies actually contradict stated objectives which have been enunciated at the highest level. If we can do all this, including, let me say, including improve our domestic infrastructure massively, improve our procedures. Frankly, our procedures are very anti-export. Compared to virtually any other country, we are adopting procedures that are hopelessly out of date. In 1985, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi said in Parliament that we are working with systems that are 10 years out of date, and we cannot possibly compete with others unless we change those. Now, in 1991, he wasn't able to make too many changes. He did something, but it was all incremental. In 1991, we took one big series of steps. But we need to do a lot more. And I think on exports, we have to be very clear about one thing. Are we interested in exports or not? For example, the present policy dictate seems to be that we are interested in cutting imports, but nobody's saying we're interested in exports. So let's be a very clear signal. India cannot develop at 7% per annum without a much better export performance. And remember, the liberalization succeeded because between 1991 and today, the export share of GDP has almost doubled. So it's not as if our policies were not working. They were working. The export share of GDP is now going down. Now, I think we should address the question that maybe this closing off of the economy is beginning to show negative effects. So we need to do that. We need to massively improve our procedures for exporters. I think we need to show the signal that we are interested in integrating with the world by lowering customs duties. And I personally think we should join RCEP. Remember, historically, we have been suspicious of regional trading agreements because we've said that everything should be done multilaterally. But let's face it, the world has changed. The world does not seem to be nearly as committed to revival of multilateral trading rules as it seems to be to revival of regional trading blocs. The US and North America will be one trading bloc, Europe will be another trading bloc, and East Asia is the other trading bloc. Now, does anyone think that India is going to be outside all of these trading blocs? Do we think it's easier for us to join the US free trade arrangement, which has many sort of human rights related kind of obligations, labor obligations, environment obligations, etc.? I'm in favor of devoting a strategy which says, look, the world's going to be now consisting of 3 trading blocs. What is our option? Option 1, we go it alone. Option 2, we join one of these. Option 3, we join more than one of these. And let us have an intelligent discussion of these options. Now, I would respect the end result. If somebody actually says that why should we be dictated by other people? We want full autonomy. Let the 3 trading blocs exist. We should be stand aside and work on our own. Okay, I would then just say, let's do that for 5 years and see what the result is. But my own view would be that we cannot keep pretending that we will revive world trade. Remember, our share in world trade is only 2%. So why would anyone be looking at India's views on world trade? Because we're not a very important participant. But we should be saying that let's join the bloc where we are the most logical member, where the majority of the countries actually want us in. That is RCEP. And let me say that in future, it's quite possible that RCEP will tighten up its own kind of rules in order to move towards the kind of things which, let's say, the new American administration might want. It's important for us to be inside this group so that we'll be part of the discussion than sitting outside. And I've now ranged over a lot of things which look very different from the answer to why is Bangladesh doing better than us. But, I think we need holistic approaches to problems. I don't think we can list a whole series of problems and just have a whole lot of little solutions. Many of these problems reflect holistic shortfalls and they need a holistic solution. Sorry for taking so long, but I really felt I needed to say all that.
Not at all a problem. Absolutely. We need a holistic and comprehensive plan to address it, what I also believe. We already have a few questions lined up from the audience. Probably one is rightly related to what you were just talking about. This is by Mr. Piyush Savkare. He's asking, how can Indian businesses use the geopolitical situation to their advantage?
Well, I think you give business a clear signal that, look, don't expect too many subsidies, but do expect support of a sensible kind. And please join the world and compete. Now, frankly, Indian business deserves a lot of compliments for doing that. I mean, for example, let me give one or two examples. Bajaj Auto, my good friend Rahul Bajaj, for whom I have huge respect, and his contribution in India is really enormous. During the early days of liberalization, he quite rightly used to applaud the fact that we've got rid of these ridiculous constraints that we had on Bajaj Auto from expanding and investing. But he was not very much in favor of the opening up to the Indian economy, to foreigners, because he felt that, that might kind of weaken Indian industry. But, the fact is, in these last years, Bajaj Auto has done a tremendous job of exporting scooters and competing in the world markets. Similarly, I mean, in Pune, you have Forbes doing a terrific job with very high export orders. You have the vaccine manufacturers who have made India into the, if you like, the major vaccine supplier to the whole world. So there's any number of examples one can give of Indian business being successful. In my view, Indian business should be told that, look, the only way you're going to succeed is if you also can operate internationally. Of course, you have the advantage of a huge Indian market. We can also have modest import duties, which give them a little bit of a preferred position. But in the end, they must judge themselves by whether they're able to export. If an Indian manufacturer is exporting 20 or 20% or 30% of his product, that's a real proof that he's producing a product that is globally in demand and globally acceptable. So I think they will, of course, rightly say that, look, how about better infrastructure? How about better ease of doing business? How about a more sensible tax regime? How about greater transparency in how the tax authorities treat us? And I think all that is true. Mohandas Pai, a couple of years ago, once said that, we shouldn't think that it's the foreigners who complain about tax terrorism. Indian business is also very upset by it, only they don't like saying so. And I think this was said, in fact, before the present regime came in. So I'm not making a comment. This is not a phenomenon that is only a problem with the NDA. It's been a problem in the UPA also. And we were aware of it, but it's very difficult to make these structural changes. They're not the kind of first generation reforms where you just say industrial licensing is silly, so we're going to abolish it. I mean, to change a whole system and manner of behavior requires deep structural change. The legal system is another one. I mean, we're running a system in which almost any straightforward legal dispute can take approximately 20 years to resolve. Now, quite frankly, if you ask me, this is not something that the central government can do. This is something in which the judiciary has to take the lead. There's no logical reason at all why every single dispute gets entertained by the Supreme Court. I mean, elsewhere in the world, the Supreme Court, of course, it's an appellate body, but its dominant concern is to pronounce on issues where constitutionality of the law is required, and most other things you leave at the High Court level. Now, I've discussed this informally with people, and very often I'm told that the Supreme Court is very often not convinced of the merits of the High Court decision and therefore wants to take on these things itself. But the end result of that is that we take 10 to 20 years to resolve disputes. Now, elsewhere in the world, that doesn't happen. It used to happen, but it doesn't happen now, and we need to show progress. So I think these are the kinds of things that we have to do.
So another interesting question that has come up is, if we are no more planning economy, or we are no more doing a planned economy, what is the role or raison d'etre of Niti Aayog now?
Well, when I must tell you this, there's a lot of infructuous discussion on are we a planning economy or not. All economies plan. I mean, if you go and talk to the defense people, they're planning a defense strategy. Nobody that I'm aware of, and certainly not in the United States, says, oh, we don't have to plan anything, we just let the market do everything. That's not true. They all have national strategy. Whether you call it planning is a different matter. And let me tell you a story, which I think is in my book, Backstage. I was member of the Planning Commission after I was moved out of the Finance Ministry, a very welcome move after having been there for 7 years. So for a couple of years under the Vajpayee government, I was a member of the Planning Commission. And then I was offered this assignment to head the new independent evaluation office of the IMF. And I asked the government, and they said, look, they're making you a very good offer, and like to have an Indian do that job, so you should take it. So I said, fine. And then I went to call on Prime Minister Vajpayee, sort of a farewell call. And, at that point, I said to Prime Minister Vajpayee that, sir, I just want to make one suggestion. That, the word planning commission has a very old-fashioned feel to it, because it sort of sounds like what the Soviet Union used to do. That's not what the Planning Commission did. The Planning Commission was a body that allocated funds. It was a body that tried to make recommendations on policy and all sensible things which somewhere or the government have to be done. I said, look, why don't you just change the name and call it, even the Chinese have stopped calling it the Planning Commission. So why don't we call it the National Commission for Restructuring and Reform? And he thought about it and he said, अरे भाई, जो करना है आपने आप करिए. अब नाम बदल देंगे तो ऐसे ही left नाराज हो जाएगी. So he didn't really want to annoy the left. We were not doing what is called planning. Now the question is Niti Aayog. I don't know what they do, so I don't want to pronounce on it. But roughly what the Planning Commission did, one is that it did the allocation of the government's capital expenditure. Because what happens is you leave it to each ministry. Each ministry announces a 10-year program of expenditure. The Finance Ministry only does a 1-year budget. So you are entirely free to announce that in the next 10 years, we're going to do this. And of course, in the next year's budget, we'll just get 1,000 crores. So I think that discipline, that you put together people's demands and look at it over the next 5 years, this is essential. I don't know who's doing it. I mean, today, I don't think Niti Aayog is involved in that at all, but maybe it's being done in the Finance Ministry or in the Prime Minister's office. So it's not a question of where it's located. I just don't know who's doing that. That's point number one. Point number two is to put policies forward where you need systemic change. And I think the Niti Aayog is doing some of that. I mean, for example, the report produced by Arvind Panagriya, which I mentioned earlier, which talked about trade policy, was clearly a document that sort of said, look, this is the right thing to do. That was not done. Now, I don't think Niti Aayog has produced a comparable national document. I don't know, for example, whether they think that what is being done in terms of rising import duties is a good idea or not. So I do think we need somewhere in government a forum where policy options are considered and not just articulation of policies and supporting them. And that is also a role. When you've articulated a policy, somebody must support it. But I think you need a critical evaluation of options. Every objective, most of the objectives we have are good. I mean, we want to double farmers' income. We want to reach $5 trillion of economy. We want to provide education for our children. We want to provide universal health and all of that. But the question is, what are the policies that are needed to achieve those objectives? And some of that relates to government programs, spending money. And how do you do that? Is some way of running the program better than another way? Should it be centralized or left to the state governments? These are things that are options which I don't know if Niti Aayog is doing it, but if they're not doing it, somebody should do it. It doesn't have to be Niti Aayog. Maybe you can have a separate unit in the Prime Minister's office or the Finance Minister. But since I don't know exactly how it's being done, I don't want to comment. But those functions are very important.
Okay, so we have many more questions, but due to a slight paucity of time, we are overshooting it. I'll take up the last one. The question is being asked by Mr. Mohit. You talked about the lower income strata, youth having the power to change the fortunes of the family by riding the growth opportunities available today. How will this play out for the youth who have already experienced fortune growing up in middle and upper middle income group families? What would you advise these young men or women?
Well, I mean, you know, if young men and women growing up in middle-class families have tremendous advantages, much more than people of my generation did at the same stage. So the logical consequence of that is that they have many more options. The disadvantage is that whereas in my generation, I mean, most people thought that success meant doing one or two different things. But I think for the present generation, you know, it may well mean doing a startup. I mean, the data show that a lot of the pace at which startups are taking place in India is now quite impressive. We're going through the change of the new digital economy. Many things that were done several years ago are now gaining momentum. The telecom revolution, the identity through Aadhaar, the India stack, flexibility in financing, new payment systems. These are parts of the economy that are actually booming. And there are many, and in looking ahead, and this is going to be partly a consequence of the COVID experience, you know, the ability to do things remotely is going to be much greater later than it is today. I mean, after all, this Zoom lecture is an example of that. You're all probably sitting around in your homes looking at this on a laptop. So I think that the youth of today, the one thing I would say is that don't judge the prospects open to you by the formal sector jobs that you may be able to get. Look at the broader range of opportunities and experiment a little. You know, I think this is easily said, and I recognize that this is also something that may create insecurities. But I fear that a rapidly changing world will mean more uncertainty. So I think the youth have to recognize that there is uncertainty, but uncertainty also means that, you know, if you follow a particular path, you could either luck out big time or you could lose out big time. The main thing to do is when you're losing, get out of it and try something different. It's easier said for me because after all, that's not how I ran my life. I mean, I took a job and was in there for 10 years. Then I joined the government of India and I was there for 20 years. But that's not going to be the way of the future. That's going to be totally different. So frankly, people my age probably don't even know the different opportunities that exist. So look at those opportunities and try your luck. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. So you have actually addressed each and every question elaborately and in a stepwise manner. With this, we come to an end to this wonderful and insightful conversation. about the possible path of economic recovery for our nation, the various steps that could be taken, and what path we need to embark upon going forward, especially in the coming months and a few years. It's always been a pleasure to listen to your pearls of wisdom. I'm humbled and honored to hold this conversation with you, sir. And we sincerely hope that we will be blessed to host you again on campus in the near future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to be part of this. I have one request. I know you get all sorts of questions are thrown at you, and you have a list of these questions. So I always ask, please send me a soft copy of that list of questions. It kind of helps me understand what the audience really wanted to know, even if I wasn't able to answer all of them. So could you please do that?
I'll definitely do that with you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye, and thanks all.
Goodbye. Have a great weekend, sir.
Thank you.
How?
Is a fascinating question.
There are more things in this universe than can be understood using the tools and techniques of a single discipline. Things are truly interdisciplinary.
We're living in a time of transition. Obviously, this country is remaking itself. And if there's anything that's going to help that progress, it is a certain radical change with education at the college level.
This place gives a student the space to learn unrestricted by the boundary of the curriculum. Learning here is interdisciplinary and you are learning through different experiences in the program.
Liberal education for me means that students explore different possibilities, where you begin to meander through the different courses.
So whether it's the humanities, whether it's the social sciences, whether it's the fine and performing arts, or even the physical and natural sciences, the objective is to enable students to explore different disciplines.
It is the freedom to choose whatever you like at your own leisure and to make mistakes.
I can choose from history and biology, and I can do accounts with that.
Currently, I'm studying international relations and filmmaking, but I've also taken subjects like visual art and history of rock.
You are expected to juggle disparate ideas in your mind and look for intersections between them. You want them to look for commonality in these different disciplines that are superficially different.
Let's say cultural anthropology. Anthropology. I don't have an attribution background at this time. Yeah, right? To explore something which you've never done.
The only way to do it is through offering people choices and asking them to sort of combine in some sense their interests and letting them do it independently.
So I think what they learn is that one issue is not as simple as it looks. You know, they have multiple interpretations and multiple perspectives to it. That is what we really call critical thinking.
It's not so much about solving problems, it's more about understanding what does the problem represent. What is a certain concept? Why are we doing it at all?
The idea is to create something original, that your efforts contribute to the field overall, with your original thought, change the way in which the field thinks.
I'd be very happy if my students end up questioning everything around them. I'd be very happy if they're alive and they're inquisitive.
The curiosity which a younger person has is much greater. So when you start allowing them
What's in a number? How does one perceive just a figure? How does one invest?
It's like planting a seed. you have to have confidence that the seed has the ability to grow into a tree, give you fruits, shade, timber, everything.
Well, investing is really about maintaining your purchasing power. So you might know a bit of economics, a bit of psychology, a bit of behavioral finance, a bit of sociology, a bit of political science, because all these factors eventually hinge on what happens in the real world. Because problems in the real world don't come compartmentalized as an investing problem or a political problem.
Investing is not unidimensional. It's a multidisciplinary field where models from different disciplines like history, psychology, sociology, mathematics, finance, and various others interact and interplay with each other.
But once you understand and you're able to anticipate what's going to happen in future, then you have conferred an additional advantage on yourself. And very often that advantage is understanding the turning point in terms of market collapses. That will come to you from reading sociology or social anthropology. That's not going to come to you from reading macroeconomics.
A good investor is someone who realizes the importance of thinking and is able to find connections in these seemingly different disciplines, which leads to accumulation of wisdom and a better sense of decision making.
The Flame Investment Lab is very unique in India. We teach investing as really the last liberal art. We tend to believe a lot more in the Graham and Dodd school, the Warren Buffett school of value-based investing.
I think without getting into anything, first thing you have to look in Indian context is the promoter. And after establishing the promoter, I think you look at the size of the opportunity, scalability, and your entry point. I think which are the key things. And if you get that right, that process right, the chances of success are very, very good.
We try to build a foundation. So we say invest in yourself first. So beyond investing as a career, we feel that understanding or being financially literate is extremely important for any human being, whether he's going to pursue medicine or engineering or law or any other aspect of life.
I think whatever be your background, it doesn't come in the way of you becoming an investor.
People coming out from science background, history, psychology or any other art have done as well as anyone else.
Where we are able to bring practitioners from the industry onto a platform where the real experts of the industry also will come and address them in an environment of learning at Flame itself.
I think we are in a unique situation where, because of our relationships with so many people being in this business for so long, we are getting some of the best names in the industry to come and talk. People like Sanjay Bakshi, Sanjay Bhattacharya, they agree to come and spend not only time in the classroom but also in the evening, spend time with the participants who are on campus.
It is at Flame Investment Lab that a participant gets to learn from the best investment minds in the country, from their failures and their successes. Flame Investment Lab is deeply rooted in liberal education to bring people from different disciplines and perspectives together.
We are so passionate about liberal education is because the world is full of dots and you need to learn how to connect them.
There is very strong room for gut feel and instinct and acting quickly, especially today. But there's also domains where a more reflective part of the brain should be activated and inculcated and will make the quality of decisions far better.
So do you have the temperament to hold on to your bet? And for that, you need conviction. And how do you derive conviction? This is what exactly FIL wants to do. So it's like Warren Buffett said, most important is temperament, then it's experience, and then the knowledge.
Very clearly we want Flame Investment Lab to be a place that is the first that comes to mind either when you want to learn investing or you want to teach investing or you want to recruit someone for investing.
So what one is trying to provide in this kind of environment is really a more holistic 360-degree view of the world, in the sense that the student really then invests in himself or herself through a better understanding of the whole world.
This is your age to fall. This is your phase to accept failure with lots of grace.
If you want to look for challenges, there are challenges in every gamut.
Prove yourself worthy of it.
Hi, I'm Nidhi Alvarthi. I'm from Hyderabad and I'm doing my MBA program here with Flame University, and I've been offered the highest package as of now. First step was sending our campus sending in the resumes. So I was into marketing as well as HR. So I had told my campus placement officers that you can send in my resumes even if it's for HR. So that's how my resume went in, and then I got shortlisted, and then I think the major role played was by my internships that was from Yes Bank and from Amazon. And then that's how I got shortlisted. And then the second process was the psychometric test. I went through ahead, and then that's when I got through the interview process. So the interview process was a little really hectic kind of, because this was a 2-month-long process going on. I got shortlisted and I was really happy for it. So I had to give it my best. So I kept rehearsing on what I had to actually say, but then it doesn't always go like that. So I went to the interview. So the interview was a video camera, video conference wherein there were four panelists sitting. The first glitch came in. I could not understand who was actually talking to me. So that's when I started losing my confidence a little. But then I started talking to my alumni, and we were conversing, and then I felt really comfortable, and then that's when the questions came in bombarding. So their main issue was because Vedanta is mostly located in isolated locations. So there's one in Chhattisgarh or in Rajasthan. They're mostly outside the city. So they've seen that I've done all my internships in Amazon, Yes Bank, which were in Mumbai and Hyderabad, metropolitan cities. So they were like, how will you even adjust to it? I think that was one of the major, most difficult questions I had to face. I think Flame has a very broad exposure, I would say. Different kinds of people come in from different locations, and you're staying together, So I think that's where you understand different kinds of people and how their mentality is, or how they speak to you and everything. So Flame has given me an opportunity to start one of my major, and I've taken one of my major life decisions, that is to start my blog, my fashion blog, which I was really, really interested in a very long time. But Flame has given me the opportunity, or the space, or the time to start it. So I think that was one of the biggest highlights, I would say.
How?
Is a fascinating question.
There are more things in this universe than can be understood using the tools and techniques of a single discipline. Things are truly interdisciplinary.
We're living in a time of transition. Obviously, this country is remaking itself. And if there's anything that's going to help that progress, it is a certain radical change with education at the college level.
This place gives a student the space to learn, unrestricted by the boundary of the curriculum. Learning here is interdisciplinary, and you are learning through different experiences in the program.
Liberal education for me means that students explore different possibilities, where you begin to meander through the different courses.
So whether it's the humanities, whether it's the social sciences, whether it's the fine and performing arts, or even the physical and natural sciences, the objective is to enable students to explore different disciplines.
It is the freedom to choose whatever you like at your own leisure and to make mistakes.
I can choose from history and biology, and I can do accounts with that.
Currently, I'm studying international relations and filmmaking, but I've also taken subjects like visual art and history of rock.
You are expected to juggle disparate ideas in your mind and look for intersections between them. You want them to look for commonality in these different disciplines that are superficially different.
Let's say cultural anthropology, I don't have an attribution background at this time. Yeah, right, to explore something which you've never done.
The only way to do it is through offering people choices and asking them to sort of combine, in some sense, their interests and letting them do it independently.
So I think what they learn is that one issue is not as simple as it looks. You know, they have multiple interpretations and multiple perspectives to it. That is what we really call critical thinking.
It's not so much about solving problems, it's more about understanding what does the problem represent. What is a certain concept? Why are we doing it at all?
The idea is to create something original, that your efforts contribute to the field overall, you know, with your original thought, change the way in which the field thinks.
I'd be very happy if my students end up questioning everything around them. I'd be very happy if they're alive and they're inquisitive.
The curiosity which a younger person has is much greater. So when you start allowing them
What's in a number? How does one perceive just a figure? How does one invest?
It's like planting a seed. You have to have confidence that the seed has the ability to grow into a tree, give you fruits, shade, timber, everything.
Well, investing is really about maintaining your purchasing power. So you might know a bit of economics, a bit of psychology, a bit of behavioral finance, a bit of sociology, a bit of political science, because all these factors eventually hinge on what happens in the real world. Because problems in the real world don't come compartmentalized as an investing problem or a political problem.
Investing is not unidimensional. It's a multidisciplinary field where models from different disciplines like history, psychology, sociology, mathematics, finance, and various others interact and interplay with each other.
But once you understand and you're able to anticipate what's going to happen in future, then you have conferred an additional advantage. And very often that advantage is understanding the turning point in terms of market collapses. That will come to you from reading sociology or social anthropology. That's not going to come to you from reading macroeconomics.
A good investor is someone who realizes the importance of thinking and is able to find connections in these seemingly different disciplines, which leads to accumulation of wisdom and a better sense of decision making.
The Flame Investment Lab is very unique in India. We teach investing as really the last liberal art. We tend to believe a lot more in the Graham and Dodd school, the Warren Buffett school of value-based investing.
I think without getting into anything, first thing you have to look in Indian context is the promoter. And after establishing the promoter, I think you look at the size of the opportunity, scalability, and your entry point. I think which are the key things. And if you get that right, that process right, the chances of success are very, very good.
We try to build a foundation. So we say invest in yourself first. So beyond investing as a career, we feel that understanding or being financially literate is extremely important for any human being, whether he's going to pursue medicine or engineering or law or any other aspect of life.
I think whatever be your background, it doesn't come in the way of you becoming an investor.
People coming out from science background, history, psychology or any other art have done as well as anyone else.
Where we are able to bring practitioners from the industry onto a platform where the real experts of the industry also will come and address them in an environment of learning at Flame itself.
I think we are in a unique situation where, because of our relationships with so many people being in this business for so long, we are getting some of the best names in the industry to come and talk. People like Sanjay Bakshi, Sanjay Bhattacharya, they agree to come and spend not only time in the classroom but also in the evening, spend time with the participants who are on campus.
It is at Flame Investment Lab that a participant gets to learn from the best investment minds in the country, from their failures and their successes. Flame Investment Lab is deeply rooted in liberal education to bring people from different disciplines and perspectives together.
We are so passionate about liberal education is because the world is full of dots and you need to learn how to connect them.
There is very strong room for gut feel and instinct and acting quickly, especially today. But there's also domains where a more reflective part of the brain should be activated and inculcated and will make the quality of decisions far better.
So do you have the temperament to hold on to your bet? And for that, you need conviction. And how do you derive conviction? This is what exactly FIL wants to do. So it's like Warren Buffett said, most important is temperament, then it's experience, and then the knowledge.
Very clearly we want Flame Investment Lab to be a place that is the first that comes to mind either when you want to learn investing or you want to teach investing or you want to recruit someone for investing.
So what one is trying to provide in this kind of environment is really a more holistic 360-degree view of the world, in the sense that the student really then invests in himself or herself through a better understanding of the whole world.
This is your age to fall. This is your phase to accept failure with lots of grace.
We want to look for challenges. There are challenges in every gamut. Prove yourself worthy of it.
Hi, I'm Nidhi Alvarthi. I'm from Hyderabad and I'm doing my MBA program here with Flame University, and I've been offered the highest package as of now. First step was sending our campus sending in the resumes. So I was into marketing as well as HR. So I had told my campus placement officers that you can send in my resumes even if it's for HR. So that's how my resume went in, and then I got shortlisted. And then I think the major role played was by my internships that was from Yes Bank and from Amazon. And then that's how I got shortlisted. And then the second process was the psychometric test. I went through ahead, and then that's when I got through the interview process. So the interview process was a little really hectic kind of, because this was a 2-month long process going on. I got shortlisted and I was really happy for it. So I had to give in my best. So I kept rehearsing on what I had to actually say, but then it doesn't always go like that. So I went to the interview. So the interview was a video camera, video conference wherein there were four panelists sitting. The first glitch came in. I could not understand who was actually talking to me. So that's when I started losing my confidence a little. But then I started talking to my alumni, and we were conversing, and then I felt really comfortable. And then that's when the questions came in bombarding. So their main issue was because Vedanta is mostly located in isolated locations. So there's one in Chhattisgarh or in Rajasthan. They're mostly outside the city. So they've seen that I've done all my internships in Amazon, Yes Bank, which were in Mumbai and Hyderabad, metropolitan cities. So they were like, how will you even adjust to it? I think that was one of the major, most difficult questions I had to face. I think Flame has a very broad exposure, I would say. Different kinds of people come in from different locations, and you're staying together. So I think that's where you understand different kinds of people and how their mentality is, or how they speak to you and everything. So Flame has given me an opportunity to start one of my major, and I've taken one of my major life decisions, that is to start my blog. My fashion blog, which I was really, really interested in a very long time, but Flame has given me the opportunity or the space or the time to start it. So I think that was one of the biggest highlights, I would say.
How?
Is a fascinating question.
There are more things in this universe than can be understood using the tools and techniques of a single discipline. Things are truly interdisciplinary.
We're living in a time of transition. Obviously, this country is remaking itself. And if there's anything that's going to help that progress, it is a certain radical change with education at the college level.
This place gives a student the space to learn unrestricted by the boundary of the curriculum. Learning here is interdisciplinary and you are learning through different experiences in the program.
Liberal education for me means that students explore different possibilities, where you begin to meander through the different courses.
So whether it's the humanities, whether it's the social sciences, whether it's the fine and performing arts, or even the physical and natural sciences, the objective is to enable students to explore different disciplines.
It is the freedom to choose whatever you like at your own leisure and to make mistakes.
I can choose from history and biology, and I can do accounts with that.
Currently, I'm studying international relations and filmmaking, but I've also taken subjects like visual art and history of rock.
You are expected to juggle disparate ideas in your mind and look for intersections between them. You want them to look for commonality in in these different disciplines that are superficially different.
Let's say cultural anthropology. Anthropology. I don't have an anthropology background. That's the idea, right? To explore something which you've never done.
The only way to do it is through offering people choices and asking them to sort of combine in some sense their interests and letting them do it independently.
So I think what they learn is that one issue is not as simple as it looks. There are multiple interpretations and multiple perspectives to it. That is what we really call critical thinking.
It's not so much about solving problems, it's more about understanding what does the problem represent. What is a certain concept? Why are we doing it at all?
The idea is to create something original, that your efforts contribute to the field overall, with your original thought, change the way in which the field thinks.
I'd be very happy if my students end up questioning everything around them. I'd be very happy if they're alive and they're inquisitive.
The curiosity which a younger person has is much greater. So when you start allowing them
What's in a number? How does one perceive just a figure? How does one invest?
It's like planting a seed. You have to have confidence that the seed has the ability to grow into a tree, give you fruits, shade, timber, everything.
Well, investing is really about maintaining your purchasing power. So you might know a bit of economics, a bit of psychology, a bit of behavioral finance, a bit of sociology, a bit of political science, because all these factors eventually hinge on what happens in the real world. Because problems in the real world don't come compartmentalized as an investing problem or a political problem.
Investing is not unidimensional. It's a multidisciplinary field where models from different disciplines like history, psychology, sociology, mathematics, finance, and various others interact and interplay with each other.
But once you understand and you're able to anticipate what's going to happen in future, then you have conferred an additional advantage. And very often that advantage is understanding the turning point in terms of market collapses. That will come to you from reading sociology or social anthropology. That's not going to come to you from reading macroeconomics.
A good investor is someone who realizes the importance of thinking and is able to find connections in these seemingly different disciplines, which leads to accumulation of wisdom and a better sense of decision making.
The Flame Investment Lab is very unique in India. We teach investing as really the last liberal art. We tend to believe a lot more in the Graham and Dodd school, the Warren Buffett school of value-based investing.
I think without getting into anything, first thing you have to look in Indian context is the promoter. And after establishing the promoter, I think you look at the size of the opportunity, scalability, and your entry point. I think which are the key things. And if you get that right, that process right, the chances of success are very, very good.
We try to build a foundation. So we say invest in yourself first. So beyond investing as a career, we feel that understanding or being financially literate is extremely important for any human being, whether he's going to pursue medicine or engineering or law or any other aspect of life.
I think whatever be your background, it doesn't come in the way of you becoming an investor.
People coming out from science background, history, psychology or any other arts have done as well as anyone else.
Where we are able to bring practitioners from the industry onto a platform where the real experts of the industry also will come and address them in an environment of learning at Flame itself.
I think we are in a unique situation where, because of our relationships with so many people being in this business for so long, we are getting some of the best names in the industry to come and talk. People like Sanjay Bakshi, Sanjay Bhattacharya, they agree to come and spend not only time in the classroom but also in the evening, spend time with the participants who are on campus.
It is at Flame Investment Lab that a participant gets to learn from the best investment minds in the country, from their failures and their successes. Flame Investment Lab is deeply rooted in liberal education to bring people from different disciplines and perspectives together.
We are so passionate about liberal education is because the world is full of dots and you need to learn how to connect them.
There is very strong room for gut feel and instinct and acting quickly, especially today. But there's also domains where a more reflective part of the brain should be activated and inculcated and will make the quality of decisions far better.
So do you have the temperament to hold on to your bet? And for that, you need conviction. And how do you derive conviction? This is what exactly FIL wants to do. So it's like Warren Buffett said, most important is temperament, then it's experience, and then the knowledge.
Very clearly we want Flame Investment Lab to be a place that is the first that comes to mind either when you want to learn investing or you want to teach investing or you want to recruit someone for investing.
So what one is trying to provide in this kind of environment is really a more holistic 360-degree view of the world, in the sense that the student really then invests in himself or herself through a better understanding of the whole world.
Hello and welcome to a fabulous session that we have lined up for you today. Some very, very inspiring speakers, and I'm so glad that Flame University has given us an opportunity to hold this conversation. I'd like to welcome on board our panelists, Naina Lal Kidwai, our former chairman at HSBC, and also somebody that an entire generation and more look up to for the amount of successes that she's had over her very long and illustrious career. We've got Rukmini Banerjee with us as well today, our CEO at Pratham Education Foundation, Jane Walker from the UK, CEO and founder at the Purple Community Fund, Neera Nandi, and partner and co-founder at Dasra, as well as Pooja Marwaha, who's also joining us. She's the chief executive of CRY, Child Rights and You. Ladies, thank you so much for being with us and for taking the time out today. I wanted to start off by allowing you to set the tone. You all have, really taken on challenges and carved a niche in some very, difficult spaces, trying to make sure that you're having an impact, creating a sense of purpose, and social change. And that's really what we want to take forward today. Neera, I want to come to you first because through Dasra, you actually get a chance to engage with entrepreneurs across different segments. And you've been doing this over now, I think more than a decade, 10, 15 years, maybe more, correct me if I'm wrong. But, I think you'll have a bird's eye view of really how things are evolving, the kind of impact that has already taken place, where the opportunities are. Love to hear more from you.
No, great. Thanks, Abba, and thank you for inviting me. I'm actually perhaps more excited to hear from my other ladies on this panel. So I wish I didn't have to go first, but actually gives me then a reason to be able to listen to everyone else. So I must admit, Abba, it's 22 years. So it's taken us a long time to figure out what we're doing, I suppose, and move from survive to thrive. In some ways, it's been sort of up and down, but I think the sector itself and the ability to have social impact in India has also, evolved in these last 22 years. I mean, so I think some of it also has to do with, my own journey and how we actually landed with creating Dasra. But if I sort of fast forward from, having been in investment banking, and Naina was, a huge role model for me when I started my first job at Morgan Stanley. But I think, going from investment banking, then doing my MBA, I think there was a point where, I asked myself, is there some way to use privilege? It's not privilege of wealth, but privilege of education, of exposure. And that's really where we created Dasra, which was, could we be a bridge, right, between where these great nonprofits are doing, the great work and working with communities, and could we influence those sort of with funding and influence to come into and support these organizations? Because if you helped organizations with sort of management capabilities, they would institutionally be stronger, and therefore their social impact would be greater. But that journey has taken time because it takes a lot, and it takes a lot of time to actually achieve impact. So I think what we have been seeing over the years are a few things, right? One is the CSR bill. I think you've started to see a real injection of corporate money moving in there. But I want people to not think that CSR is sort of the only channel for funding. We're seeing a lot more families, a lot more new wealth and new generations of wealth that actually wants to engage in the sector. On the other side, in the nonprofits, we're seeing just unbelievable talent, entrepreneurship, leadership. Maybe it's generational, or maybe it's easier now to move in and do this kind of work, but you're just seeing so much more innovation happening in organizations. But I still think at the end of the day, our biggest challenge is scale, right? We have big, deep problems in India. And so a lot of where we focus Dasra is, yes, it's important to be small and beautiful and have an impact, but can you really invest and push and move the needle on helping organizations scale? And I'm sure my other panelists will talk a lot more about those challenges and opportunities.
All right. Naina, should I come to you next?
Always happy to come in on this subject, Abba, and, to follow Neera in, just given what she has built. And she's been such an important partner to me and to the work that my team at the India Sanitation Code does. I don't know what we would do without her. And in fact, journeys like hers are exactly the sort of journeys that need to be set out there. So Neera, just always wonderful to be with you on a panel such as this. I thought today, given my own interest in sanitation, I would stay focused on that area. I have engaged in everything to do with climate change, environment, and water. And that brought me into setting along with my husband and with the guidance of a few very important people, the India Sanitation Coalition in 2015. And we just about predated the Swachh Bharat mission, which the Prime Minister announced, which was just one of those wonderful things that happened, because I just fell off my chair when I heard the announcement that day on Independence Day, because it suddenly opened up for us what was, I thought, going to be a big struggle, which was really to get the government on side to suddenly become a partner to government. So that was an open door we didn't really have to push against. It was really rallying the troops behind that became critical. So when I look back on this journey, and it's not just the journey of the India Sanitation Coalition, it is the journey of a country, there's much cause for celebration. And equally, there's much yet to be done. On the celebration front, and maybe it is what we need to look to replicate in every area that our country needs, malnutrition, state of women, women empowerment, that we had and have what has been a Jan Andolan. Rightfully and truthfully, it has been something which rallied the troops. It needed the messaging from the Prime Minister downwards for sure. There was a lot of media spend also by the government. But the activity at the state level, right down to the local panchayats, aligned along this message. And the communication that went out from government, from the not-for-profit sectors, from players, whether it was UNICEF, through to WaterAid and some of the NGOs that have traditionally worked in these spaces, it was like a breath of fresh air, and everyone's work began to yield dividends, and we saw new players come into it. So communication, a critical part of it, communication that needed to be perennially tweaked. It started in by being communication towards it was right for women. So women had and needed the toilet. It was otherwise something which, they would get raped and harassed on the way to going to the field and coming back every day. The fact that they would have urinary tract infections because they would hold themselves till it was dark to be able to go, to their right and even demand for the toilet. And that voice became important. But equally, to get to an open defecation-free environment, it was not enough to just have women use the toilet. Men had to use it too. So the whole story of creation of toilets to making sure people use them, and by people, I mean men and women, to the continuation of that journey today. And my fear is that as the government takes its foot off the pedal somewhat on this one, that the communication that continues to make sure people use the toilet, that the repairs happen, that the toilets get maintained, that more toilets get built, that community toilets find their way into the urban environment and get maintained so that they are usable, is a journey which cannot stop. So we do need that every minute of the way. And the big messaging now for us and for government is around treatment. The biggest failure for us in history will be having had this huge success of 98% access to toilet go down the drain literally and completely because we don't treat the shit, that it actually winds up just back in the very fields which we funneled it out of. And that treatment game in the urban area is right now a huge gap. At best, 50% of the shit gets treated at the urban end. So, and we have to make sure that it does not find its way into water bodies, into every open space that is available where it's disgorged if it is not treated. And the solutions are many, and we need many players in this. Communication experts, we need small SMEs, micro SMEs, companies coming into building these small treatment plants, which is now the solution. treatment plants which are 1/10 the cost of the large sewage plants, which has been the Western model. They're 1/10 the cost. They come in 1 year or 2 years rather than take 10 years to build. And every RWA, every building can have it. But we need people who can operate these for a profit. So the whole business of sanitation and business for a profit becomes important. A third area is skilling sanitation workers, which we have depended on forever. But we need to skill them to a level where the dangers of working and the belittling way in which they have worked goes away. The same smile that greets you at an airport toilet, and I can certainly vouch for the women's loos, it's fabulous. The quality at which it is maintained, the pride with which she wields her broom, and how she chats with you, and it's evident. Why can't we instill this sense of pride, but give them the tools so that they do not have to do anything which endangers them? And I'm very happy to see that we give awards every year from the India Sanitation Coalition. And the category of sanitation workers, there are wonderful innovations coming in, robots, assistants, help, kits, which can be replicated to make sure that the skilling happens with tools for those that work in this field. So many areas of engagement, of always a need for funds, and not one that is easy to garner money for. But whether you're in education or in hygiene and nutrition, you need sanitation as a base to help in what you do. A school is no good if it doesn't have functioning toilets. A hygiene program where you're giving nutritional food to women and children is no good if it's literally going down the drain with diarrhea. So make sure that we have sanitation right at the base of everything we do.
So those are some really good points there. In fact, Jane, let me come to you. And, as someone who's also looking to raise money for some of these projects, what has been your experience, and where do you feel, you're finding maximum resonance and ability to really make a formal change?
Well, when I first started my work, it was actually on landfill sites. So the first thing that I encountered were child workers, and their inability to go to school wasn't just down to the fact that they needed to work to earn money to provide food, but it was also because there was a stigma that these children that were working on the dump site didn't have access to sanitation, didn't have access to running water, and there was a stigma attached to them that they didn't smell good, they didn't feel that they could integrate into the government schools. And so my first task was setting up a team, and we built a school, and of course we installed a lot of toilets. So a lot of what you were saying, and it actually resonated with me, because we had to teach the children how to use toilets, because they'd never used one before, and it was so peculiar how they would stand on the toilet, and they just wouldn't know what to do. So that was almost one of our very first projects, was working in sanitation, and later we went on to build toilets on the dump site. But because families were living and working in other people's trash, and this was where their homes were as well, their makeshift shanties, we found that poverty had impacted into absolutely every area into their life. So through to health, nutrition, education, social intervention, livelihood skills. And so we very quickly started to develop an integrated program for those families. And started with the children because they were most at risk. We built our own school, and we were able to end child labour on 2 dump sites in the Philippines for them. And then we noticed that the families were putting all of their hope on that one child. So that one child would go to university, and then that child would be responsible for pulling the whole family out of poverty, which actually they wouldn't be capable of doing. So we then shifted and became family focused, where we work together with the whole family. And that means working with mum and dad and bringing them to a place where we can upskill them and teach them other ways of earning money. So we repurpose a lot of products from the dump site. We make we make handbags and dresses and clothing from upcycled ring pulls from cans. We make shoes and rubber boots from car tires and airplane tires. There's a whole range of products that has been able to provide sustainable livelihoods for those families. So then it becomes the family's goal to move all of themselves out of poverty together. And we found that approach has really been very successful. So it's been a really interesting journey how the charity has evolved to the stage where it's at now. You know, our work, unfortunately now, because of COVID, is more about crisis management than developmental work. But the families still have those goals very much in their mind, that their goal is to leave those areas and to have a better and a more sustainable life. And I think that's really at the heart of our organisation, is wanting to make that happen for individuals, for families, and for the whole community.
Okay, lovely.
Thank you.
Pooja, let me come to you, because I mean, you know, at CRY also the work that you do is enormously challenging, and I'd love to hear a little bit more in terms of, you know, perhaps the kind of tools or measures that you're able to tap into, you know, that's really helping to take your cause ahead. You're on mute, I think, maybe. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I was just listening to Jane and thinking, what a similar journey. I think for us, we've been about 40 years in India. And CRY was created with the construct of the fact that there were underprivileged children in India, and there were a lot of privileged people with resources. And how could we create a sort of a bridge, as Neera said very evocatively, a platform where we could really seek to get each adult Indian to take action for children, to take responsibility for children, and actually act in different ways. And in our many years, we've seen people come from every walk of life. Either they've come in as fellows and run programs, or they've come in as volunteers, or they've come in as donors. And to us, I think, and to me personally, it's something that really excited me and probably kept me in CRY, was that here was a space, and here is a space that says that each one of us has to take responsibility. And there is space for each one of us. You know, and we are not judged by the fact that we were not born in poverty, or we don't have the right to advocate on their behalf. And in our journey per se, I think very similar to Jane's, we started purely with children. We started funding organizations that were actually absolutely looking at rescue measures. But part of our thinking was that we felt that there were very many great individuals and NGOs who were actually working in communities. So we didn't want to do it ourselves. So we always angel funded small organizations. So that's something that CRY has remained proud of, which is that we have funded, and hopefully many of them have gone on and become Magsaysay Award winners. Many of those organizations are much bigger than us. Yeah, that creating a change which stays behind became our desire. And that's what we now do. To make that sustainable change, Jane, like you said, we have realized we have to work with communities. We have to work with parents. We have to work with children themselves in the space of belief and building agency for themselves, because that change lasts. If I begin to believe that I, as a child of a Dalit or like Naina referred to, a sanitation worker, can actually be more, and this is not just what my goal is, then that is permanent change. You know, and as we went that route, we realized that the third sort of pivot or support of permanent change was that we had to work with reviving government systems, that we were not going to be able to do this alternatively. You know, as Naina said, when the government comes on board with something, you will immediately get the scale you're looking for. There is none of us who can individually find or scale an effort for, I mean, what are we talking about? In India alone, we're talking about 40 million children just under the age of 18, right? And we can all do phenomenal work and, you know, do... Please close the door. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my rude family. Sorry.
You were saying we can all do great work, but we
can all do great work, but if we have to scale it, we realized we have to look at policy change. And interestingly, this came to us from our own partners, the people who we worked with, who said to us, we are a small NGO in 20 villages. You are a large national NGO and you're Indian. So somewhere you have to start looking at bringing the voice of the learnings that we are having in terms of translating it into policy. So that's how we got into helping create the Right to Education Act, or we work with about 19 states. And at each state, the work has to be at all the levels. Work with the state government as much as you work with your local duty bearers, your local school teachers, your local ICDS workers. So to me, I was actually, putting this together with, where we are going with this summit. And it struck me that even if we look at the work for children, we have in so many ways depended on women. If we look at the really active work that happens, it is the mothers groups that come up first. It is the women who act for children first. The men seem much slower. They may seem much more motivated by, if you talk to them about livelihood and farm, and then yes, they come into it. But really the driving force, and especially I've seen in our urban work, the driving force are women's groups. So it is amazing that actually in our work, for children, for anything, when you actually dig, you will find that it is gendered in a way, but in a different way. It is really women who seem to retain the energy even in utmost poverty. Even when they are utterly deprived, they still have the spark of saying, let me put 10 rupees aside and make a small savings group. Let me make sure the kids are going to school. So it's, I think that there's just been so many learnings in these years about everything that I think we can do together.
That's amazing. I think there's so many points that you brought up in what you said, and I'll come back to some of those in a moment, because it's really challenging work, and that I know that doesn't even begin to describe the years of achievements that you had, big and small. But there's a reason why everyone's not able to get into this space. Because it's one obstacle after the other, and I think you have to find it in you to really be on ground, dealing with different stakeholders, trying to get things done. So I'm going to come back to that. But Rukmini, let me also allow you to kind of tell us a little bit about about the space that you're in, and now that you heard everybody, whatever you'd like to share with us.
Thank you so much. It's fascinating to hear how much common we have actually across the different sectors that we've spoken, common challenges as well, I think. So, I am with Pratham. We work in education. We've been doing that for 25 years. And I think that the point that Neera makes, that really it's a scale, because it is possible to do many things when it's on a smaller scale. But how do you bring about a lasting, durable change, but on, the whole country? In education, I think the story is, quite straightforward. We have a lot of cause, as Naina said, to celebrate. We have now for more than 10 years, 96% children enrolled in school. And that's, I think, a massive success for a country like ours. But over the last, decade or more, I think there's been a growing realization that years of schooling are not translating into years of learning. Recently, I think last year, the learning adjusted index of schooling. And so if you look at what, the ASER reports that we bring out every year show, that you could be in 5th standard or even higher, but even in 5th standard, about 50% kids are still not able to cope with what is expected of them in 2nd. So really the goal to get the country to be able to benefit from the potential of schooling is to be able to bring the learning and the schooling commensurate with each other. So that 8 years of schooling means 8 years of learning, and hopefully those 8 years of learning are absolutely relevant and appropriate and can deal with many of the challenges that everybody before me has spoken. But to do this, I think that, obviously many steps have happened in the country. I think the key point, perhaps from 15 years ago or 20 years ago, was that there was a big national effort on ensuring schooling. Children who are out of school are very visible. You can see them in the field, in the traffic lights, and so on and so forth. And both parents, policymakers, planners, governments could focus on how do you get them into school. But I think as we dealt with the visible problem, you could feel the more invisible problem that children are in school, but they're not quite where they need to be. Parents felt it, teachers felt it. And so I think there was a big task to be done to make that invisible problem much more palpable for the whole country. And at some level, the ASER work that we have done since 2005, for those who may not be familiar, it's the annual status of education report, which basically it's done in every rural district in India. So almost 600 districts now. We did it every year till 2014, and now we do it every alternate year. Looks at, can children read very simple text, and can they do very simple arithmetic, just as a way not just of pushing national policy on this or state policy on it or district policy on it, but actually in a way to really involve everyone to understand what the problem is. Because our belief is that if you feel the problem and understand the problem, at all different levels, solutions will come up. If you just move on further, I would say that this, the National Education Policy, the new one, 2020, absolutely squarely brings this issue of foundational learning to the center of the thrust of the policy, and goes as far as to say that if foundational learning, basic reading, basic arithmetic, and such basic foundational things are not in place by primary stage, the rest of the policy is actually quite irrelevant. So I love it because we've been working on this for many years, and lots to celebrate. We have now cohorts of children. Every age group in India is roughly 25 million. And if you go back and look even 10 years ago at 8th standard enrollment, you would see that we had about 11, 12 million enrolled in 8th standard. Today, that number is close to 24 million. So everyone is in school, or hopefully will be back in school as soon as this strange phase of our lives are over. And then I think the real challenge, and now backed by the national policy, is to see how you can increase this, the learnings that children have. And so, much of what we have done over the last 25 years has been both on uncovering the problem, ensuring that a lot of different people are able to grapple with the problem. So the ASER report, for example, is done by a different organization in every district in India. So massive collaboration across the board on, I think, on not just bringing the problem out, but also at sort of using data in a very, very simple way. My own background is a lot in measurement, so I love it when a sarpanch or a grandma says to me, "ये आंकड़े मुझे समझा दीजिए, ये आंकड़ों में से क्या दिखता है, ये आंकड़े मेरी असलियत के साथ लगे हुए हैं." That seems to me that that's a part of lifelong learning, that you're learning something new, even if you are. And then, of course, we've worked very hard at what could be a solution that could be applied in any context, whether it's in the community or in the school, and obviously working with largely with state governments, with city governments, to say that kids actually can learn this way. I mean, there's lots to learn, and that may take longer. Basic reading and arithmetic, frankly, couple of months of focus on it can be done if you put the grade level curriculum aside for a bit. So I don't want to take more time because I think there's a lot of interesting things, strands that are crossing across all of us. But obviously the key words, and then I'm going to pick up from your C's. celebration, challenge, campaign, communication, collaboration. I think these are all words that are absolutely essential for really bringing people together for change on scales. Change, another C.
Repeat those. No, that's actually awesome. Campaign, collaboration, communication, change, right?
Celebration. Don't forget that one.
And there was one more.
We will come up with many more. So.
You missed community.
Community. Yes. No, I just think that's such a beautiful description of what we're talking about. But I want to get deeper into this because, and I think you'll all have different aspects to cover on this. Is the task so daunting? And in what each of you have said, there are clearly milestones that have been achieved. There has been progress that's been made, barriers that have been crossed. But is the path so daunting in a country like India that somehow every few steps ahead you just feel there are that many more to go? Are there major limiting factors? For instance, whether it be funding, whether it be government support, or like Rukmini was saying, identifying a problem and getting everyone to kind of understand it in the same way? Or is it also to do with the dynamics of being in a country like India? Neera?
I think it is daunting. I think especially when you think of the scale of the problems that India has. If you start to think about all of that at one time, I think it feels overwhelming. But I think at the same time, there's some of us who are perhaps more optimistic, right? So it's every small little win, every small little person or organization that you feel you may have influenced or had some sort of impact on that keeps you going, right? I mean, what keeps me going is when you see the kinds of leaders and entrepreneurs or even those of wealth that are willing to give their money away. I think it's those small moments that collectively continue to, inspire us. And I think we have to perhaps find those moments more often than we do. I think the biggest challenge for the sector, honestly, is how slow the change is. And as a sector, we push ourselves for outcomes, right? So whether it's education, learning outcomes, or even sanitation, you're trying to have a healthier population. We haven't done enough to say what's proximate to the work we're doing, that there's a strong feedback loop that you can continuously galvanize people around and come together on. And in the for-profit world, it feels simple because everybody's aligned around we've got to make a profit. Yes, more and more are saying purpose and environment and social good, but at the end of the day, profitability is measurable. I think that's our biggest challenge, is we have not been able to come around, and that's where you find it's easier to work in sort of expertise around particular sectors. So health, right? Maybe there's some outcomes around health you can come together. But our real change is going to come from convergence, and our real change is going to come by aggregating. And that's why I think there's really two important C's, the collaboration and the community. It has to end up being the community that will engage on the issues and the rights that they would like and ask of that and demand of that from large institutions, constructs like government, civil society, and the corporate sector. And as the community demands the three of us to collaborate and work, that's really where you're going to get sort of more and more change. And so you see leaders and people emerge from each of these government, civil society, and the corporate side beginning to engage in how we come together. I think that is a bit of a shift we're seeing in the sector, that we can't solve this alone.
Yeah. Abha, if I can come in here on this aspect of collaboration and community that Neera just mentioned. And it's, I think, a common theme across all speakers today, that, let me just anecdotally talk about a project which, while we were at HSBC, we had sponsored with WWF and others, where in Moradabad, as those of you from India know, you have this big brass and metals trade. Pretty much everything that's exported from India in the metal spaces comes from Moradabad. And the water levels there had begun to be totally polluted by traces of these metals. The community did not even realize that they were drinking poison, basically, and their children were drinking poison. So what it needed was to galvanize the community to understand the problem that their fathers were creating in terms of the industries they were running and not managing the effluents. So it needed the partnership of the community, which was critical because they had to keep the project running even once it had started. In order to get them on side, it needed the studies and the work and the testing that the WWF provided. And most importantly, it required the state government, which we had a very dynamic district collector there who embraced this, and a woman, as is often the case, who embraced this whole messaging and took it to the community and banged away at it and made sure that everyone came together to manage the effluents in their own interest. So you get this ideal partnership of state, NGO, community, and it sustains, as against just working on one pillar. And I think that, you know, if we take some of these examples forward, it's a great example. Another one, I do, you know, whether it was Rukmini or in fact Jane, that women are so central to some of these programs. I mean, I'm certainly talking about the water and sanitation space. Everywhere where it has worked, it has been the community of women who've taken it forward. And I'll give you an example recently on sanitation in Jharkhand. They couldn't get enough of the masons, who were largely male, to take forward the toilet building program. So they trained, and it took, again, a woman, Aradhana Patnaik, who was the secretary at the time of the Swachh Bharat mission for the state, identified Rani Mistris. So the women in the state got trained to be masons to complete the task so the state could achieve the ODF target, the open defecation free target that was set for October 2nd, 2019. So livelihoods came through that. But the galvanizing and the ability of women to be masons is not something that's fully recognized. And you see this time and again in projects. We've seen this in Odisha now, where the 8 cities now have women groups that are working in the maintenance and the operations of the state utilities. So skilling, training, livelihood creation, and a lot of this activity is happening through the self-help groups that the country has. 10 million self-help groups, over half of which are funded by mainstream banking. They are already organized in groups where from being beneficiaries of funding, we can move them into livelihoods, which enables them to, of course, repay their loans, and they have a very good track record at over 99% as is, but also gives them the economic benefit of running small businesses and being micro entrepreneurs. So I'm a firm believer in the 2 messages which have come through a lot of the panelists today. Women can be a very central force for change, whether it's through the communication or through the actual galvanizing of the inherent talents they have. And on the other, the collaboration that must come with communities, NGOs, and the state in making things happen.
Absolutely. Jane, would you like to add to that? And are there perhaps certain pockets, regions where, you know, the work is more challenging than others, given what we're talking about in terms of engaging stakeholders? You know, talking about sanitation, and like I've come across a young lady called Mata van der Snow, who was trying to get a new model of toilet installed in the villages, I think in Rajasthan or somewhere. And I remember her telling me that it was almost impossible to get the local constituents to take her seriously and to give her the support she needed. Are there certain regions or pockets that prove to be a bigger challenge than others? You know, for instance, are certain areas in the South more receptive to change, to learning? Jane?
Yeah, most certainly. I found there was an awful lot of misunderstanding around families that live in those very squalid urban squatter area type developments. People had the opinion that the families that lived there were predominantly unemployed, they drank, they had far too many children, there was high levels of crime, they were very afraid to go to those areas, and even the vice president several years ago, tried to dissuade me from working with the particular community, because said there are other more deserving people that are not working and living on rubbish dumps that you could help. And I found that the only way that I could really address that was to get to a very grassroots level and explain that the families that we worked with and the community that we worked with, we were full of admiration for them, because we found that they were extremely hardworking. They had options of how they could make a living. And some of those would have been resorting to crime. Some of those would have been trafficking children. Some of those would have been in prostitution. Some of those would have been begging, but they chose to live and work on rubbish dumps because that for them was a more honorable way of earning their living. And so we tried very hard to turn that opinion so that they started to look at the families with respect and not disdain. And that took quite a long time actually to break that. And I found even with many corporations and many wealthy companies that we were working with, they were relatively happy to give us some money, but they most definitely did not want to come and see the communities that we worked with. And we ardently appealed to them to come and see firsthand for themselves the families and the community that they were helping. And they would come with armed guards and clearly were very afraid. But once they had walked through the community with us, then their opinion started to change, because they could see that actually these were families just like themselves. The only difference is that they didn't have the same level of material belongings as they did. And that started to break the stigma down. And we almost made it mandatory that if you gave us a donation, that you also paid us a visit as well. And then, of course, when people met in their social climbs, they would talk about, oh, we've been to this area. And then they themselves were the ones that broke down those barriers. But in the beginning, it was really tough and heartbreaking as well, because we could see that the community just wanted somebody to give them a hand. They didn't want anybody to give them a hand out. They just wanted to have the resources and the skills to be able to help themselves. And when other people were exposed to that, then that started to change. And that was probably the first major hurdle, I think, that we overcame. And it took around about 6 or 7 years to break that down. But I'm glad to say now people are much more willing to come to the areas and always are surprised at that. So yeah, there are lots of misconceptions about urban. I think urban poverty is very different to rural. Our rural work it has a whole different feel about it, and we have a different approach to it. But urban work, there tends to be an awful lot of stigma, and much of it is not true. The whole issues with women just have too many babies, and then they use those children to work, is really not true. And then we have to explain and show that actually there aren't access to family planning, there aren't access to those things, and a woman will grieve the same way as a wealthy woman when she loses a child. There is no difference. And it's just bringing the humanity, I think, of the urban poor to corporates and to wealthy individuals, so that they can start to identify as human beings, fellow human beings. They just are in need at this moment in time. And I think when you can make that connection with corporations and with individuals, then you start to really work collaboratively together, not just funding, but also companies have a great deal of resources and skills that they can help NGOs on the ground become more efficient, can help them measure their work more effectively. And those collaborations are absolutely key in NGOs, grassroots NGOs, most definitely going forward with their work.
You know, I like that. Yes, go ahead.
If I can add, you know, I was just thinking that actually some of the greatest challenges that we face in our country is are the forms of, or the reasons why communities are marginalized. And those themselves become the greatest barriers. If, it's not a coincidence that the worst indices are in Dalit communities or tribal communities or minority communities, right? Or even communities who are in difficult geographies.
Sure.
So we are in the Northeast and we see it greatly neglected. Most philanthropy money, corporate money goes back to Maharashtra, which is really got one of the better indices in some areas, right? But a lot of the areas where the marginalizations are the worst, are the most multiply marginalized. Money doesn't get there, resources don't get there. And more importantly, I think the big barrier, if I feel, is that people don't believe in themselves. So if you are a Dalit and you grew up thinking that you don't deserve to earn a wage for the work that you do, and there are many, many people today in our country, which we sitting in our urban spaces find it very difficult to imagine.
Yeah.
Why would someone believe that? So it's actually changing those belief systems.
Yeah.
And recognizing them and talking about them as real, that really will, to my mind, is always the biggest challenge. So communities to believe कि मैं school भेजूंगा तो my child will be better off.
Yeah.
Even if he's not getting a government job, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But the fact that your child will be literate, will be able to negotiate her loans better, right? So it's so much about what I think people believe that we need to work with. And I think that is, to me, the biggest challenge. That, in Manipur, we find huge trafficking, sex trafficking, labor trafficking. Why? Because there aren't any schools. So people feel, I'm sending the child out to school. Sending children to hostels is a dumb thing.
Right.
Now, in that hostel sending, somewhere along the way, the child got trafficked. Well, can't we just build schools? So sometimes to me, that's also a challenge. I find the sheer foolishness of the solutions, of just, it's simple. There are simple solutions. If you don't send a child to early school and the ICDS does not have early education, how is he going to sit in school when he reaches 6 years of age? I've had a rural woman telling me कि पर दीदी ये तो है ही ना, वो कैसे बैठेगा, उसको बैठने का आदत नहीं है. And I'm thinking, I wish a policy holder would hear this.
Yeah.
She understands what it's going to take. So I think that is a big, it is a challenge in our country, and we don't like to talk about it.
No, we don't.
If I can just jump in, I mean, in a way, Abha, your panel, we are all agreeing with each other. So it's it's wonderful in a way.
Yeah, and it's relevant points, measuring impact, the kind of invisible, intangible challenges, because I think these are the things that people from the outside don't truly understand what it takes to be in this field.
But if I can just add, I think, I'm talking from I feel I'm privileged in many ways. One is huge privilege that I work with children. And I think when you work with children, it's a very quick, you get positive energy very quickly because children respond very quickly. I think a second privilege that I have is that I work in education, where you can have local solutions, quite quickly, as opposed to larger issues where there is a much bigger investment to be done at a different level. And my third privilege is that I'm from Bihar. And I think that is a huge privilege because the context in which we have worked and seen, especially because there is a lot of backwardness, I think there is a lot of room to grow. And nothing, I think, fuels positive energy more than having some success. And at some level, if you start from way behind, you feel that success quite quickly.
The small success is big.
And I think across all of you, you'll agree that even though there are intractable problems, it's usually the toughest populations or the toughest geographies where you see the biggest spark of collaboration and interest coming forward. Yeah. But I'd like to talk just quickly connecting back to the scale issue, because I think that's an important, really important one. to me, it looks like, India is a very big place. Your whole state is a very big place. Very often, large villages, when you say कि गांव को बदलने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा, गांव भी बहुत बड़ा है. But if you work it down to the unit, and to me, the mohalla is the unit at which where the aggregate and the individual kind of come together, where people know each other, and yet you're an aggregate, and you think about what will it take to change things here, then it seems like a much more manageable proposition. The second thing that at least we've learned, and maybe this is particular to the kind of work that we do, is that there needs to be some demonstration of success done by someone like me. बड़े-बड़े लोग आके बड़े-बड़ी बातें कहते हैं, करके जाते हैं, that is a different thing. But when my friend is able to actually teach the kids in my community how to read in 20 days, in 40 days, it seems like I could take a shot at it because it doesn't seem that tough. So how can solutions be implemented by people like me, like ordinary people? Because then that is very infectious. And again, that unleashes, small bouts of positive energy that build confidence that you can do more. The third is you need support. You're not alone. It's a country of billions of people. We have each other. We just need to know how to reach out to each other. And of course, it helps when things are aligned from top to bottom. I think Naina spoke about how different layers would align with each other. And so when you're leading a large campaign across, let's say, a system like UP, which has 130,000 schools, it really helps that every district magistrate knows what the goal is, the state level people know what the goal is, and the panchayat knows what the goal is. And the goal is a doable goal that even parents who are not very educated can understand. A couple of words that I just want to also throw into this mix. Chief Minister of my state, who at least in his previous regimes had done a lot for education and continues to have a very strong thrust on women and on girls, once said that the biggest problem is that you have to deal with जो लोग हैं जो निराशा के मसीहा हैं. And I think, Pooja, you referred to this. निराशा के मसीहा, messiahs of despair, नहीं हो सकता है. We are not able to do it. I think those are the mindsets that can be broken by these small packets of positive energy that then, if done together, can become big. And again, another saying from the same person was that, vikas vispot nahi hai. Development is not an explosion. It happens with these many, many small instances. And therefore, I think that it's important because that positive energy is very important at every level to drive you to the next step, to be the next bit more ambitious thing. And without that, you will begin to lose confidence in your endeavor. So what is it that can come in these small packets? I often think of the sachets that are hanging in the pan shops. Sachets have taken over India in every which way. We need our own sachets. And then soon they'll be hanging in this colorful way, one after the other, that helps you feel like you can do it.
I feel like it's in this work on a daily basis, you feel like you're on a roller coaster. Because there is this high. Yeah. There is this kid who's just decided, ab to main kar rahi hu. She just walked out and said, I will not get married, I will do this, I will. Yeah. And then on a daily basis, you also get to know, slightly more than other people do about what is horrible as well, right? There'll also be a 3-month-old rape. But so it's like a roller coaster, and you just have to, so I agree with Rukmini, you just have to get everyone to focus on what, putting the next foot forward. This can be done.
Go ahead, Anna.
I think, Rukmini, what you've said and in what Pooja is endorsing is, I also think we don't celebrate success enough.
Yes.
And small and big successes. And there are wonderful examples around us all the time. I think one of the ways we've tried to do it through the India Sanitation Coalition and indeed the Water Mission, which I also chair, is by giving awards to those that have succeeded. And the results are phenomenal. I find that the awards, for example, we gave to the sanitation worker category, that the funding that they were able to get soon after, maybe not just because of what we had done, but because they're genuinely doing fabulous work, but just that little bit of recognition helps them along the way in terms of replication. And I don't think we document enough of these successes either, because we are always searching for some example from some Western model, which some NGO is trying to plonk down on us, when those examples are sitting right under our nose. Why isn't the success of an Orissa replicated in Rajasthan or in a UP or a Bihar? So that sharing of what is working in a local context, we could do much better in terms of documentation and dissemination of knowledge. And I can certainly say that we need to do more of this in the sanitation and water space. And we struggle because, we put it up on our websites and all, but then it's in English. How do we get it into other languages? How do we get it where it really matters? But then it also has wonderful success stories. And again, it's anecdotal. But a sanitation worker, the same Dalit communities that is being referred to, his father was a sanitation worker, grandfather was a sanitation worker. And do you know what this guy has succeeded in doing? And when he made the presentation to us at the jury at the awards committee, he didn't speak English. He came with a guy who was translating from Tamil to English for all of us. He runs 160 odd evacuation trucks in the sanitation space, but he is now a business manager where he does the evacuation of the sewage tanks. And because he is sensitized to the Dalit community and he employs and looks to their progress. So you can create out of the same circumstance that the individual was in, someone today who has made a business out of it, is profitable, and somewhere in that enabling environment and the municipalities in Tamil Nadu that he worked with gave him that opportunity, that first break that came, that enabled him to own a truck and then own several trucks and get on with running this as a business. So we have to look at what are those initial starting points that trigger that change. Self-belief is certainly something that you mentioned, but there is something else. It's often finance, it's a mentor, it's an NGO, it's an organization, it's one do-gooder. And those are the people we have to look for as well, who can then help to replicate and multiply these great examples.
So, I think that's a fabulous point, because I think recognition can go a long way in changing the narrative. I would have thought, and I'm just curious, with the advent of social media and digital, and especially like today or in the last year when so much of it is online, do you see a shift at all, or is it just that media is still not covering? Even if it was user generated or on ground people that are actually sharing stories, has there been any shift? And for those that are looking to perhaps get in and make a meaningful impact, what do you think stops them? The younger generation today wants to have a purpose. They want to be part of change, but yet is it the fact that they feel that an NGO is not going to be as lucrative perhaps as a corporate career? Is it that they need to have a sense of purpose? Is it lack of recognition, that it's just too much hard work? How can we inspire more people to really engage and be part of these efforts on ground? Pooja?
Yeah, touched upon a favorite subject. Because I remember when I wanted to move, I used to work with a bank, and when I wanted to move, I went to many NGOs who all threw me out, saying that aapko kya aata hai? And CRY was the only place where I came, and they asked me, what did you know how to do? And I said, well, I'm an HR professional. So they said, okay, come and create an HR function.
Oh, wow.
So I think this construct of actually being able, and what I find in my daughter's school, college, etc., the understanding of what social work will require, development sector work will require from you in terms of both training as well as almost a resilience, actually, a clarity of what your purpose is and why you want to do this. That is something that is not made very freely available. At best, some of the stuff I can see is where young people are very it's a very romantic thing to do, right? I'm quitting my Citibank job and I'm going off to change the world. So, and it's not as simple as that, right? So when you hit the reality of poverty and you hit the reality of the fact that change can be slower, it becomes tough. But I think there are just so many niches and stuff for people to do. I think that is something that we as a sector are failing to communicate. There is not that you just have to come and, you know, you don't have to teach children. Everybody's not a teacher. In fact, untrained people perhaps shouldn't teach underprivileged children, right? But that there is actually so much that can be done. If you're great with social media, all NGOs should have active social media telling stories out there. Yeah?
Sure.
So I think the barriers are, yes, they are economic in a sense that a lot of young people do come to us and say, I would love to do this, but I simply can't afford a salary. There are those, but there is also another insidious thing I think that's been happening for the last 4 or 5 years, which is this narrative being built of, you know, the social sector doesn't have impact indicators, they are not responsible. And there's an active, as we know, story about NGOs being the place where, I don't know, proselytization is going on, etc., which is a very negative and very frightening image for us. I can tell you 10 years ago, if I told somebody I was from Krai, they would say, Acha. And you know, today I remember in Banaras, someone told me, Aapka NGO theek hoga, lekin bade chor hai ye. So there has been a narrative built, I think, which is actually going against us. And that's the one we need to tell our stories actually. It amazes me that, you know, there's, for those of us who are here, we know the amazing change. We know the commitment of hundreds and hundreds of NGOs. And Neera must be getting, what, 20 applications a day. You know, we vet so many NGOs. Yeah. And I can stand up proudly and tell you that each one of those is absolutely fine. So it's also about, I mean, I think actually giving the image of the sector of not being just a place where, you know, you know, no one's going to listen to you, but it's a place where there are actually new ideas and there are fresh entrepreneurs. There is just so much going on in every kind of space. And
there are a lot of good stories out there if you take the time.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
No, Abba, I think it's about society redefining what success is. And I think that's what we're beginning to see that change, right? Perhaps generations before, it was about make money, build some stability, and then you're supposed to do good, right? Then go and, you know, do philanthropy or do charity or do some help. In fact, it was Dick Fisher, who was the former chairman of Morgan Stanley, when I was a small little analyst and was like, oh, maybe we should raise some money and try and give it to NGOs. And we asked him, you know, what are you doing now? Because he had just retired. And he said, I'm doing philanthropy, but I wish I had started making a difference when I was your age and when I was a lot younger, and wrote the first check to Dasra, right? He gave us $250,000 over the next 5 years to really get ourselves started. And so it takes people in a place to give you that mentoring, to help encourage you, because sometimes your family, especially in our Indian culture, we define success in a very narrow way. I think the more we broaden that, and to Nana's point, the more we celebrate, I think that's one side of the coin. I think there's another side of the coin that we are all in each generation, especially after my generation, is more and more being driven by purpose. And if you can get them early and bring them into an organization and support that sense of purpose and passion, I think you'll see many, many more wanting to move into the sector. We have not created great organizations with great cultures, frankly, in our sector. So the more we can do that, the more we build careers for people in the sector, the more I see, you know, that move. I actually think COVID has helped. I know we haven't talked about it, and I think it's a larger challenge, yet opportunity, but I think it has been an equalizer, right? I think it has brought to us the invisible. It has built a common humanity where you see more and more people recognizing that we're in this together. We're going to have to help each other overcome, and we need each other to actually thrive as a society. I think you're going to see, you know, a whole new generation, if not this existing generations, wanting to make more of a difference.
Okay.
You know, I think there's a space also beyond just the NGOs, and that is the whole area of delivery of public services, public goods for profit. It doesn't and shouldn't be usurious profit. But why not enable all of these activities, provision of water, provision of rightful education, provision of sanitation, to people who can make money, which they reinvest in employing others to deliver these services. And I think we missed that engagement completely. We are looking to have people enter the business of sanitation. They have to engage with the municipalities on the ground. The municipalities have typically had a very dog-in-the-mangerish attitude to this. They don't give us the sanitation we require and deserve, but nor have they allowed others to enter it. So now finally that environment is opening up. I hope it's an enabling enough environment for players to come in to deliver us those services. And the price is agreed in advance so that it is not usurious. But the municipality has to then enable these bodies, these individuals, these companies, however they're set up, to deliver and not begin to get greedy later and try and change the contract and change the rules. And so let's look at this as a provision of rightful services across a very broad band, where the NGOs are there to ensure that right behavior, right delivery happens, that we can question. We can ensure that we galvanize communities against those that have to deliver the service, whether it's the municipality or the business that is attempting to deliver that service, so that the voice of the citizen comes through the NGO. The NGO doesn't have to be the one who does it because that's not their core competence, but that you create this environment where others can come in to deliver what we need.
No, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there is another angle to this. And I would also like to step out of the sector and look at it a little bit more broadly. What is the exposure that you have at different stages of your life in being connected to the community or the context in which you live? We find, again, from large-scale work in villages, we find a lot of youth volunteers who are willing to give a hand for a certain purpose and a certain project for a certain period of time. It's up to whoever is organizing this effort to give it the shape and the kind of systematic framework in which they can operate. And I think I agree with Neera that during this COVID time, we've seen a huge upsurge of kind of what I would call teach for your village. So you are somebody who's in 10th standard, your school hasn't opened yet, an hour a day for the 5 kids in your neighborhood. If somebody gives you, as I said earlier, a little bit of support and a little bit of a clear goal, and a simple metric on which to measure yourself, a lot of people come forward. In schools, we don't learn how to do collaborative projects. You have to do an MBA before you learn how to do a group work. Whereas if you started this early in primary school, where you're judged not just on individual excellence, but on something that you've done together, something that is valued by people outside the books and the classrooms, I think you would develop this connectedness. I'm still hanging on to my C words, okay? To be able to do this. And I think that the more exposure of this type that you have early in life, the more likely you are to look for it and not think of it as a binary that I gave up and I did this, but that you can combine. I mean, we are all constantly doing, some things that you have to do and some things that you want to do, and work it out in that way. So I'm a strong believer that young people need the space to experiment. Young people need the space to try something and fail without it being, a huge, obstacle. And it's from allowing this to happen, while you're in school, while you're a teenager, that when you're in your 20s and 30s and later, you will take on, genuinely larger, tasks. So as a country, as a society, as a family, are we able to allow our kids to do this? Because if we do, you'll find this, not just the sector, but the whole community will be changed.
In terms of impact investing, and Neera, maybe you have some thoughts on this, because that seems to be a struggle as well. So NGOs are part, but even social entrepreneurs, that are trying to create for-profit ventures that will help the local community in a more sustainable way, empower them. Again, is it a pure funding issue? Is it, even though there seems to be more funding coming into the space, or is it actually coming up with ideas that are implementable? I mean, what's the challenge there? Because again, when it comes to impact investing, and today we have more funds than ever before in India, but it's still not it's still a marginal kind of area that we talk about. I mean, I'm a business journalist, so I'm saying it from that context. You know, while it's become fashionable to talk about it, but it still seems to be a long way from being perceived as, you know, that's the next big entrepreneur of tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's been in the last decade a lot of, I would say, hype on impact investing. I mean, I heard somewhere that Reliance also does impact. I mean, Reliance equals impact investing because they give so many jobs. So I think we all have our own definitions of it. But to simplify it, there are different, I mean, I believe approaching it with there's different kinds of financing and there's a spectrum, right? There's pure philanthropy all the way to capital markets and public markets. And that space is extremely wide on one hand. On the other hand, there has to be an understanding of the business model. Can the customer pay for the products and services themselves for what you are providing? And that's really where we don't always match the business model with the right kind of capital. And in India, our regulatory system doesn't allow for blended capital. So you get quite constrained in being able to have a model that can use philanthropy to help subsidize, to then build markets in the last mile for products and services to reach the poorest of the poor. So I think these are all the things that are mixed up. The more we can build capability of entrepreneurs to understand the model, then what you see now is actually, interestingly enough, hybrid models. So you'll see both a nonprofit and a for-profit. So let's say Under the Mango Tree is an amazing organization that sells honey. So they kind of work with farmers to help productivity. They sell bee boxes through their nonprofit, and through the for-profit, they actually do the distribution and selling. Right. So you have many more innovations that are trying to address of how do you provide affordable products and services. I think thinking that through is really important on the entrepreneur and the organization side. On the other side, as funders, you either wear this for-profit hat or you wear a completely philanthropic hat and check writing. And it's that space in between that we need more flexibility. And we're seeing more and more families and philanthropists emerging with saying, oh, this is interesting. Can I have social impact and financial returns? But I also come from a bigger challenge that at some point there's a trade-off. I don't know if people will agree. But at some point to maintain a certain amount of profitability, you might compromise on social impact, but it's social entrepreneurs who will keep social impact and not necessary and lead with that rather than have a pure trade-off.
I would just add that in the social impact space, what I think becomes important is the experimentation. The ability for new technologies, for new models to get tried through a social impact model is far easier than getting a whole NGO or even a philanthropist to buy into a new idea. So it's risk capital in the true sense, the same way as venture capital might work in the traditional business world. And that becomes a space that we could use a lot more effectively. We're also seeing social impact bonds. So it's not just about equity. We're seeing bonds being raised. Grameen Capital has done some interesting work on this in the country. They're small, but again, they provide for funding specifically for a purpose. And that purpose would be the purpose for which the bonds are raised. So whether it's education or nutrition for women or SDG, 6 or whatever. And that could also be an interesting way of looking at some of the funding. But I do fear that funding still remains a core issue for all of us in the sector. We haven't touched on it. I do fear that the environment in which NGOs are having to work in the country today is worrying. And it is something that requires addressing, because I'm a firm believer that we cannot move ahead on the agendas that are critical for the upliftment of the country tomorrow without the not-for-profit sector as partners. Government cannot do it on its own, and even do-gooder businesses or philanthropists cannot achieve this without the bridge which comes through the not-for-profit sector. We need the same voices. We need voices which are not seen as aligned. And we have to recognize that there's a lot of fabulous work happening out there from the NGO community, which, again, as I think Pooja mentioned, needs to be addressed, because if some have got the community a bad name, we cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater in the process.
All right. I think we're almost out of time, but before I wind up, I'd love to get a piece of advice from each of you, especially for young women, entrepreneurs or otherwise, those looking to make a difference, wanting to find their path, and maybe this is it. Just from your experiences, anything you can share with them that you think will help to inspire them in their way ahead and in their journey to perhaps having a more meaningful role in creating social impact. Jane?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think women need to always believe in themselves and know their goals, but be flexible enough to adapt those goals when the need demands it. But also to always remember to respect the people that they're working with. If they're working at a grassroots level, then it's really important to understand and respect those, to respect that community and understand what their needs are, and just never to give up. Because there are so many obstacles that come in your way, especially when you work in urban poverty. It's just usually one crisis after another, and it takes real tenacity to just keep going and staying with those goals and never really giving up. And I know that it's very simple words, but when we fully believe in ourselves and we fully hold those goals true to our heart, they will see us through the high times and the low times. So yeah, I encourage every woman to be involved in some way of giving back, whether it's volunteering or whether it's part of a mainstream job, because when it becomes part of our DNA, that's when we start to see the real social change happening on a global level.
Pooja, would you like to go next? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I can even feel like even I can give advice. But I would say, the real challenge is in sort of believing in yourself, right? In being clear that what you're wanting to do in life, is that really coming from you, or is it coming from all the voices around you? I think we as women, whether it is the young girls of today, there is a very small section of society where you don't have those kind of voices. But almost everybody else, in terms of what your worth is, what your role is, to actually find your own path. It's okay to not want to have children. It's okay to not be a great cook. It just starts at very simple levels. And I think for young women, that is a constant, it's something that they need to get a hold of for themselves, to understand that they have to deal with it. They should make whatever choices they want to. I also, in a very selfish kind of way, want to say that, frankly, being in the not-for-profit sector has been the best ever thing as a woman. When I listen to friends from batchmates, friends from the corporate sector, I do think that we are far less gendered, and it's wonderful to actually work and be in CRY, be almost all women. And it really creates organizations, I think, that are humble and are willing to talk and are willing to change. So yeah, very selfish. Willing to change.
Okay. Rukmini, what about you?
There's so many things to say, and so interesting to hear other people. I would say just a couple of things. Be curious. Don't hesitate to explore. And always try your skillet to see how many more people you can convince to come along on your path. I think these are 3 quite useful skills to have, no matter what sector you're in. And finally, I would say, remember, you're in a long line of people before you and people who will come after you. I am very influenced by my 2 grandmothers, none of whom went to school and often didn't have any opportunity to work outside. But they were our biggest propellers to fuel us to do more. So also think not just about what you'll do, but who else you will support and bring along, even if you're young today.
Lovely. Neera?
I'm going to go with additional C's. So I would say courage and coaching. So, find what gives you courage and remind yourself what that is in the downtime to overcome. And I think each of us as women need to coach and really support and be role models for others.
Naina, let me have you share with us the last word.
So just hearing these wonderful words of wisdom, I wish I had heard them when I was younger. But as someone who worked in the corporate world and now sort of dabbles in this space, I can only say that you can choose a path where you are indeed in a career that is much more conventional, but devote time and very productive time. And I think Rupa mentioned about, the sort of HR skills that an NGO might need. And that was her starting point. Well, I have seen my HR colleagues in the bank devote their free time, their weekends, to helping with the microfinance institutions. Indeed, in Bandhan Bank, which has gone on to become such a big bank today, but when Chandrasekhar was starting up, he asked for support of it at an HR level. And I had young executives, men and women, giving their time and supporting the NGO as they went. So we can all, it's not just about the check writing. Every time, precious training and skill that you have can be used somewhere. So reflect on it in terms of what grabs your heart, what is that skill, and make space for it. Because God alone knows it helps you along the way. It is hugely gratifying. It makes you stronger. And at the end of the day, when you retire, as you must at some day, as I did at 58, you have another 20 years to go to give back in every precious moment that you can.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I feel we really covered and touched upon a lot of different topics. And, you all shared some really deep and valuable insight. And also reminded us that there's a lot to celebrate. I think your individual stories are an inspiration in themselves, and in the kind of work that you continue to do. But it was also good to sort of be reminded that there are all these mini successes that we should celebrate on a daily basis. And hopefully there will be many more that will join you on this journey and continue to create waves of change over the next few years. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for all the wonderful work you do. Bye.
Right. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. It was wonderful.
Good evening, all of you. Welcome to the panel on online education. Welcome Shreyasi, Dr. Patwardhan, Mohan, and Mayank. It's a privilege to have you all in this particular panel to take the conversation today further on how education of future might look like. To start with, let me just tell you a brief about Dr. Patwardhan. He is the Vice Chairman of University Grants Commission and Professor of Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Mayank Kumar is the co-founder and MD of Upgrad. We have Mohan, who is the co-founder, a founder of Great Learning and Vice Chairman of Great Lakes Institute of Management. And we have Shreyasi, who is the co-founder and CEO of Harappa Education. This event is on purpose. So the idea that we have been hearing and learning and listening to have been tales and experiences of how purpose have led different people to achieve what they were seeking. Like we had a lot of part about, what success, what's not, and so on. So I would like really to start off with, you taking us through your journey, telling us, what kind of are the secrets to success, how this organization that you're working with now and the positions that you hold allow you to achieve the purpose that you seek for yourself in this point of time. With this, maybe around 4 to 5 minutes, we can have a conversation on this, and then we would come back to the mood theme of the panel, which is online education. Can I start with you, Shreyasi?
Sure. Thanks, Ajit, and good afternoon, everyone, and wonderful to be here on a cold Sunday from Delhi. So it's nice to be indoors and doing something productive. Just to begin, I think it's a beautifully titled summit for purpose, and I think if young students and graduates are listening to us, I think it's important to lead a life of purpose. And I think that the toughest thing of that is knowing what your purpose is. And the business of purpose is a challenging one. You don't sit under a tree and an apple doesn't fall and you know your purpose. I think you have to do the hard work of discovering your purpose and constantly asking, sort of problem solving on yourself as you discover your purpose. And for me, and why I'm here, I feel like as a founder and CEO of Harappa Education, which is an online learning institution, many things have converged in my life for me to be here. And I think there is a very specific purpose. What I do right now is certainly, hopefully, enabling me to do. I've broadly had a very, very serendipitous journey up to the point that I'm here. I started as a television journalist and then went on to become a business journalist and used to be the editor of a magazine, and I've written books and things like that. I'm a liberal arts student, so I think for many of your students, and now I keep saying I'm a non-techie, non-MBA founder, CEO of an online VC funded business, which itself seems serendipitous, and it's a job that I couldn't have imagined doing when I was studying at Lady Shri Ram College in Delhi, 18 years back. So I think, I think my one purpose has been certainly, which has helped me, is to be led by curiosity and a little bit of courage, and be sort of excited about the future. And I think when I was starting Harappa along with my co-founder 3 years back, I actually did something which I now actually encourage a lot of young people to do, is write a personal vision statement for yourself. We go to websites of companies and of institutions, and there is a purpose and a mission and a vision. And it sounds a little bit, awkward to do that for yourself, and, think that much about yourself also seems a little bit narcissistic. But I think it has really helped me, and I actually condensed that purpose, and that sentence has really helped me become an entrepreneur over the last 3 years, because I was at a crossroads in my career 3-4 years back, figuring out, should I continue my life in journalism and media, or do something a little bit more entrepreneurial, because I've been covering entrepreneurship as a journalist. And that personal vision statement was, I want to have the recognition of having built something of scale and impact. And the 3 key words being recognition, scale, and impact. And I think all those, and that has become a really great framework to evaluate what I do. And I think even putting a word like recognition was a tough one, because you have to say, listen, I don't want to be a hidden, unsung hero doing work in and there are so many amazing people like that, but that's not for me. So there is a little, confession of your ego to say that if I do hard work and if I create something meaningful, I should be recognized for it, whether it's being on the Purpose Summit at Flame or in other ways. I think, of course, scale and impact very critically, both for obviously living, a life beyond yourself and it having a meaning. But more importantly, and I always say this, especially for young women, is entrepreneurship of scale, so that I have the potential to create personal wealth for myself. And I would love for young women to own that ambition. So Harappa seems to me to be a great way, and it's completely linked to the personal purpose that I have in my life of scale, impact, and recognition.
Thank you. I think it's really nice to, for you to be knowing what exactly and those three things. And, I agree with you. Maybe to tell that, yes, I want to be famous, I want to be recognized, is something that we don't do for a long point of time, because, maybe that is not one of the normal usual aspects to agree to. With this, I would want to come to Dr. Patwardhan. And if you could share with us what has been your driving purpose. It's been an exciting, interesting journey, and how, I think you are at the forefront of an organization which has such a huge impact on education in India. So if you could take us through your personal journey and, then how this organization allows you at this point of time, this role allows you and gets you to kind of work towards your purpose. Sir, I would want you
Thank you, Sajid. See, basically, I am a teacher. I have been a professor at the university, as you said, and my purpose was really to find what is the purpose of the education, and that is why I like the title of this summit, and so I am here. Because we really confuse between what is the purpose of education. And I feel that when I was no choice, we always talk about student-centric education, but this whole system is completely student unfriendly, I would say, because we are not giving any choice to student. I did not get any choice. If I want to take admission, I have to decide. I have to go to science, arts, or engineering, medicine. When I go to college, I get a prospectus. I have to buy actually prospectus. And then I am told that these are the courses, this is the duration. I don't know why they have decided that duration and who decided that duration. So 3 years, 4 years, whatever. If I don't complete it in that time, I am stamped as failure. And I have no option even to think, means I am given some kind of a curriculum, syllabus, and that syllabus I have to follow blindly. I have to really struggle hard to get notes at that time. Now I don't need to. And I also get question bank, and top of it, we don't stop even by giving question bank. We get ready-made answers, model answers, so-called model answers. And I am evaluated based on how best I am able to reproduce the answers which teachers have told me. I think this is completely outdated system, and this is not student-centric. So UGC, as you know, is a regulatory body, and we are managing more than 1,000 universities. Not managing really, but overseeing the quality of education in these universities, and more than 45,000 colleges. So it's a huge network. And when I joined UGC, I thought that I must use this opportunity to develop a student-centric system. So just yesterday, if you see on the UGC website, we have put on a new regulation for ABC, or Academic Bank of Credit. That was my dream project. So now students are able to really pick and choose any subject of their own choice and get degree of their own choice, and not necessarily what is forced on them. So student is able to actually design her own degree. This is a major change that has happened in the system, and we have broken boundaries. So we are not now making students to stay only at one place. Lady Shriram, Shreyasi, you were there. You never had opportunity to look at whether some other college teachers are doing good job and you want to go there. No. But now you can do that. You can go to not only your own college. You can go to any other college, not in Delhi, but you can go to maybe Kerala and learn Kerala martial art career pattu. This is what this will bring in. And couple of more changes we have made. For example, recently we have done because today there is no distinction between what is classroom-based teaching, what is online teaching, what is distance education. These are all terms are getting obsolete and outdated. So as a first step, we have combined the regulation of distance and online, and we are trying to go aggressively by use of technology. So that was my second part, which I tried to do. That was my purpose, to bring in more technology in education. And as Mayank could remember, when I was in Manipal, we did started that effort right in 2006. Things are changing, and this is what my in short purpose was, to transform the current practices of education and liberate students, and bring in technology more to empower them to learn what they want to learn and stop getting forced by anybody, as to what they should and what they should not do. Thank you.
Lovely. I think that this dream project of yours is going to be an opportunity for students around India to be, having this kind of a flexibility and this kind of a choice. And I'm sure that, in years to come, this is something that a lot of people are going to look back and say that, this had a huge impact. We at Flame definitely have been looking at NEP and many others, which I would want to bring into conversation later on, and are thrilled in some of these changes that we are seeing at this point of time. Going ahead, if I can request Mohan to, take us through your journey and your goals, your keys to success, how has purpose defined it, and how your current organization or organizations, that you're involved in, do very important posts as well, beyond, a few of which I know. So if that'll be lovely to kind of know your journey.
Yeah. Thank you, Sajid. First of all, thanks to Flame for having me on this panel. I love the title of the conference. I think it's a very important thing for us to reflect on once in a while. And I think this was a good opportunity to do that. So as I think about my own journey, like most of the students in India, I also come from a very pretty humble background. But the education that I went through, really changed my life. First it was being able to go to IIT, and then, being able to go abroad to study at a place like Berkeley, Stanford, and so forth. It completely changed my life. So I was in Silicon Valley as a venture capitalist, and I moved back to India because I really wanted to have impact. I didn't know at that time, how I would have the impact, but the thing that mattered to me is that I got a lot out of what the country had to offer, and I want to have impact. So I came back. First, I came back as an investor. At that point, I thought that, okay, I'll have impact by bringing capital into the country. And then after a few years, as I got more exposure, I got introduced, and as I saw more about the education system in India, I realized that me and people like me are actually a relative minority. People who actually had education that transformed their life. Most people are actually not as fortunate. And I also saw that, everyone was, kind of always pointing out that our graduates are not employable. There's a big gap between what industry wants and, what our education system is producing. Professor Patwardhan alluded to some of these aspects, that the way things were, 10, 15, 20 years back. So I think that got me passionate about education, and I realized that there's no better way to have impact than through education. And that's why in 2009, late 2009, I kind of took the plunge into education. And for me, the sole purpose of doing that is to actually solve the quality problem. And the idea is that, everyone who is willing to put in the effort, who wants to learn, should have access to quality education. right? Because that is what really changes lives. That is what really not just changes your life, it changes your family's life, and it changes your, generations after that, right? And we've seen that, over and over again. My kids are having a very different life because of the education that I got, right? And their life is very different than the life my parents have had, right? So and that's the power of education. So I think, so first the Great Lakes, I helped build Great Lakes. Today it is one of the top business schools in India, but that was not enough, because in a physical setting, in a campus-based setting, there's only so much impact you can have. The number of students that you can have an impact on is limited. So kind of always knew that. And that's where the background that I had in technology. I had built a company in Silicon Valley, and my background is in technology before coming back to India. So that's what I was able to draw on to actually then create Great Learning, where the idea is to have, universal access to quality education, to really serve that purpose of quality education for anyone who is willing to put in the effort and who wants to, benefit from quality education. So that's what we've been doing over the last 8 years now. We have delivered over 50 million hours of online learning. And the changes that are happening are very interesting and very exciting. Online education, thanks to all of the things that has been done by, our regulators and the government, has been brought into focus. And I think a lot more students are going to have access to quality education in the years ahead, and hopefully, it's a hard problem, but over the next 10 years, 20 years, hopefully we can get to that state where everybody will have access to quality education. Thank you.
Lovely. I think, these are two things I'll be coming back to you, quality and technology. And I think it kind of pretty much sets a ground for a lot of conversations that we're going to have later too. I would now move on to Mayank. I see some parallels of investment to setting up your own with Mohan, with you, but I would now want you to take me through your journey.
No, thanks, Ajit. I think in hindsight, yes, I can call it the purpose, but I agree to what Shreyasi said, that it did happen to me through serendipity. I got into education more as an accident than a conscious choice. So I've been in education now over a decade now, looking at education first as a advisor, then as an investor. Maybe it's important to tell the story, Sajid, because sometimes there's a lot in the story which leads you to where you are and what you have done. And for me, this was having looked at larger education companies. So I worked with Dr. Patwardhan a long time back when the Manipal sort of ecosystem was sort of scaling up. I looked at education sector and looked at investing in education space, but could not find great companies to back. And that was a bit of frustrating scenario, that you did a lot of work, but you were still not finding great assets to back up. And there was one incident, which is what I would share perhaps to bring back the purpose, very similar to what Mohan mentioned, to what Shreyasi said as well. There's this place in in Delhi called Greater Noida. And I jokingly say that if you throw a stone, you will hit an engineering college. There are so many engineering colleges built in Greater Noida. And this was one trip that I took from Delhi to Greater Noida to meet one engineering college. It was a 4-storied building. I entered, I asked the guard, look, what happens inside? The guard had no clue. He said, sir, log aate hain, jaate hain, and I don't know what sort of is happening. I went in, the building was empty. And on the 3rd floor, there were 4 kids doing a BTech in one of the circuit engineering, electrical, electronics, or computer science, the BTech program. And I was laughing that, look, the guard doesn't know, the kids are here, there's no faculty member, there's no teacher out there. And suddenly that laughing turned into a penny dropping moment for me, because I then realized that, look, if this is what we are saying as quality of education, then yes, there are multiple challenges, and I can sit on the outside and continue to critique it, saying, look, things are bad, things are not going the way we would like it to go. But if you had so much understanding of the education sector, if you have looked at education sector from that close quarters, I was fortunately enough, Sajid was part of close to $1 billion flowing into the education sector prior to that. But if I'm not doing anything, unfortunately, I don't have the right to complain. And I went with that thought process. And as Mohan mentioned, I'm a product of a highly subsidized education system that this country had to offer. I studied from Kendriya Vidyalaya. I paid 5 rupees a month. When it went to 5 to 15 rupees a month, there was a huge hue and cry as to how can you take the fee from 5 rupees to 15 rupees a month. And then there was this IIT education which was subsidized. But having gone through this piece, it was always at the back of the mind that, look, if you have gone through the system and if you are pissed about the system, then please do something about it. And that's how the journey of upgrad started, more than any other thing that I can say in hindsight. And then lastly, Sajid, in terms of what we want to do, how we want to do, keeping the numbers aside, I still believe that technology and education and quality, the two words that we use, technology and quality coming together. And when we started off, we were very clear that, look, there's a lot of things broken. And one big thing that was broken was about that every place, EdTech was looked at as making content accessible. But that to us was not the problem. And how do we bring in the human touch element along with the technology? That yes, content is there, but what do we do with technology that human element can come in, that can solve for problem at scale, is what we at Upgrade are trying to do with multiple programs, multiple courses, and offering them out there. But that in a nutshell was the story. Now I can say that was the purpose, but at that point in time, it was just an accident.
Interesting, interesting. You know, like I said, we would want to kind of go back to the two thoughts of technology and quality. And I think the other important thing that I would want to focus on is what Dr. Patwardhan said is the purpose of education itself. What really is the purpose of education? So if we look at, certain aspects which get spoken about, is education really mainstreaming, making nearly everyone a replica of the other? Or is education just about employability? Or is education about how to live or what's an enriching life? Or it can be many of these things. I would just want to, few thoughts on this. And if I can go to Dr. Patwardhan first. Sir, I would want you to.
Yeah, it's very interesting discussion that is happening, and the first question which you have raised, I would say that a purpose of education, there are two parts, or three parts rather. The first part is general education, and I feel that general education should be given to everyone who is supposed to be educated. So educatedness, we have to define what educatedness means. And so that is first general education, second is professional education, third is vocational skills. But unfortunately, we are really mixing up all these things. As far as the education purpose is concerned, I see that there are four main categories, which I can talk of purpose. The first purpose is obviously academic, which talks about intellectual strength, general knowledge, scientific temper, self-reliance, interdisciplinary exposure, aptitude, independent thinking, reasoning ability, habit of learning. These are all academic part. The second part is moral and spiritual values, because I feel that academic alone, what we think as academic is not complete. Because unless you have emotional maturity, ethical values, the simple living, selfless service, humility, truthfulness, dignity of labor, high moral character, these are also should be the attributes which education should really provide. And the third part of that is social sensitivity. Social sensibility in terms of national culture and heritage, tolerance for diversity, national integration, understanding our own country, rural life, how people, what are the agonies of our farmers, classless and casteless society, the political system, the economic system, social forces, the civic sense, the respect for rights, duties and discharge of obligations. And the last part is obviously quality of education. So these are the four purposes which I would put in. And I would say that these should be common to any kind of education. Whether you are doing MBBS or we are doing BTech or you are doing BA and BCom. Unfortunately, the BA, BCom, BSc, where majority of our students are going, the purpose is completely lost there. Why and what I'm doing? These are the questions, if we ask, we really have no answer. So we have to completely change our curricular system, completely change our curriculum system, and inculcate and connect it with basic purpose of education, so that the educatedness becomes cutting across phenomena irrespective of what discipline you come from. And again, anyway, I'll stop here, but about the employability and education connection, I will come later when that point comes on table. Thank you.
Surely. Thank you. This was extremely, very comprehensive to listen to how very nicely you have put it across on not that to be looking at all of education as one and figuring out what fits in where and what the outcomes of each of them are. I would want to now pass on this important question to the other panel members too. If I can come to you, Mayank.
Yeah, no, I think I do believe that education is very difficult to package into various sort of outcomes that the education could provide, because it's a much far-reaching outcome. Because when people ask me what did I learn from engineering, while I did learn the concepts of mechanical engineering and how things get applied in various contexts, I think the biggest thing that I learned from that 4-year stint was A, problem solving, B, working in teams, C, going out and sort of tackling real life situations and coming out with some kind of practical solution. Those things, unfortunately, were not course material. So there was no 4-credit course which said, let's do problem solving. There was no 3-credit course which said, let's do teamwork. And I think there's a lot of talk that goes on about the relevance of degrees. Is degrees relevant or not? I come from the school of thought, Sajid, where I believe that there's a lot of ground foundational work that happens in the garb of what we call degrees. At the back end, there's a lot of foundational work that ends up actually going through in the minds of the learners, which we don't get to see because there's no course such as BA in problem solving. There's no such course as BSc in communication, etc. That particular piece, because it's not shown as part of, it's not front facing, but it is at the back end, is sometimes that it gets missed quite a lot. I'll just leave with one pointer, which is my son is now going through that online learning. And I mentioned this earlier also, that I used to think that online learning will actually bring him in a lot of knowledge about math, reading, writing, arithmetic, etc. But one of the things that I'm realizing the value of an offline classroom was to ensure that this kid can sit in a seat for 8 hours straight. Unfortunately, in an online learning setting, that does not end up happening. And it was designed keeping in mind the workforce of tomorrow, that the workforce will have to work in a factory for 8 hours straight. But there are a lot of hidden meaning of education, which unfortunately I'm not able to decipher, but that it does a lot beyond just giving the skills, giving employability, giving the next job. Unfortunately, when it comes to paying money for education, those are the conversations that we revolve around. We don't end up saying what are the other elements that education offers, which in the long term pays huge amount of dividend, but it's difficult to sort of pinpoint that, look, this is what you're doing at this point in time.
Interesting. That kind of will lead me to the next on, is online learning, how is it inferior, superior? There are quite a few viewpoints, but we'll reach there. And I want, because all my panelists to focus on the purpose of education itself. If I can come along to you, Mohan, next.
Yeah, no, in fact, I 100% agree with what Professor Patwardhan said. The true purpose of education has to be that, right? Before you can become employable and capable of certain skills, you have to first be educated, right? So which is the cognitive, the values, and the awareness of the environment around you, the social world around you. All of those are super important. I feel somehow where the issue really arose is that these aspects have not been valued enough by the various stakeholders, right? Like the way Dr. Patwardhan explained just now, I don't think most stakeholders in the education system actually say it like that. Somehow the value has been placed on things that get you a job, right? And like you said, that's what people end up paying for. So and ultimately it comes down to what are all the stakeholders believing and thinking, and that includes faculty in institutions, that include administrators, that include parents who are sending their kids to school, and then the kids themselves, right? So how will they actually appreciate all these things if they if the spotlight is not put on those things? In fact, if you look at the recruiters, the best companies, they exactly value these things. The cognitive aspects that Professor Bhushan talked about, like problem solving, dealing with adversity, working in teams, all of, those kinds of things. That's what their learnability. That's what actually the best organizations look for, because they believe that if you have those abilities, you can actually pick up the other things that you need. And anyway, those things are going to keep changing, very frequently and all through, so I think it'll be, I think slowly but surely, the focus on those aspects is already happening. Okay. Now, when the labels will change, when you'll actually have courses the way Mayank is talking about, something that is, termed in these meta terms, instead of just giving you like, C++ programming, which everybody tries to do, or like Java programming, So for example, in Great Lakes, as long back as 8 years or 9 years back, we explicitly introduced a course called Personal Effectiveness. Okay, and we put it there because we realized that there was no time otherwise that is being spent on this. And Personal Effectiveness was all about self-awareness, knowing what your strengths and weaknesses were, right, and figuring out what you wanted. Getting you to consciously think about what you wanted and what steps you are taking to get there. Similarly, we had another course that we introduced, which was basically around problem solving. Right. So these programs, given that there is some flexibility that we had in terms of, what courses we could have, these were courses that were introduced, and they were introduced as compulsory courses that everybody had to go through those. So I think today, given the flexibility that the education system has gotten, I think the system today is much more flexible than what we had 15, 20 years back. Right. These kinds of things are already coming. Even in the K-12 education, right? The various boards, first of all, our international boards already recognize this. And I think increasingly the Indian boards are recognizing this as well. The national boards for sure. And I think, over a period of time, the state boards will as well, where they are going to recognize the importance of these aspects, right? And hopefully that will result in overall awareness. And we do have to have these things before the focus is there on employability. Having said that, we still are a poor country yet, and people are looking at education as the ticket out of poverty, as the ticket, to economic independence and growth, right? So we cannot take away that aspect of it, right? So the education system really has to create a balance of these two things, and I hope we will get there sooner rather than later.
Right. Very, very interesting points coming along for the next few conversations. I think Shreyasi, with Harappa, when we see there as a particular philosophy as well. So I would want you to take us through the purpose of education and, maybe weave in the Harappa philosophy and how you look at it from that perspective.
I think it's very heartening for me to have heard, obviously, Professor Patwardhan, Mayank, and Mohan, who I'd love to actually introduce Harappa too, because I think that is really the place we're coming from. Is our entire curriculum is based on cognitive, social, and behavioral skills. In fact, there were two big decisions we took when we conceptualized and started Harappa. One was that we would not go into technical / domain skills, not because we don't believe they're important. I don't think in education you can be binary to say somebody doesn't need any kind of education or whatever, but we just felt that there was at least more movement on it in an online edtech space than about the kind of curriculum that we're speaking about. And our curriculum on cognitive, social, and behavioral skills is actually categorized into 5 core habits, as we call them, of thinking, and which of course is like reasoning logically, mental models, unleashing creativity, learnability, to problem solving, as Mayank was saying, to communication, both acquisition of information through listening and reading, as well as delivery of it through writing, speaking. How do you work with people? How do you build trust-rich relationships? And an entire habit of 5 skills on personal leadership, which is called LEAD, which is much more about leading self before you can lead change and lead others, right? So I think, and we were talking about the aspect of quality and technology earlier, and we strongly felt that actually these are the skills, as Professor Patwardhan also said, that are so critical for the professional success as well as personal growth of an individual, and impact the efficiency and productivity of the teams, groups, and organizations that they find themselves in, but have not been teased out, like Mayank was saying, I think great education will, as a consequence, give you some of these problem solving, teamwork, collaboration, introspection skills. But because they've not been put up front and center, they don't get that kind of focus and attention. And we actually decided to just focus on that. And I think, our conviction is that these are so open architecture. So why wouldn't in MBS you learn about listening? Why wouldn't in MBBS you learn about establishing trust, which is a course you have? Why wouldn't in MBBS you do a course on reasoning logically, which has mental models, heuristic and biases, or on making decisions, because your decisions are so, as lawyers, why wouldn't you have these skills, right? So we feel that the Harappa skills are important, not just to get a job. And I think the whole thing, it's such a loaded question about the purpose of education. I think I agree with Mohan here that, there is a Maslow's hierarchy almost of education. There's literacy, numeracy, and basic reading at the bottom, right? And then you move up to acquire some basic information that you need, till class 6 arithmetic, like some things that you can do so you can add, subtract, some understanding of the world, where how gravity works or whatever. And then as you keep going up, I think what happens is we don't weave them in together with all of the other skills. So I think it becomes so binary, your focus, so that when you're focused on doing, I don't know, some computer programming, that's all you do. For a great data scientist, please go ahead and do a course on, Mayank and I were on another panel just 3 or 4 days back, is please go ahead and do on Great Lakes or Great Learning. I would love to send any Harappa learner to any of these courses. Do that, do your data science, business analytics, digital marketing, but come and do Decoding Others, which is based on our course, which is based on Daniel Goleman's emotional intelligence. Do the course on leading self, which you also need, right? So I think we self-identify too early as adults that this is what we will do and this is what we need, and therefore lose the balance. So I think very important to understand the Maslow's hierarchy. And the one sad thing, which I think VCs and investors in education in India, as well as entrepreneurs, and everyone, when we come to the technologies, honestly, the largest companies are exam tech rather than them being ed tech, right? And I think there is a certain, I think, introspection that's demanded into saying, in terms of online, what are the things that are happening. And the last point to say, the purpose of education and learning exists beyond 22 and 23, till where we stop all conversations of education, that you're a bachelor's, master's. There's a whole concept of living a centurion life that many of us will go on to live till 100. How will we occupy our minds and brains? And there is something called the 60-year curriculum, that if you are going to live till 100, you'll have 60 years as a professional. And obviously then what you were taught by 21 or 22 is irrelevant. So I think education also has to move into learning. So I think what's exciting for all of us here, there's so much to do and so many things and perceptions and ideas to shape, which is why we're purposeful here.
Interesting. Now let me open it up for everyone and throw in a view which, might counter some of, what's being stated. Is online education actually inferior? While there is a thought that, we are trying to bring in more quality via online education, there is a parallel, especially with the pandemic and, a lot of people going along. And I think one of the examples Mayank gave as well, is it that online education does not fulfill many of the aspects that maybe traditional schools do and traditional universities do? While we look at them as broken, they might not as such be as broken. And feel free now to, I would like to throw it open to the panel here to come in and share your views on, is online education inferior, or it can be looked at from the other side? Is it superior? Because the premise has been that quality and technology means definitely better. I'm questioning it.
So should we just take it up one by one?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Because I said it, my kids' example, and let me just start off with that, because at least I may be partly the culprit of putting that question out. So Mohan, Shreyasi, and Dr. Patwardhan, apologies, because we all are propagating online education. But here's my point of view on this one. When we started off, Sajid, our take was very clear that we want online education to be better, if not, as good as offline, if not better than the offline education system. And there are multiple reasons. And the reason I say this is, the point I raised was that It is actually the way you look at online education as to what problem are you solving for, is when you will realize that are you building a system which is better or worse than offline ecosystem. If you are looking at online education of connecting you to the best faculty members, then you are not solving for the problem of education. If you're looking at education as giving access to the best content, then you're not solving for the problem of education. Education as such, and I sort of internally to my product team and my learning team, I say, look, we come with an extreme amount of disadvantage to the offline ecosystem. In offline ecosystem, I'm inside 4-walled corners. So if a teacher has to communicate something to me, I better nod my head, because I cannot run out of the door because I'm just in that closed 4-door corner. In online education, you don't have that corner. So if you're trying to solve for the problem of education, at least put a blinker between the person's eyes and the person's laptop or the computer, and create an environment around that so that the person does not move out of that environment. So to the way we look at it, Sajid, and the point is that, look, I can bring in best faculty members, I can bring in best content, I can bring in the best experts to come and teach you, I can bring in the best coach to guide you. But that is not education. If I can bring in the most amount of discipline and a distraction-free learning environment, I think we have won the game. And that is the fight that online education has to make. It's not about great content. And I genuinely feel, I mean, I can build really good content, but it's not going to move the needle unless I can bring in a sense of discipline and a rigor, because what I'm fighting for is 4-wall, distraction-free environment, which is difficult to bring in online education. So that's my take, that I don't look at evaluation right now. I think one should look at it as how you're looking at solving the problem. And if you're solving the problem with that angle, you will definitely end up building something better than offline, because offline comes with inherent advantages which online does not at this point in time.
Sure. Would you
Mayank, let me come here quickly, I think we have a lot of confusion about this online education terminology itself, There is nothing like online, offline. I think education for the purpose, the future education is going to be blended in any case, There cannot be 100% online, there cannot be 100% classroom based. So I would take you to the basic issue of pedagogy. In education, when you talk about what are you trying to do, that I go back to our own traditional way to look at, I'm not talking about Bloom's taxonomy, I know Bloom's taxonomy, but the very simple term, Adidhi, Bodha, Acharana and Pracharana, these are the 4 things which we have been following in our Gurukul system. Now look at this, Adidhi is information and theory. Information giving, I think information giving can go 100% online, There is MOOC, there is whatever it is. You don't need teacher to give you notes. Earlier, teacher's note was their power, Today it has become liability. That is outdated. Today's students are much smarter. So I don't want any teacher to come and give boring PowerPoints, I call it as death by PowerPoint. What are we doing? So we don't need for that purpose, Both the understanding and analysis, gaining knowledge, deeper awareness, understanding principles, theory, comprehension, analysis, where teacher will have to change its role only of one-way dialogue, but get engaged with students. We are undermining capabilities of the students. The future learning is co-learning. We have to bring students. Today also I learn from my students every day. We completely monopolize. Teachers have monopolized teaching, So this is not the way in which future is going to go. So Acharana, you have to actually practice performance, use acquired knowledge, test principles, experiment, practice. This is what will happen in laboratories. It cannot happen online, No matter what powerful tools and techniques you bring in with artificial intelligence or graphics or any other technologies, you bring in virtual or whatever, it is not possible. So this online education has definite place, but for what purpose we have to decide. If we say that I will give you 100% online degree of medicine, I think we will be contributing to population problem of our country. So, but at the same time, we'll say that no, we are going to teach biochemistry theory as we used to teach 10 years, 20 years ago, even today, when students have access to all the information through good MOOCs program, we are wasting our time inside the classroom. We don't need that. So we have to bring a balance and we have to bring in a new model of blended pedagogy.
I agree with Sajid. If I can come in, I completely agree with Dr. Prabhu. I think to say something as binary is online learning good, inferior, superior, I think isn't an important conversation, because what choices, and as a country, what choices do we have if we don't have from niche, great, offline only institutions of repute, research, academic brilliance, plus you need technology-enabled solutions and educational initiatives that can go for scale, that can come and complement, bridge. I think some of the ones that we were saying, if you had 10 amazing faculty who could teach the theory part of it to everyone, imagine. And where are you going to get all the teachers in an offline? So I think neither is we really don't have a choice. I think we have to find a way to do it together. And online for whom, online for what? And I think he was talking about the academic credit bank or the NEP or this whole thing about lifelong learning that we will come in. The fact is, there are some things you will do which is just asynchronous online, because that's all you need. If you wanted to go and do a course, I don't know, on nutrition so that you could live a better life, you might not want to leave your job or anything and go and do whatever. As an entrepreneur, if you start doing, somebody who does not know, I don't want something on finance or legal or IP that's important for your business, you might want to do a refresher course online. For some things where you want to build depth and expertise, you will do a fully offline with a great faculty, and that's what you would look for. So I think the real power is about many formats for many different users at many times in your life as a student, learner, and as a professional. And I think online learning is a very, very essential addition to those formats to be able to make that available as a choice for all of us.
Mohan, just to, you come where you are a part of a physical education space and online education space. I would want you to, ponder on and tell me on this particular question that, can all those courses in the physical space go online for you, or online can come physical? How do you make those choices? And this thought that everything will coexist and a particular ideal can happen, how does it kind of work out? And maybe, handling both those, you might be having a different or a new view.
Absolutely. I'll share my perspective. It's, broadly similar to what other panelists have also mentioned. So first of all, online versus offline, you have to completely look at it in context, right? So what education are we talking about, right? If you talk about, kindergarten and early age kids, right? Online will be a disaster. Best it can be entertainment for them. I don't think online will support that, anything more than an auxiliary, edutainment kind of thing, right? At the same time, if you talk about like working professionals, right? And, for them, something like online would be a boon. In fact, that would be the only feasible thing, because most of them will not have the luxury of, taking time off from their work. So first of all, who is the learner and what is the learning challenge that we are looking to solve, right? So that context is what's going to decide whether online is better or offline is better. So I think, very important for us to recognize that. Second is, even, within the various learner segments, where, like Professor Patwardhan said, what is it that you're trying to actually, learn or teach? Right? That is also going to decide, whether digital or, in-person thing makes a difference. So communication of information is best than online, no two ways about it, right? It is the other aspects, which is that, there are problems which are, let's say, completely subjective, where it is all about, sharing of opinions and then figuring out how to, only where discussions are the way to learn, right? That is very difficult to do online. Mm-hmm. Okay. But if you're looking at just problem solving, if you're trying to basically look at, learning a concept and then applying it and then, learn, that is something that can be done online. You can have, somebody coach you, guide you online. So all of those things can be done. Right. So it completely depends on what is it that you're trying to learn also. Right. And I believe that is what the future is going to look like. Even, okay. So let me draw it from kind of an age perspective, right? The younger you are, the more important a role on offline is going to play, because there it is not just about the, subject matter that you're trying to learn. There are important life skills that you're trying to learn as well. All the other things that we talked about, right? And those are very difficult to be, encapsulated, and organized in an online setting, pure online kind of setting, right? So the younger you are, the more important a role that offline is going to play. And as you get older, I think online will stand a better chance of serving your needs and meeting. So because online also gives you a lot of advantages. For example, the kind of personalization you can do online, you cannot do offline, right? The kind of tracking, interventions and course corrections that you can do online, that is not possible offline. Right? Like the amount of diagnostics that you get, the amount of information that you get in an online setting is far superior to what you get, in an offline setting. So there are things that that online enables you to do. There are things that I saw a great example of this, and I think it's a sign of things to come. Microsoft created this VR model. So imagine that you're learning about, as a medical student, you're learning about the heart, right? And you're learning about surgery, and you're learning about, so, here is a VR model where you can actually walk into a heart. Okay. You can, have a view where you're inside the heart, and you can actually look around and see how it looks like inside, how various parts are, interacting with each other, and what happens if you do something, right? Now, do you call that offline or online, right? I'm standing in a certain setting, right? And, I could be on campus, I'm standing, and then I'm actually using VR to go do something, right? That is completely use of technology. So, just stepping back, there are online or offline being better is completely context dependent. Who is the learner? What is it that is being learned? And, like what is the purpose of, that learning that we are trying to solve? That is what's going to decide whether online or offline is better.
Interesting.
Sajid, I just want to add one thing, and I think you probably meant it from, you probably meant it asking us this question from the last 10 months and 11 months of experience, right? And I think to that, my thing is the biggest advantage that the last 10, 11 months has done, and these are very unfortunate reason for it to happen, is the fact that every educator, every education administrator, every student, every learner of all kind has at least been exposed to online, other than obviously the access and inequity of access issues, right? I'm not disregarding that, but in terms of a large portion, I think that's really important for the innovation. That adoption has given the trigger for all the experimentation that will happen. Otherwise, that level of adoption in a condensed 10-month period of a system that has been existing for, decades and centuries would never, ever have happened. So I think sort of, I'm very optimistic that having experienced it, and many people's experiences being subpar, disillusioning, underwhelming, will only trigger progress on an improvement of the experience. And we're really, like I keep saying, and I think I said this in another panel that I was saying that Mayank and I were just 2 days back or whatever, is we really at even before the black and white of the online learning, right? And things will get better also in online learning and won't stay what they are, which is let's meet on Zoom.
If I may just add just one point here, see, it's not as if in offline, it's all the same, right? You have good offline education and bad offline education and the entire spectrum in between. Exactly like that, it will be for online as well. There'll be good online education, there'll be bad online education, and everything in between. So I think that's something we have to keep in mind as well. It's not a, binary.
Interesting. Now we'll go a bit, quick on the round of answers, as we have a few minutes and very important things to share and discuss from the audience too. So the first part for the panel here is that, where is the human element here? Like, I got to a very, in a way, interesting or contrasting views. Dr. Patwardhan said that, the teaching fraternity maybe kind of, hold it, while Mohan said that, it could be personalized via analytics and feedback about the person's performance in a much better way. But isn't it a lot more easier for a human being out there in a classroom to be able to do that? Is it online that is better? And where is this human element there? And maybe from some of the fraternity here, that what is the teacher's role? Is the teacher just a performer? Maybe a content creator as such. Maybe it might be a better performer might be out there who can actually create content, or even content of the manner that Mohan said, could be future, like walking into a heart and those kind of systems. So where is this human element of teaching, learning in this whole scenario?
I think I can give some example from upgrade itself, Sajid, that when we're doing this learning, and I don't think it would be any different to what Mohan would do at Great Learning, that and what Professor Patwardhan mentioned also, that content is being provided in the form of video lectures, PPTs, presentation, etc., etc. But there's a lot of focus that all of us do in terms of one-on-one coaching, one-on-many coaching. So that's where a coach comes in, a faculty comes in and tries to sort of delivers that learning to the learner and solves the problem. So I think when we're talking about online education, there's a lot of human touch that comes in. Where technology helps is that interaction can be far more personalized. So I'm going to have an interaction with Mohan where I will focus on saying, look, when you're closing on the Python code, you are always messing up with the last sort of end code and on the iteration code. While for Shreyasi, it could be very different that, look, you're doing the code really well, but your articulation is not the best. So the coach comes in with that system-driven responses, which are very personalized to the individual. Otherwise, when I'm sitting in a classroom of 35 students or 50 students, I will have to bucket them. And then I will have to tell in buckets saying, okay, for some of these guys, this is what matters. But in this case, a coach can come here, tell you very, very critically and importantly saying, this is where you're missing up on. So while we have all these things, we have about 1,000+ coaches and mentors on the platform who are on a consistent basis hand-holding them. And that is where I feel the online ecosystem will evolve. Someone will write a book, someone will teach that book. And some teaching associates or grader will actually grade and give more personalized feedback. That system is replicable in online as much as it is replicable in offline as well.
Interesting. So in a way, some parts of it can be automated is what I hear if I kind of look at it in another way, while the other part of it is where maybe there is a human element or there is a flexibility of someone coming along and explaining things.
Ajit, I'll put it like this. So let me, say something that I deeply believe in. There is absolutely no substitute to a great teacher. Okay, like a great teacher is like the most important thing that can happen to education, right? Unfortunately, great teachers are few and far in between. Okay, if great teachers were available in abundance, then actually I don't think there would be a problem in the education sector globally. The challenge is that we don't have enough great teachers who can intuitively perceive how well students are learning, who have a pulse of what is happening in a classroom setting, who are able to grasp all the needs of that group of students, who are able to dynamically react to what their needs are, who are able to give intuitive examples that are really helping people understand what's being talked about, who are able to bring in various perspectives. So such people are mind-blowing. Very few. In fact, one of the things that online education, the way we use it is serving is actually extend and magnify the impact of these great teachers. Right. So we don't see ourselves as actually replacing great teachers. We see ourselves as expanding the influence and expanding the reach and expanding the magic of great teachers. Okay, because they're few and far in between. And really enabling that the great teacher's time is used for the most high value aspects of the learning process. And their time is not spent on the, let's say, things that others can do, like Mayank talked about, right? Having, let's say when you have doubts, you don't need a Nobel laureate to answer your doubts. There are others that can do that, okay? And this is not different from what happens, let's say, in, the best academic universities, right? The first year introductory courses are typically taught by the best faculty, in large auditoriums where 500 students, 600 students, undergraduates are sitting, right? I remember attending a course like this, like a biology course at Berkeley taught by a Nobel laureate. Okay, why do these people teach that? Not because others can't teach it. And it's not as if they are sitting and answering the students' questions. There's almost no interaction. But these people understand the subject so well that they can actually bring out the magic of that subject. At the end of that class, you feel like, oh my God, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. They inspire, right? That's the magic of great teachers. There's not enough of them. That's what technology can do.
Yeah, I'll quickly go on to the next question as we are winding up, and I'll take audience questions right after this. Please use hashtag Flame Purpose Summit and tag in your questions for the speakers, and I'll be asking them those in the next 5 minutes. Just the last one, and an important one, especially from the Indian context, we have a very clear education divide based on rural, urban, and also based on, you know, the amount of money and the type of schools that most of the people can go. So on one side, there is this opportunity of online to amplify, like you said, Mohan, or give this access via content to a lot more wider audiences. But on the other side is that a lot of wider audiences might not have access to certain kinds of technology in the form of a smartphone or some of those things, which maybe someone who's kind of having a laptop and a tablet and multiple devices can actually make the best use of. So where does online education come in, and how can it be looked at? Is it widening the gap, or is it can uplift a lot of people who currently do not have that access? I'm opening it, you know, for quick responses.
I'll give a quick response on this. You know, listen, what happened in March and what has happened March 2020, what has happened was there was zero preparation, right? And I think, you know, people could not be equipped. And I think we have to stop comparing only the current and have to build for the future, right? And I think as we have seen in India, I have complete confidence and optimism that we will leapfrog on the fact that there will be more phones, there will be more internet penetration, and we will be able to make some of these learning solutions and learning experiences much more accessible. Are they perfectly accessible now? But who says that 1.5 million schools, you know, 60% of them are two-room shelters, that there is any equity in education even there? So I think you know, the fact is that, not to say that there isn't in education inequity right now, of course there's massive one, not to say that this overnight jump into online that all education institutions had to do did not lead to very, very painful and tragic learning outcomes and greater inequity. But over the next 3 years, over the next 5 years, over the next 10 years, what's going to happen is what we need to focus on and fix the current inequities, rather than saying because the current inequities exist, we will not go ahead on the path of online, right? Because then that would be very limiting and not useful.
Sure.
Sajid, first let me admit that this is a problem. Means we have to accept that this is a problem, but this is not a problem of today. This problem we are facing for years. You know, this divide we are facing for years, and digital divide, of course, has been talked quite a lot. I see two things here. One, I will say that future the robotics will play a major role. Social robots, you know, future teaching will be a collaborative teaching wherein teachers and robots will be together. So cobot kind of a situation. Second, to deal with this kind of a divide, I think technology and all of you, you know, all the panelists are here, techies here, I would say that you should think a little differently. Why we are talking only about online, which is available from a computer, you know, or a mobile. Television is such a powerful media which is there all over the country, you know, even in small places. In Gram Panchayat, at least one television is there. So practically there. So why can't we use some kind of a system to use that powerful model? I remember that, Miss, why do you need a computer? I don't understand. You know, there were efforts earlier, you know, we heard a lot of big news, but I don't know what has happened to them later. Why can't we bring a very, very economical gadget? You know, why can't we? Why I have to use my laptop? I don't need anything, you know, I just need and with cloud and everything, my needs of laptop are so limited. I think I am using 90%, which I don't use, I don't need, and which I am paying for. You know. So Mohan and all of you, you know, you have such a bright minds. You know, you should think about something. You know, why?
Sir, 2 years. 2 years. Give us 2 years.
Thank you. I am very happy to hear that.
And radio, I agree with him. Radio.
Yeah, radio also.
Radio is so powerful. It's a mass media.
So we're going to hold you to that, Mohan, at Flame Purpose Summit 2023. You know, we will come back to you on that. Sure.
Yeah, but I must give you what visionaries see. You know, Thomas Edison, 1923. He said, "It is my firm conviction that a large part of education in coming generations will not come by books, but by moving pictures." And here Mayank comes in. I think future education, entertainment, all that should converge. Education cannot sit in corner, and say that we will keep on teaching what we think and what we believe, and what happens inside the campus is only academic and only teaching. All those walls are going to get collapsed in future very soon.
Interesting. I'll now go to quite a few audience questions which have come along for specific speakers as well. So the first question is for Mayank. Mr. Mayank, do you believe the future will see a difference in work situations as education, as you mentioned, because they were designed for long sitting hours? Do you see that work shifting as well as COVID changed the working scenario?
Yeah, long sitting hours. I was just frustrated with my kid. That's all. But I think But I think broadly speaking, yes, the workforce of tomorrow is going to be very different. I asked this question to everyone joining Upgrad when we do a weekly sort of induction session. I asked them, just give me a number and divide the number of years of experience with the number of job that you have had. And everyone puts up 2, 3, 4, 1.5, 1.8. And I asked them the same question. Tell the same thing about your parents. And the answer is 30, 40, 29, 80, 18 or 17, etc. So I think we are living in an environment where maybe it may not be directly answering to your point, but Sajid, the work environments are changing where even what Shreyasi mentioned, Dr. Patwardhan mentioned, Mohan also mentioned, that it cannot be just one and done scenario. That once you I don't think that what you're learning at the time of graduation till the time when you are at 60 years old or 65, 70 years old, which most of us would be working, things would change significantly, and therefore you have to go back to injection, get yourself injected once every 5 years, reboost yourself, get upgraded, come back to the workforce and stay relevant. I think that's the most important thing, because I think as much as we have to do it in health, we will have to do the same thing in education as well.
Right. The next question goes to Dr. Patwardhan. I'm just moving on from one to the other. The questions might seem a bit out of sync, but I really want to ensure that everyone who has asked the question gets a voice here via my representation. So Dr. Patwardhan, does the UGC have plans to have a monitoring or regulatory system or metrics for online courses for ensuring quality of education which is imparted?
Yes, we do have, and it is a lot of things are in making. At the first step, we have converged the regulations of so-called distance and open and ODL program, and online we have combined. So slowly we are trying to merge everything together. We can't keep this in compartments, because education cannot be compartmentalized. So that is something happening. We are also concerned that online education should not go on the same lines of open and distance learning, where the experience is not very good. It should not get converted into degree mills, and the online degree should not result into some kind of Amazon degree. Because in India we are very good in making things complicated and using facilities not in a right way, and that is why otherwise I am of the opinion that there should be no regulation. Actually, we at UGC also, we have been trying to deregulate ourselves. So during last 3 years, if you have seen, we have given a lot of things to autonomy, and self-declaration. So why policing? Why if somebody defaults, then we can come in. So that kind of approach is now coming in. But at the same time, education is such a thing that if damage happens, the damage effect is long term, and therefore we have to be careful.
I'm moving on to a very different question for Mohan. So much of the application of digital technology in learning has been in the realm of moving lectures from classroom to the internet. Yesterday at the summit, there was a session on the future of education. Leaders from major liberal arts colleges discussed the importance of community and campus learning. So you mentioned about one part, which is this teacher, but what about the other part, which is the community?
Absolutely. As I mentioned, the suitability of online or the lack thereof is very much dependent on what is it that's being talked about. right? So, if you are in a liberal arts setting and you're actually like, studying and debating history, or if you're debating, civics, right? So it could actually be a very poor experience if you do it in a purely content consumption kind of manner, right? So therefore, the online education system has to solve for that. Okay, so either you have to simulate that online, or you have to actually have a blended approach where the information dissemination is happening online, but the engagement and the community aspect that you're talking about happens online, right? And that's really what is, so for example, several of the programs that we offer are actually in blended mode. We've been offering blended programs since 2013. I think we were one of the earliest folks to be doing this globally, not just in India, and that is exactly what is happening, right? So folks are learning, online, consuming information, applying it, and then coming together once a month and actually discussing it. So they are discussing it, they are critiquing each other, they're getting feedback, all of those kinds of things are happening. And that is still, so there'll be many models, but yes, there are certain things that lend themselves to better application offline rather than online.
Shreyasi, the last question, I think, which takes on from what, in a way, Mohan was saying about blended, and you had earlier mentioned about, the importance of skills and employability. This question is outside the technical fields of programming, management, education, which I think Mohan was referring to, most of the courses that are kind of coming along in Great Learning. And some of the other platforms, there isn't much recruitment happening for, which are the kind of skills that are being provided by you. So how do you look at, this is the question, how do you look at that being shifted? Because when someone does a management education program, or a analytics program, or, a digital marketing program, they know that they're employable. But what about the skill-based program in online?
So of course, I think that's a great question. Of course, I think there is a greater understanding and evangelizing of skills that, and the kind of cognitive social behavior skills that we speak to do. But I think we've been heartened from our Harappa experience that we find more resonance, and whether it's employers, whether it's university administrators, the two sets of stakeholders who we go and position our programs and our courses to, have actually been very forthcoming. I think in a lot of undergrad engineering and postgraduate MBA, the lack of skills about somebody being able to go get a job because of the degree, and then what do they do, and then sort of the consequence of that, that potential not being unleashed, that disillusionment happening, people feeling upset, is pretty massive and well understood. And I think it's a true travesty that after 16 or 18 years of education, somebody is told that you can't do anything and you're not ready for the workplace after having studied so hard, and your parents having taken mortgage and debt and all of that to put you through undergrad and graduate. So I think that understanding of skills is there. I think on the employer side and on the recruiter side, that understanding is actually galloping and accelerating pretty significantly, right? So I think they might not all have the ways to be able to evaluate who comes with what skills and at which proficiency, but the need for the kind of skills that we're talking about, and if somebody had those skills, what that person and how that person can contribute to their teams is actually pretty well understood in companies. So I think there is a growing understanding of the impact of those lack of skills, and then therefore the focus on helping whether students or employees at the workplace acquire those skills even without degrees. Because the thing about learning as an adult is it's not about knowledge, it's about what you can do, right? So it's not about what you know, but what you can do, and skills are very critical for that.
True. Interesting. We are at the last, minute of the panel, and we have been able to take a lot of questions and bring in very interesting points, at least for a lot of our participants who are turned in onto the Flame Purpose Summit. This is a very important aspect, which is education. As everyone has said, it has such a huge impact, over mankind, and for many years, it's a long-term effect. And there is a lot of promise in what UGC is doing, what UpGrad is doing, what Great Learning and Great Lakes is doing, and what Harappa is doing, and we at Flame University are doing ourselves. And so there is a lot of promise to see changes. In the last minute, I would just want maybe a couple of words or one line from you about future of education. What's your view, as in where do you see it, a couple of lines about future of education?
I can, take this first. So I'll say I look at it with a lot of optimism, because I feel that
we're trying to, get you into a couple of words.
Yeah, I think, optimism, and there's a lot of dynamism. There's a lot of change that is happening. I think everybody is ready for change now.
Change, optimism, dynamism. Interesting. Let's move on. Mayank?
Future of education to me is phenomenal. I think there's a lot that one will see that we have not even witnessed so far.
So a lot can be done. Interesting. Shreyasi?
Excitement, urgency, and much needed.
Interesting. Dr. Patwardhan, for the closing note.
I think I made my points, so I will skip that in the interest of time. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot for a wonderful panel. It was a great interaction that we had. We will now move along to a musical performance by Chirag Katti. Stay tuned to Fame Purpose Summit 2021.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Namaskar and hello everyone. I'm Chirag Katti and I'm a sitarist from Mumbai. I hope I am audible and visible to all of you. Uh, Firstly, I would like to thank Flame University for inviting me and giving me this wonderful opportunity to perform for every one of you. Before starting my performance, I would like to speak a few words about purpose. The purpose of my life is music and my sitar. I've been playing this instrument and I've been a student of sitar and Indian classical music for last 30 years and playing professionally since last 17, 18 years. My life revolves around my music and my sitar, and I mean, there's this common question that many people ask me when they say, uh, uh, when they ask me, what do you do? I'm a sitarist. Oh, so can you play a guitar? That's the most common question that I get. And then I say, no, the purpose of my life, this particular life, is to just try and master this complicated instrument. And that's what I try to do. I will speak about my performance today. I'll be starting my recital with evening rag Puriya Dhanashri, in which I'll play a short alap followed by two compositions. The first composition is called Shiv Archana, which is from my album Sitar Rhapsody, and then second one is a composition set to Teen Tal, which is a 16-beat cycle. I hope you all enjoy this short recital. So relax and have a good time. Thank you. Namaskar. So that was Rag Purya Dhanashri. The next composition that I'm going to play is a folk dhun, which is composed by my father, Pandit Shashank Katti, followed by another composition called as Funky Joke from my album Sitar Rhapsody, which is composed by myself. But before that, I'm going to play some popular tunes for you guys as a tribute to some legendary artists from our country. And if you can recognize it, you can just hum it with us. And I'm just going to take 1 minute to quickly tune my instrument to another rag, the dhun, which is in rag Mishra Khamaj. I hope you are enjoying our concert. Thank you. Again, accompanying me on the tabla is the fabulous Yatti Bhagwat.
Sir, we'll go live. You just can start.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And okay, so there are a couple of questions that the audience has asked me. I'm gonna read it to you. So the question is, engaging in musical pursuits need a lot of effort. How do you see it in this fast-paced, driven space, technology-driven space? Sorry. So my answer to this is basically learning Indian classical music needs a lot of patience, persistence, and hard work. As I told you earlier, I'm playing this for last 30 years, and this is like a lifelong process. It's not like you do it for a couple of months, couple of years, and you're there. No, this is like a lifelong process. You have to keep doing it, and just try to be better every day. Given your best shot at your every concert, that's what you have to do, and you need to have a lot of patience when you're learning an art like Indian classical music. It's I mean, if you want quick fame and all that stuff, then this is not for you, because it requires a lot of patience and hard work. The next question is, how do you connect to the youth with Sitar, with many of them may not even seen or heard it? See, basically what I have experienced is, it's a misconception that the youth won't enjoy Indian classical music or this genre of music, instrumental music or something like that. It's just that they haven't seen it, they haven't experienced it, they haven't been to any good concerts, maybe because their parents are not into this genre of music, or they haven't been I, as they say that even at home there's only Bollywood playing all day. But whenever there are youngsters who have come to my concerts or some beautiful artist concerts, they have attended their concerts, they have really enjoyed the experience, and then they have started researching regarding this genre, and then many of them follow this genre, and then continue to attend the concerts and everything. So it's just that you have to make them hear properly good music, and because see, I don't believe that any music is bad. It's just good melodious music. It can be of any genre. If it's good melodious music to your ears, you're gonna enjoy it. So that's my take on this question. All right. So again, I would like to thank especially Professor Lalita Suhasini ji, Flame University, and everyone for having me perform. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed my concert, and I hope to play in front of you sometime soon. Not as a virtual concert, but maybe as a live concert someday. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Well, the first edition of the Flame Purpose Summit draws to a close. In the last 2 days, we have delved, deliberated, and deep dived into a spectrum of ideas, processes, philosophies that build purpose. We have heard achievers from different fields about their idea of purpose and how it can power to great and gumption. I, for one, have found a reason to rethink my purpose and becoming on a new journey, our learnings. It is incumbent on me to thank, on behalf of the Flame University Purpose Summit Managing Committee, a whole host of people who have made this summit a success. People and organizations who have been instrumental in making this summit such a wonderful success. Let me begin with our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dishan Kamdar, for seeding the idea and inspiring the organizing committee to bring it to a logical conclusion. It's his wish to own this space of purpose, to give it more form, texture, content, and to rethink our very own reason to exist and weave in the idea of purpose within it. I would like to thank our board for backing this idea from inception to execution. The support of the board has consistently helped the managing committee to progress with big ideas without having to worry much about the resources that are required for it. Dr. Virender Sharma, thank you for helping us at every stage and giving us confidence without a hitch. To keynote speakers, Sanjeev Bhikchandani, Raman Roy, Vineet Nair, Vallabh Bhansali, Dr. Montek Sigalualia, and Apurva Purohit for taking time out from their extremely busy schedules to inspire us with all their fascinating stories embellished with a sense of purpose. I take this opportunity to thank other panelists, Faye D'Souza, Rahul Ram, Gagan Narang, Surjan Singh, Jasleen Bhalla, Pallavi Bharti, Rukmini Banerjee, Neera Nandi, Pooja Marbaha, Naina Lal Kidwai, Jane Walker, Abha Bakaya, Shreyasi Singh, Mayank Kumar, Mohan Lakam Raju, and Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan for their genuine insights, ideas, and anecdotes. I would like to thank our moderators, Professor Dwarika Unyal, Professor Santosh Kuttarkar, Professor Sajit Narayanan, Professor Dishan Kamdar, and Professor Jasleen Bawa for drawing out every engaging conversation on the theme of purpose and navigating those conversations meaningfully within the margins of allotted time. I would like to express my gratitude to the stand-in moderators, Professor Mochish, Professor Suniti, Professor Aparna, Professor Shilpa, Professor Jasmine, and Professor Prateek. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chirag Katti, for a wonderful performance. It's indeed a wonderful way to bring the summit to a musical closure. Professor with the technology platform and for creating such an amazing tech experience. Professor Aparna, Professor Shilpa for helping us manage the finances so well. Professor Sairaj and Professor Mochish for logistics and those wonderful souvenirs that you created. Thank you very much. Professor Suniti and Professor Sajit for the Speaker Connect. Professor Ayush Negi and Ms. Anju for communication. Alankrita and Aishwarya, you helped in the creatives, in information and communication. And of course, Professor Sajit, a special word for you for stitching it all together. I mean, you spent hours and hours, days and nights, just weaving it all together. It was such an honorable experience to work with you in creating this summit. Just thank you for all your support. The Flame Marcom team, Rohan and Pradeep, the synthesized team of Mehul, Manoj, Shruti and team, the Esquire team of Riyanka and her colleagues, the Hindustan Times team of Tony, Aparajita, Manoj, Rodra, Nidhi and their colleagues, and the ABND team, the Ad Factors team, thank you very much for being there. It wouldn't have been possible without your support. Mr. Pradeep Mule, thank you for your IT support. Mr. O.P. Singh and team, thanks for all the support from the university campus. Ash Gulati for catering arrangements for the summit team on campus. Vanita Aher, resident counselor for Assisting the logistics team, Rupali Samant, an alumnus and co-founder of Chocolate Mumbai for chocolate hampers for our speakers. Thank you very much. Aditi Raman, an alumnus and artist, for creating a fabulous customized artwork for the summit. Star Copiers, the printer for customized summit artwork. Thank you very much. Rishikesh Bukil and team for IT, help desk and travel desk of Flame University, the dining and hospitality team of Flame University, the security team of Flame University campus, the office staff and housekeeping staff of Flame campus. My sincere apologies if I have missed acknowledging your contribution in making this event such a great success. Indeed, without you, this would never have been possible. Above all, I thank the audience for their interest, patience, and participation, which gave more meaning to the summit. Thank you very much indeed. With this, we come to the end of a rather exciting 2 days of intense thinking, deliberations, and exchange of ideas. I hope we continue with all our conviction and intent to move with resolve to power our dreams with a more robust and firm sense of purpose. May we all find our purpose and inspire others to find theirs. Thank you once again. Have a great evening ahead. And from all of us here at Flame University and the Managing Committee of the Flame University Purpose Summit 2021, goodbye and good night.
How?
Is a fascinating question.
There are more things in this universe than can be understood using the tools and techniques of a single discipline. Things are truly interdisciplinary.
We're living in a time of transition. Obviously, this country is remaking itself. And if there's anything that's going to help that progress, it is a certain radical change with education at the college level.
This place gives a student the space to learn, unrestricted by the boundary of the curriculum. Learning here is interdisciplinary, and you are learning through different experiences in the program.
Liberal education for me means that students explore different possibilities, where you begin to meander through the different courses.
So whether it's the humanities, whether it's the social sciences, whether it's the fine and performing arts, or even the physical and natural sciences, the objective is to enable students to explore different disciplines.
It is the freedom to choose whatever you like at your own leisure and to make mistakes.
I can choose from history and biology, and I can do accounts with that.
Currently, I'm studying international relations and filmmaking, but I've also taken subjects like visual art and history of rock.
You are expected to juggle disparate ideas in your mind and look for intersections between them. You want them to look for commonality in these different disciplines that are superficially different.
Let's say cultural anthropology? Anthropology. I don't have an anthropological background. And that's the idea, right? To explore something which you've never done.
The only way to do it is through offering people choices and asking them to sort of combine, in some sense, their interests and letting them do it independently.
So I think what they learn is that one issue is not as simple as it looks. You know, they have multiple interpretations and multiple perspectives to it. That is what we really call critical thinking.
It's not so much about solving problems. It's more about understanding what does the problem represent. What is a certain concept? Why are we doing it at all?
The idea is to create something original, that your efforts contribute to the field overall, with your original thought, change the way in which the field thinks.
I'd be very happy if my students end up questioning everything around them. I'd be very happy if they're alive and they're inquisitive.
The curiosity which a younger person has is much greater. So when you start allowing them
What's in a number? How does one perceive just a figure? How does one invest?
It's like planting a seed. You have to have confidence that the seed has the ability to grow into a tree, give you fruits, shade, timber, everything.
Well, investing is really about maintaining your purchasing power. So you might know a bit of economics, a bit of psychology, a bit of behavioral finance, a bit of sociology, a bit of political science, because all these factors eventually hinge on what happens in the real world. Because problems in the real world don't come compartmentalized as an investing problem or a political problem.
Investing is not unidimensional. It's a multidisciplinary field where models from different disciplines like history, psychology, sociology, mathematics, finance, and various others interact and interplay with each other.
But once you understand and you're able to anticipate what's going to happen in future, then you have conferred an additional advantage on yourself. And very often that advantage is understanding the turning point in terms of market collapses. That will come to you from reading sociology or social anthropology. That's not going to come to you from reading macroeconomics.
A good investor is someone who realizes the importance of thinking and is able to find connections in these seemingly different disciplines, which leads to accumulation of wisdom and a better sense of decision making.
The Flame Investment Lab is very unique in India. We teach investing as really the last liberal art. We tend to believe a lot more in the Graham and Dodd school, the Warren Buffett school of value-based investing.
I think without getting into anything, first thing we have to look in Indian context is the promoter. And after establishing the promoter, I think you look at the size of the opportunity, scalability, and your entry point. I think which are the key things. And if you get that right, that process right, the chances of success are very, very good.
We try to build a foundation. So we say invest in yourself first. So beyond investing as a career, we feel that understanding or being financially literate is extremely important for any human being, whether he's going to pursue medicine or engineering or law or any other aspect of life.
I think whatever be your background, it doesn't come in the way of you becoming an investor.
People coming out from science background, history, psychology or any other art have done as well as anyone else.
Where we are able to bring practitioners from the industry onto a platform where the real experts of the industry also will come and address them in an environment of learning at Flame itself.
I think we are in a unique situation where, because of our relationships with so many people being in this business for so long, we are getting some of the best names in the industry to come and talk. People like Sanjay Bakshi, Sanjay Bhattacharya, they agree to come and spend not only time in the classroom but also in the evening, spend time with the participants who are on campus.
It is at Flame Investment Lab that a participant gets to learn from the best investment minds in the country, from their failures and their successes. Flame Investment Lab is deeply rooted in liberal education to bring people from different disciplines and perspectives together.
We are so passionate about liberal education is because the world is full of dots and you need to learn how to connect them.
There is very strong room for gut feel and instinct and acting quickly, especially today. But there's also domains where a more reflective part of the brain should be activated and inculcated and will make the quality of decisions far better.
So do you have the temperament to hold on to your bet? And for that, you need conviction. And how do you derive conviction? This is what exactly FIL wants to do. So it's like Warren Buffett said, most important is temperament, then it's experience, and then the knowledge.
Very clearly we want Flame Investment Lab to be a place that is the first that comes to mind, either when you want to learn investing or you want to teach investing or you want to recruit someone for investing.
So what one is trying to provide in this kind of environment is really a more holistic 360-degree view of the world, in the sense that the student really then invests in himself or herself through a better understanding of the whole world.